is that? All right, let's move things around on the desk here, and probably turn this up. There we go. Now, I believe, yes, I do have this. So let's do this. White and lowest brightness. Great, cool. Today, we're going to pick up where we left off from yesterday. Yesterday being Friday, not yesterday. 2 viewers resubscribed while you were away. I didn't see a message about that. By the way, welcome back to those people. Yeah, it was a good weekend. I feel very tired for some reason. So I think I'm going to be a little bit slow today. So today we need to edit today, upload Botland, modify changes. No, Orange Ray, but hi. And hi Digitane, Hideo, and Perry. Who else is here? I think Daniel H. And Luculus, and Antimatter Team. Great. But yeah, hi everyone. How were your weekends? Okay, modified changes, and then tackle the WebGL performance stuff. I feel like something moved over here. Probably my camera. Okay, so today, Adam is taking care of some administrative stuff in the morning, as he always does on Monday, by cleaning up his to-do list and putting the game online. Excellent weekend. Tired? Did you play football this weekend? Can I confirm his claim? I can confirm that he claimed that, yes. Okay, so we're going to need to do this again in a bit. But yeah, let's start with this stuff. So, cleaning up the to-do list. What was I supposed to even be doing this week? Cosmetic constraints? That never happened. Yeah, last week kind of spiraled out of control. I think this week we're going to be a little bit more focused with this. We're going to say shader performance testing and WebGL improvements. And then we're just going to say just alpha prep. Probably bug fixes and any last minute helpful features. Yeah. Or metrics. Now, we have all of this week and all of next week. 2 weeks left until alpha. I think I'm just going to say alpha will start on January 30th. Hey, Vito Gaming. Okay, so I wanted to write something else here, which is that Wednesday, January 18th will be a late start. And one other thing here, which is Monday, January 30th, which I believe is a Monday. Yeah. Will probably be the first day of alpha. We had snow for the first time this year, so no. Oh man. We went to the ice rink, if that's how it's called. Yeah, that is how it's called. Did you play something there, like hockey, or did you just go ice skating? How do you get the date format with plain tasks? That's actually not a plain tasks thing. I can show you how I got that. I made a small plugin called insert timestamp. So I will beat paste all of this stuff for you. Oh, wait. Oh, I know what you're talking about. So this is not a plain tasks thing. I'll just tell you both of them. So let's do this. This is save as insert timestamp.py in your user packages. Then I added a keyboard shortcut for this. Keyboard shortcut for something like this to your key bindings. Keys will just say like Control I guess. Control T, doesn't matter. Or for plain tasks, you can change your date format in the settings file. So let's just give you that too. Plain tasks, settings, date format. Okay, there. Ice skating only this time. We had the girls, so no fun. I've never actually played hockey in my life. I've gone ice skating a handful of times. And I4Fi, yeah, I checked out the site. I actually didn't get much time to give any feedback. Anyway, if you want, I can take another look at it more in depth at the JavaScript perhaps. I was playing your roulette game and just betting on green every time my money went up. Also, anyway, yeah, that's that. Okay. And yeah, Luculus, I said hi earlier. I'm not sure if you heard because the stream had only just started, but hi, Luculus. Okay, so roadmap 116. Make cosmetic pictures not load all at once. Incorporate React, lazy load, test out React virtualize, figure out how this even helps solve it. Man. Alright, fine. I still have to clean all this up. So I guess this is done well enough at least. This I never totally figured out. Final conclusions on this. Both forming the base64 data and loading it into the DOM take time. By deep bouncing this, it won't happen while scrolling. And by lazily loading, it won't all happen at once. I'm sure you heard the second one, but I'm still going to type it out like a jerk. Okay, so this is done. Probably do something like this. Hideo suggested that I just lazy load the image. That worked. Get rid of this. Make sure I don't have any changes to Pixie and vendor code. Make sure I don't have any changes to lazy load. I'm pretty sure we got rid of that. Start caching images with a resolution. Yeah, oh, this is not done. This still needs to be done somewhere. So, for the sake of making the cosmetic store load faster, I cut down, scaled the images down by 40%. Looking for some new tutorials based on your experience? You know any? I don't. I haven't really used resources like that in a long time. So even if I had, I don't know how out of date they'd be. But I don't have them. So what I'd suggest is pick a project that is just roughly beyond your skill level and try to tackle that. So this site that you've done, I think, is pretty good. I think you should try to expand it in some way or start a new project. Maybe try something like Node.js. If your goal is just to gain JavaScript knowledge, then I think finding tutorials online is great, and just coming up with new projects can be great. Hey, Root Killer. And Digite, have you thought about a game? I always find it's pretty easy to get a lot of game ideas out there. They don't have to be unique or anything. You can always just have fun and make something. And hey, Hitch Slap, things are going well so far. How hard will it be to make a desktop and icons in Electron? It shouldn't be that bad, right? Because something like Atom is written in Electron. They have their own icon. And same thing with Hyperterminal. They have their own icon, so that must just be part of Electron. And Root Killer, it's 25. 10 tiny arrow 100. Alright. Hey, OJ. Pick 3 frameworks I've never used before. Yeah, I think that can be pretty helpful. Want to try Ajax and database? Ajax seems like PHP, but better. I don't know. So Ajax just stands for asynchronous JavaScript execution. I guess the X is capitalized here. And the A. This is what it stands for, right? It's a really stupid acronym if it stands for that. Oh, and XML. That's what it is. Alright, never mind. I thought it was just JavaScript. But I wouldn't say this is like PHP. I would say JavaScript is like PHP in some sense. They're both languages. But yeah, I'd say start to learn that then, definitely. Game is possible, and I want something that would be functional. Otherwise, the game you'll also go around the base of using an engine or something. Yeah, but it gives you something to work on. I didn't sleep well last night, by the way. This has nothing else to do with than that I was having nightmares for some reason and just kept waking up. I went to bed at the normal time. I woke up at a normal time. Just did not sleep throughout the night. Feels bad. Okay. But I'm caching them without storing any resolution information. So that means that whenever I try loading torso X and Y, that it'll always be the low res version. I need to parameterize item data. I need to parameterize whatever function it was that does this. Yeah. We'll have scaling info. Then I need to save the scaling information alongside the sprite name and colors when they cache. Cool. Wait, what did you say? I hope it was not about our meal being bad in Minecraft. I don't follow. Today's stay 2 tiny arrow 8, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Jay, they're not clickbait. You won't believe what exponent I could use on this stream. Alright, I'm just reading through the rest of the chat. Yeah, so today's going to continue to be slow day. So start caching images with the resolutions. We cancel that out. Test out having a bunch of different canvases. I guess we tested that. Get one canvas to show a bot image. Put WebGL canvases everywhere. Final conclusion. I should try lowering the resolution. Make sure the resolution's passing as argument. Haven't done that yet. And as mentioned earlier, Hideo suggested just lazily loading the images, not the entire store item. Remember we had a dream about us going for a meal? Oh, yeah, vaguely. I remember talking about this on stream more than I remember the dream itself. Yeah. Yeah, at one point I used to write down my dreams and then I had better recall, but I stopped doing that. Try getting a lower resolution, will be cached. Yeah. And i4Fi, I'll try to do that. I can't make any promises really. Part of the reason is, oh man, I had a bunch of notes I never finished from the other day. So part of the reason is that it does take me a pretty long time. When I do a code review of someone who's just starting out learning JavaScript, I try to be as thorough as I can with all of that. So there's someone else who'd asked me over the weekend too to do this, and I it just took a lot longer than I thought. And I for Fi, I hadn't gotten yours because yours were stored in notes from one of the streams, and I haven't gotten to the stream notes yet. So I just need to spend more time working. Oh, hey, Programmer D. There should be, if you refresh, you should see a share button to advertise the fact that you resub. Okay. Oh, my face is just my username. No, you know how in dreams someone will show up and you'll just know that that person is that person, even if you've never seen them before? Alright, let's get rid of this stuff. So I kept track of a bunch of stats during AGDQ. There were some people, this guy was in charge of the tasks block, and I watched his follows go up from 1,600 to like 2,600. Oh, there we go. Welcome back, Programmer D. And yeah, I'll try to take a look at that. But yeah, thanks for resubbing, Programmer D. And you were unsubbed because, or well, not, like there's some sub purgatory time. And that happens because of how Twitch Prime works. It doesn't auto resub. If it did, I feel like Amazon would lose a lot more money every year. Because that would just be $60 free. Well, depends on the contract, I guess. Hey, Svenhoff. It's having a floating username opposite you at the table. And yeah, I know what lucid dreams are. That's what I was aiming for a while. Hopefully I won't have to manually resub in a month. You will. With Twitch Prime, that's always going to happen, I guess. Also, nice bright green name. You know, one of the things you can do with whatever it's called, Twitch Prime, is you can change your name to a custom color if you want. What is this? Not really pretty, made it for fun. You're talking about Botland? You didn't make this. This is my game. Yeah, I'm assuming you mean this over here. OMDB browser. Huh. Cool. We can see all your recommended friends. You can see a whole lot here. Neat. Sizer says, so far in your project, how much time did you spend tweaking and getting the game engine working properly for your needs versus the actual game? Sizer, I'd say a much larger percent was spent on the game engine part than the game at this point. And part of it's because my whole development cycle, I'm going to get rid of this, by the way. I was just showing follows for some reason. Oh yeah, because I had them in Notepad. I want to get rid of that. So my development goals were something like, okay, let's get the basic version of the game working. Then it was, let's get the engine working much better. And now let's try to get some polish in. So this was, I don't know, 2 months or something. This was like 14 months. Not quite. And then this is like 2 months. And so this will line up with the release of Alpha. Yeah, a lot of time was spent on the engine. Yeah, hey Tomkis, welcome back. You can see I typed 2 to the 8 in Google Chrome tab to see how much it was. Luculus. That's very sad. I'm surprised it doesn't recommend everyone from here. Maybe it depends on who you @tag in things or something. Okay, so I'm still not getting through anything. I really want to advertise that today's going to be a very slow day, I think. Oh, hey, Mr. Cheap. Sorry, I didn't see you. Normally there are more exclamation points when you come in the chat. So does that mean on your next game you'll be changing game engines? Well, there might not be a next game. This is all dependent on how successful Botland is. So there's the FAQ here. One of the questions in here is, God, I can never find this question. Yeah, when Botland is done, what will you do? So if Botland is done and it's popular, I'll probably just support Botland. If I ever do another game as this same company, I don't know if I'd use the same technology stack that I'm using. I'm not sure. That's so far away that I'm not even really worried about it. By the way, in case you guys are wondering, I have this little thing next to the Kappa clause here. A friend knows calligraphy and wrote that out. Thank you, friend, if you're watching. I don't think she's watching. Alright. So I was busy moving all these things to where they needed to be. Actually, we got decently far. Okay, another thing to consider is to hint to the base 64 creator thing that the image will only be needed. Yeah, that's done. Profile exactly what's taking time. I'm just going to get rid of this here. Test how long it would take. Don't care about that. Test what would happen if I used a canvas for every single item. Yeah, I did that. Maybe profile using and coloring SVGs. Make it so that base 64 data is loaded async. I haven't done that. Consider making a reusable component. Consider putting a placeholder image that indicates loading. Still have the scrolling issues in Firefox. You should note for later to add it to do for loads and shows. Yeah, this is done. Okay, cool. Image improvements. Use the item images for cosmetics inventory in the preview. I already used them for the store. That's not done. And that's not done. And that can't be done yet. Yeah, this needs to be done after we're done with the database thing. Did I write that down or what? No, I guess I need to though. So I'll have to get rid of this. Hey, Mr. O to the P. What other technology stack would you use? I'm not sure. I think this is always on a game-by-game basis. Like, let's say I wanted to make some crazy 3D game. I probably wouldn't use what I'm using right now. Maybe the infrastructure could stay the same, but I would probably switch to a game engine for that. And then let's say I'm planning on doing, I don't know, a single-player browser game or something. Yeah, maybe I might use the same technology stack. Orange Ray, what about that one that they said was something, just a formality, basically? Did you hear back from them? Crazy DB bug will lead into the cosmetics constraint stuff. Left this until I'd gotten done with the crazy database bug. Well, Tomkis, so if your goal is just to use JavaScript, well, thanks to Node.js, you can make almost any program you'd ever want. So it doesn't have to be a web thing. I would say just learn some Node.js and then any sort of utility program. Yeah, or connect to databases or do some sort of like sorting or searching or a shell or any number of things you could do. Haven't heard back from them? Huh. That's a company that took you out to lunch. wait. Don't search. Is crazy database bug solved? No, it's not. It's not even close to solved. I haven't taken a look at it again. I think sometime in the next week I'll probably be going back to that. Can I make phone apps? I mean, you could, yeah. I would say if you're going to make phone apps, you should either learn Objective-C or Java and then just target one platform, either Apple, well, iOS, or Android. New to game dev streams, didn't realize I had a category. Hopping around, was curious what this channel's about. I managed to fumble through C# and Unity, but don't consider myself a true programmer. Hi, what, Ulo? Ulausa? I'm assuming Ulo. And then USA is just a tag at the end. Anyway, hi Ulo. This stream, actually, I think it's best to watch the video that's at the top of this FAQ. So what I'm doing right now is just being really, really slow about doing some to-do list management. I've been very tired this morning, and I think I just got bad sleep last night, really. So normally I'd be done with this stuff in about 5-10 minutes. I think it's going to take me a little bit longer. And then after that, I plan on putting the game online, which I should really start right now. Let me put some of these things up. And then I would be able to just show you the game. But since it's not online yet, I can only just show you a video. Okay, thanks, Ula. And hey, Gert. And Mudkip. How's Botland coming? It's coming along well. I think the last couple of days that I worked on Botland, I was working more toward improving some of the performance. And that's what we're going to pick up with today once I'm done with all this administrative stuff. Also, what happened to your other username? Unfortunately, you still have to know Java and Objective-C for some parts of Xamarin. Why is that keyboard not pretentious? What? I've never gotten that question before. It's just an ergonomic keyboard. I don't use it to be pretentious. I actually am only using it because it wasn't as noisy as my mechanical one. It's actually not very much about programming, but still, do you think I need to know how to draw if I want to go into 3D modeling? I can't really answer that, Tomkis. I'm not very good at drawing or 3D modeling. So I can't tell you whether it would help or not. I imagine for even 3D modeling, you still need to be able to picture what it is you're trying to make. And some people probably use reference images, but some people can probably just come up with it off the top of their head. And I imagine that's a pretty similar skill to drawing something. Node.js is backend, right? Yeah, essentially, it's backend. It can be used to serve your front end, though. That still makes it backend, but I'm just saying it's very related to everything else. Hey, Max. Okay, so let's see. These things still have to be done. Yep, that too. Upgrade to Pixie 4.0. I think we did this pretty much. Figure out how to get color filters working again. Yeah, this was pretty crazy. Figure out the render function again. So my solution was to just use Pixie's render function. But I don't know if there are going to be problems with that. Alright, so where I left off, I was trying to get test shader to work. Performance shouldn't be that bad with Pixie v4. So it likely means that I'm doing something wrong. I may need to butcher the render functions again. We'll have to look at this today. So this, where I left off, was get the test shader to work. And this is part of the update process. I think similar but not the same. I mean, there's people who can draw, who can't 3D model. Yeah, I imagine there's some transfer of skills there. How many lines in the to-do file? I don't know, like 10,000 or something. It's ridiculous. There will be a time, hopefully February, where part of the goal is just stabilize some things, and part of that goal is going to be go through here and get rid of some of these to-do items. Almost every week has been me adding more to-do items than I think I've removed. And that's not how a to-do list should work at some point. Is the database bug solved? No, that's going to be pretty brutal. Okay, so this is one of the things. Oh, interesting. So there's a little bit more to upgrading to Pixie v4. This isn't totally done. I'm not going to write it as canceled. No, this task isn't totally done, but the major portions are. So this upgrade to Pixie v4 continued. Okay, so then all of this can move to the new list. But actually, I think that's probably just it. The rest of this entire list can move to the new list. Yeah, great. Except for this stuff. What is this stuff? Oh, okay. Well, I organized this moderately well. It's everything from here to here that needs to move up to the top. So let's just slide it up there. And where is that? Good, cool. Okay, so we just put this here. Cool. Hey, Feels. And yeah, no problem. Like I said, I think chat can be a good resource for this. Talking to me can be a good resource. I always want to encourage people to learn. So if you have any roadblocks, feel free to ask questions. OCaml part was not random. Jordan Mock, the creator of React, is working on a new interface to OCaml which has bindings to many languages. Wow. Huh, interesting. I wonder why they switched. And hey Olo, where's the celebration? I don't think we can celebrate just yet. Maybe once we release alpha, which really will be kind of an unimpressive release. Oh, what's this? This looks an awful lot like something I forgot to copy paste. Well, let's fix that. Alright, so nperry, that big database bug, I'll describe it briefly. So the database bug was something along the lines of this. Right now, when the client wants to create a new script or blueprint, it actually contacts the account server to get the next ID to use for the new object. So this, I'm not going to type all this out. This is problematic for a bunch of reasons. One is that let's say you do this. Let's say you go into the game and you're like, all right, I have 2 blueprints. So now you delete one of these and you click the plus button and you make a new one. Okay, so you still have 2 blueprints, right? Like, no, not actually. On the account server now, you have the 2 that you already had, and now you have 1 temporary blueprint. So you actually have 3. So now let's say you delete this one too, and you make a new one. Now you have the 2 you already had and 2 temporary ones. And the way I set this up is such that, like, you're using space in the database, so you should eventually be limited. But anyway, there's a lot more to this bug, I guess, that I would have to talk about. It's a crazy, like, temporary identifier problem. I feel like you're spending more time on your to-do list and notes than coding. It's me or it's real. No, I think it's you. I think like on Monday morning, I try to spend some time cleaning up what I've done in my to-do list. And other than that, I come here and I use it for just figuring out what it is I'm working on. So this should be done pretty soon. Like I said, I'm going relatively slowly today. I think it's just not going to be a good day for getting a lot of stuff done. I'm still going to try my best to do this stuff, but I just feel that I'm slow today. Alright, so we got that done. Now we need to put Botland online. So Adam is busy putting the game online. Alright, yeah, Ulo. And I'm going to put the game online now. So if you do want to check it out, you can. It'll be in alpha at the end of this month in CI for Fi. It'll be in alpha at the end of this month. It doesn't mean too much more than what we already have right now. But it's worth at least mentioning that. Okay, so we got to do a bunch of stuff. Let's go over to here. So modify clients, package, JSON. I don't think I can even check in with this stuff right now. I think that I have a bunch of... Oh, I can't put the game online at all in this way. I would need to put the last version online, so we actually can't even bump this version. Yeah, this definitely wouldn't work. Bump client version to 0.0.59. Merge branch. Yeah, we can't upload this, but we can put the game online. We just can't put the new version online. So there won't be any changes today. Alright, well, that's a tiny bit sad. Well, let's do these steps at least. So screen, clear IPs, AWS. Wait for that to load. Prod host, quit, Ansible, and then run this stuff. And then the only other thing we need to do is activate all accounts. Okay. So yeah, let's run this stuff. So there's 1 out of 3, 2 out of 3, and 3 out of 3. And now we just need the IP address of the overseer and put this into Postman off screen, of course, because there's some more private information that shows here. Done. And now we wait. Okay, not bad. Alright, so we can edit today again. So Adam is going to be working through the remaining Pixie/WebGL performance issues from last week. The game should be online. How to play, changes. We'll be working toward alpha. Should probably update the alpha doc to say the estimated launch, which is 1:30:17. Never trust Botland bot. Alright, Root Killer, now that there are actually some people in chat, I can run this light token giveaway. Adam seems to be working pretty slowly today, just FYI. So if I end up waking up, then I should edit that. But for right now, I think that's what we're going to stick with. So I will say that that's done. We'll go take a look at whether these things made it online yet. They're on their way there. So the account server needs to be online though. And in the meantime, we can do this. And then we just need to validate all the accounts. So as soon as this is up, then most of the game will work. There it goes. So yeah, now we should be able to log in. That guy has already left the stream. Do another one. QA for health insurance. Alright, this should be online pretty soon. It's got to register itself with a load balancer. That's probably why it's not. Oh, there it goes. Okay, cool. So we just won't be able to save your defense or anything. You can test it, you just can't save it yet. So I believe today is a special day for some people. How many of you are in the US and have today off? Because it is Martin Luther King Day. So this should be done now. Cool, 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 cool. So let's take a look at the alpha doc. The goal is to have this out by January 30th, 2017. Yeah, some of this stuff I don't think is going to be doable. Got the day off school but not work. Okay, so we're back to this. Tackle the WebGL performance stuff. Interesting. Why was this on a different section of my to-do list than the rest of this? Here it was, I see. Okay, well, we're going to have to write this up here then, because I got most of this done. I don't think the yellow light is easy to see. I chose yellow first, but didn't see any changes. You might not have waited long enough. Oh, I guess it's 11 seconds that you waited. Yeah, I think yellow probably just looks too similar to regular light. Pixie is a WebGL JavaScript binding. So it lets you, it's a rendering engine. It lets you draw images from JavaScript. Okay, yeah, there were a lot of problems. I think this will probably take all of today to kind of finish up. So let's load the game and just kind of see what's going on. Actually, I guess I already have loaded the game, but this can't be right. This can't be right because I'm pretty sure this wasn't working, right? So the reason these bots are blinking, that was just me testing a shader out. And the shader is, I guess, working. But something was wrong. Not had a rave in a while. Is your company any money yet? I'm not making any money from this company yet. No, the company has no income. I mean, how would it? Like, Botland it's not even out yet. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, check this for Digitay. All right. Hey, Ramy. Okay, so I think I need to go grab an iPad. I'm just trying to get my test shader to work so I can test performance. I keep running into this bug. The thing is, I'm not running into that bug right now. Hang on, let me just check my VOD from last week, because I do not remember this. Whoops, that's not right. Past broadcast. This one. What was happening at the end of this stream? I think it was some like weird, I could only look at either the bots or the tiles. Hey, Jackass. How long have you been working on this? So the title says Botland Day 256. It's been 256 Botland days, and it's been something like, I don't know, 480 calendar days. So I started on September 8th, 2015. How long ago was September 8th, 2015? How many days was that? 496 days, excuse me. There. So yeah. Did some research today during lunch, found out that Pixie V4 supports multi-texture sprite batching for the sprite renderer. Means you can have multiple different textures without having the same amount of draw calls. Sprite Batcher can now bundle a group of textures for you and dynamically create the shader that batch the amount. Yeah, that does sound really good. We'll have to look into that today. I'm feeling unsure whether or not it was a good thing that I finally got the Oculus working at school. Well, have you started work on your VR project? What are Botland days? Botland days are just days that I stream Botland. So, I can't say they're days that I stream because there are days that I stream something that's not Botland. But in general, if you take a look at this, I can tell you pretty much the amount of time I've spent developing Botland. If you add up the amount of time you see in creative and you add up the amount of time you see in game development, so it's about 1900, and it's not actually 1950 hours. That's the total sum, because part of this I was in creative, but I wasn't actually doing Botland stuff. So about 1900 hours we probably spent on Botland development. Actually, no, you have to subtract more, because a lot of those days I took a lunch break. I guess you can't count that time. But let's just say 1900 hours. That's a good estimate. Okay, so what I wanted to find out first is what was even broken on Friday. First, figure out what was even broken on Friday. I think the best way to do this is to use the VOD. So we're gonna watch me. Hey, this is what was broken. So the bot flashed, but you couldn't see the tiles. And people were being snarky over here. But I didn't change anything to just get this to work, right? Did I? I tried to with this no-op filter, but I never actually got it to work. Where did I leave off with that? All I'm using is the one filter. Oh, what? That can't be right. No, that can't be right. I'm not even... Oh, no, this dot filter is the new filter. But then there was a problem, and I... Maybe... No, what? Okay, now the filter just isn't working. So, I don't know what I did. Oh, right, you have to go to create a blueprint, then cancel, then come back in, and then it works. Yeah. Didn't you end up with the stream having 2 FPS? Yeah. But I think I had this in there originally. If this is... So this was always true. And then something didn't work. No, I can't get that to repro. Also, these let you change these, right? Yes. They do. I don't know, but it doesn't look like there's a bug there anymore. I gotta go grab an iPad really fast though. I'll be right back. Hey, Fatality. Okay, my wife is not happy about this. She's home from work today. And she's like, no, I want my iPad. So, I took it. I said I need this for work. We gotta test this now. Oh, stop it, Siri. I want to talk to you. Alright. So let's load up Safari and then Botland. After spending 3 hours tweaking and getting admin rights on the school PC, I finally got it up and running. Another 2 hours working on other people's PCs. Oh man. Remy, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Hey noob. What does she think about your work? She's really supportive. Every time I show her Botland after, like a week has passed, she's always like, oh wow, look at that, look at that. So when I put in the graphics, I think that was a pretty big time. And that's when I think it becomes a lot more real for people who aren't necessarily into the development side of things. A game is it has progress when it's got graphics. That's what I think a lot of people can take away. I don't think that's true, but that's how a lot of other people are. Okay, so we need to set up the client gulp files so that we have... Oh, I already have that set up. So then this should just load. Does she get it? I mean, yeah, I think so. I don't know if there's much to get, to be honest. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing I did last time, which was draw a little boundary around my webcam, because I don't have a better way of doing this after this many days of streaming. So there. Okay. So that's where my webcam goes to on my screen. So if I want to increase this now, you'll be able to see this. Hey, nice. When you're eating dinner, she asks what you've done. Do you point her to changes? Yeah, of course. I will copy paste this and show it to her later. Hey, Mersha. And hey, Lepko. Alright, so why isn't this loading? There's probably something else I need to do here, but I don't remember what. Unless my IP address changed, and it shouldn't because I set this up on my router so that I'd always get the same internal. Yeah, 192.168.1.12. 192.168.1.12. Yeah, I typed it right. I mean, this was typed out from Friday. So now the question is still, okay, hang on, let's try this. Does this even try to load? So if I do CLS and run, and then I press refresh on my iPad, it should show a bunch of requests on my computer right there. And it's not. Oh, right, there's a port number. Oh my god. No, wait, the port was there. It's just hidden by the URL on iOS. Hey, Rockstar. How am I doing? I'm doing well. What are your plans for today and this week? Well, as far as this week goes, I can tell you those. The today command is always there, so you can just check that out. But roadmap week. So we're going to be working almost entirely today on the shader performance and WebGL improvements. Then the rest of the week is going to be alpha prep. If you want, you can check out the alpha document here. Does your wife get tired of hearing bug fixes and performance updates? I don't know. Like I said, she's supportive, so if she is bored of this stuff, I can't totally tell yet. I try to also be mindful, like I talk about Botland for 8 hours a day already. I could probably talk about it for another 8 hours a day, and I try not to do that. Alright, I don't have any more information for why this wouldn't work. It's on Wi-Fi. Let me make sure just even being on Wi-Fi is working. Can I go to Google? No, I can't go to Google. Huh. What's your horoscope? I don't think anyone's ever asked me that question. And I don't plan on answering that question. Alright, so here we are trying to load google.com and it does not seem to be working. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do here. Let's just restart Safari. Is it finally showing up here in... Where did that go? Huh. Nothing is causing this to load. Can I even do this from my own computer? 192.168.1.12, 3000. Yeah, clearly I can. Okay, let's try in Chrome maybe. And feels that's only been there for a short amount of time. Alright, so I'm going to just type this out facing me at least for right now. So 192.168.1.12 : 3000. Plane mode enabled? No, it looks like it's trying to fetch this. I don't understand what's going wrong though. Yeah, this isn't working. That's a lot of dust on your keyboard. See, this is why I should just never zoom in on my keyboard camera. There. Let's put it right there. Alright, by the way, is that about the size it was before? Yeah, there we go. Alright, so I'm not sure why this isn't loading anything on the iPad. It doesn't even appear to be... Okay, so actually the first part is figure out how to load Botland on the iPad. Doesn't seem to be reaching my computer at all. That could be it. Damn. Do a fresh boot, press and hold the power button until you see the boot up logo. Yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything else. But I don't know why fresh boot would do anything. Hey, Racked. What else could be happening here? Oh, hey, check it out. Mozilla, iPad. It is working. Huh, okay. So we should see a game at some point. Dare I press the refresh button again? I'm gonna do it. Okay, see, you can see it trying to fetch some things here. So yeah, you can see the iPad. Actually, you can't see that in the background unless I... Yeah, you can see it beneath the keyboard cam because it's slightly transparent. Yeah, now it's loading. Okay, I don't know what happened there. So then this is done. Figure out how to get Botland to load. All right, so let's connect and let's see what's going on. Use Safari instead of Chrome. Yeah, I will. I was trying to originally. And hey, Jupiter. Okay, so we go to Edit Defense. We should see what the frame rate is. Adam ignore me. No, hey, Pro Sam. Sorry, I'm trying to pay attention to a bunch of stuff. Yes, it says FPS 2. That's definitely a problem. Let's get rid of that shader and then see what the FPS changes to. So we'll just change this. Do we have good performance without the shader? It's going to take forever to load. So performance isn't really terribly affected on the computer, at least not this computer. Yeah, I am very tired. I did mention that in the today command, but that's no excuse, Pro Sam, for not saying hi to you. Alright, this does take quite some time. We're going to be speeding this up over the next couple of weeks, I hope. Okay, so no, the FPS is still 2. Then yeah, there's definitely something wrong. Obviously, as we draw less on the screen, it's going up, but there's only so far we can zoom in. Yeah, so this is when the frame rate finally hits something at least realistic, 18 or 19. It's still terrible. And yeah, bundle.js is very big. I'm going to be fixing that at some point, but it's not the initial startup time that I'm concerned about right now. Isn't something strange though? The animation doesn't look like 2 frames per second from the camera. Does it look like 2 frames per second to you? I mean, there's no animation. Maybe you were talking about when the shader was there, but I can generally tell this seems to be about 13 frames per second. And the reason I'm saying I can generally tell is that scrolling this shouldn't feel the way it does. Can we remove these things too? Yeah, hello bots. What is going on? I think the frame rate dropped to like 0 here. It's not doing anything. Why can't I drag bots? Oh man, I just find this so frustrating. Who knows when this thing broke? But yeah, what I'm trying to do is what you can do on computer here, which is click and drag a bot and move it. And for some reason that doesn't work here. Huh. It like starts the drag action, it just doesn't do anything anyway. When the shader was there, it didn't look like 2 frames per second? Okay. Yeah, let me take a look at that. I want to see. Remy. Alright, let's refresh this again. We'll take a look because one of the things that's happening here is I have this FPS text and I'm using some deprecated features actually on the text itself. I don't know how much that would be slowing everything down. Well, it's not that bad on the computer. Alright, see you, Root Killer. Okay, so let's take a look at the flashing of the bots, but on the iPad. And we'll zoom in. Okay, so you can tell that is very clearly more than 2 frames per second, but it also says that it's 23 frames per second. When I zoom out, and then it's showing more of the arena, this is 4 frames per second, and it looks like that animation, which is actually probably really hard for you to see. That animation is also probably 2 frames per second. And that's good, Pro Sam. And hey, Blur. Testing on tablet today? I'm testing some things on a tablet today. I'm not going to be testing the entire game, and actually there is a bug here where I can't drag bots around. That's unfortunate. Oh yeah, and Daniel, usually you wouldn't be able to stream something like that. It would be pretty close to just sharing bits of code with others. It's usually like a fireable offense. Okay, so in the VOD, I couldn't show both the test filter and the tiles of the arena, even on my computer. However, I'm not getting that problem now. The problem that I am getting is that the arena renders at 2 FPS on an iPad, with or without the shader, when fully zoomed out on Chrome. So, am I considering writing an iOS app for Botland? Yeah, I'm considering it. Why do you have a tag with your name on your desk? Oh, my friend wrote this, and I just like the... She hand wrote it. It looks nice. I just think it's cool. The issue I can think of is how are you going to debug that without a Mac, or to switch to developer mode or an Android tablet to user dev tools? So I don't think I'll be able to debug it exactly, not formally, but I can probably try some different things that'll get it to be closer to debugging without actually debugging. And we'll work on that today a little bit. What's the site you're uploading the game to? You mean play.bot.land? So play.bot.land is currently pointing at an AWS machine. Actually, it's pointing at S3. AWS's S3 service. Okay. So with or without the shader here, this doesn't seem to matter. And I'm testing. All right, let's test this another time. This is on Safari this time. I don't think the performance is going to change greatly. I don't know why it would all of a sudden be 60 frames per second on Safari and not on Chrome. So this is with the shader. We can just turn off the shader by doing this and then just refreshing the page. I don't think it's going to have any effect. Hey, JBugsy. God, this takes so long to load too. No, I didn't mean to click that. Project partner was missing some scripts. One could say you didn't get it. Alright, let's see if dragging works on Safari. Nope. So I don't know when that broke, but that definitely broke. So we're going to have to add that to bugs. Dragging bots in the arena to relocate them doesn't seem to work on an iPad anymore. I'm not positive that it ever did work, but I'll need to see what events are happening. Hey Weedley, long time no see. Issue contains some settings and workarounds. You could try to... Yeah, I'll have to do this. So one of the things that I wonder is, what if we just started spewing a whole bunch of bots to the arena on my desktop? Because I bet if I had a bunch of these, that there would be a performance hit. Let's do a couple of things. Let's just do one thing. We'll just set the number of bots I'm allowed to have to something ridiculous, 300. There, now we'll go restart this. So run this, and then edit my defense so that I can have a ton of bots. Okay, frame rate is still fine for now. But I feel like we just need to get this to the point where this suffers a little bit. This will probably break the game as well. I'm pretty sure there's a bug where if replays got to be too large, there'd be some issue. But we don't necessarily... Okay, well, that just broke. Oh, wait, no, that's a camera problem. By the way, there's no faster way for me to do this. Unless I coded something. Okay, let's save that at the very least. And then we'll hit... Okay, so we'll hit the test button. Yeah, well, the frame rate's not really dropping. But that's... I mean, you see it in the lower 50s every once in a while. But I think this is just because this is on my computer. I think the iPad would probably die trying to render all of this. Can't even click that fast. Yeah, I wanted to get it to consistently drop. That way I could test what would happen if I made an improvement. Out of curiosity, hey Void Dreamer, long time no see for you too. Welcome back. Okay, so let's load this up on the iPad. Void Dreamer is currently the only one in chat who actually gets points just for being here. So there's your point for the day. Okay, so what we're going to try is just rendering all of these bots. I mean, it was at 2 frames per second, so it's probably going to be at 1 frame per second now. Does anyone really need more than this glorious cinematic 1 frame per second? So yeah, as we zoom in, not as much of a problem. You know, I wonder how much of this is caused by just text effects. Let's turn off text effects for a second. Where do we even draw this? Oh, text component. I know what it is. Sorry, you can't really see my code right now, can you? I should just switch between the two things like this. Let's just do that. Okay, so text component, we'll just never add this. And now let's see, does that make any significant difference on an iPad? So we refresh this page. I should probably have this auto login. Yeah. Well, I don't know if there's a problem around that. Quick advertise the Discord. Alright, does this speed things up at all? There's only one text effect that's still left. Let's see, I'm going to zoom in. Oh, there we go. Huh. Well, that's frustrating. Now I can't even move the camera. But yeah, the best frame rate I can even get right now is like 10. And when it's lower than 10, it interprets all of my moves as drags. When it's above 10, it doesn't do that. Yeah, it's got to be 11 or higher. Oh, that's too bad. It's not too late to switch to Unity 3D, get a wider platform release, bigger audience. Like you said, you have one chance. Probably port it over within a month. Oh, I think it would take much longer than a month to do that. There's a very large client code base now, and all of that would need to be moved. And then I would sacrifice some things by doing that. How much do we have here? How many crazy amounts of lines of code do we have? Has FPS always been an issue in botland on mobile devices, or did this happen recently? I'm not sure, to be honest. I never really optimized for mobile devices yet because I wanted to have a game first and then worry about that. And so one of the things I just recently did was upgrade to Pixie V4, and I'm probably not doing things totally correctly yet. So we'll look at that document that Hideo sent over. Yeah. Okay, so part of the problem is that I can't get this to lag on my computer, so I wouldn't be able to easily test the changes that I make. Hey, John Mod. Where did that go? So Hideo said this, yeah, multi-texture sprite batching, and then there's also a set of issues that he talked about. Where were those issues? Here it is. Oh, I see. I already had this open. Okay. So put this here. No, Sizer, I think getting something to render the same way isn't so bad, but all of my client code right now would need to be ported over to Unity. So this is things like even this, for example. This is not a Unity thing necessarily, but reaching out to a REST server. Like, I need to convert this code over to make sure everything is very likely in C# at that point. And then I can't reuse certain classes that I was using on the server. I think it would take longer than a month. Unless I cut a lot of corners. Ten sprites with 5 different textures. In V3 it's 60 frames per second. In V4 it's 40. This device doesn't perform well at all when in Canvas. Larger batches, multi-texturing. Moving some work on GPU side. Imagine we have a small array of textures and each vertex has an index which texture to use. Right, so they basically said, hey, here are some suggestions. None of this stuff worked. That's too bad. I've thought of having an OS X VM in VirtualBox until you get some proper dev environment for iOS. How would I do that, though? Don't you have to pay for OS X? So before creating our renderer, we could try this. So let's try it. Where do we create the renderer? Right here. Okay, there. Yeah, let's load this on an iPad again. See if that helps at all. Hey, Dan. So we should probably take out those millions of bots and probably put the font effects back in. Or maybe take out the life bar. I don't know. This could be coming from almost anything. And I'll have this auto log in too. So immediately edit defense, we'll say that. We'll have it take, I don't know, 500 milliseconds. And then here, same thing. Okay, how's it going? It's going okay. I think this is going to be a lot of performance testing today. So let's see, this time it should auto log us in. Hey, Nate Goody and Dragon Slayer. I like your numbers, Dragon Slayer. Both are usernames and in 531. So this should edit the defense automatically. I shouldn't have to press anything. There it goes. Could probably cut that down. Alright, so I stopped drawing life bars. I set their sprite batching feature. It looks like this just entirely froze. It didn't actually. But it doesn't really look like it got any better. Also, something else is kind of oh, right, that's what's going on. All right, let's get rid of this too, I guess. It's cheap or free if you buy a Mac. If you buy a Mac, you don't need a VM, or the other way around, if you have an Android tablet and have Android Dev Tools. I guess they support remote debugging. Yeah, I guess the solution is buy something. I'm not sure what yet. Should I buy an Android tablet? Should I buy a Mac Mini? Not sure. Well, let's let that load up. I'll write this down though. Look into prices of Mac Mini or an Amazon Fire tablet. Okay, so again, I don't think this will drastically improve the performance either, but I stopped drawing all those shield bars. Yeah, even the frame rate, even when zoomed in, is pretty lousy. And I have this line of code here that'll say perform visibility test. So we're rendering a total of what right now on the screen? There's about, what would you say, 9 tiles fully visible. So that's probably a total of, let's say, like 15 tiles rendering, because I draw some of the ones around it. And then there's 2, 4, 6, 7 bots. 7 times 3 is 21 bot parts. There's no shaders, and then there's a socket image. So it's something like 37 sprites that I'm rendering, and then 2 text effects, and a bunch of DOM elements. Removing one rendering thing after another isn't a good way to start. MicroGem, is that actually a question, or are you just stating that? And hey, 11 kazoos. Because what I'm trying to do right now is just see, is there some like obvious thing that's being stopped on iPad? For example, what if text effects were just really slow in the new version of Pixie? So I wanted to cut as many of those out as I could. Did you cull any? Do you cull anything? Yes, I do. There's not as much to cull as in a 3D game where you just couldn't see behind a wall or something like that. But in general, yeah, in the camera, I have this perform visibility test. So something's not on the screen, it just won't even get rendered. So it'll just turn into a CPU quick math operation instead of a GPU operation. We could try cutting out some of the DOM. So I could just turn this off. We could just say if true or that, render null. And then render defense buttons, we could just say return null no matter what. Render, actually that's pretty much it, right? Okay, let's try that. Let's just refresh the page. Just want to see if I can cut out any number of things to get this to render better. Why do you think it's the rendering that's causing low frames per second? Why don't you think it's the logic? Because as of Wednesday, I was on version 3 of Pixie, and then I upgraded and the frames per second dropped. So I didn't change any of my code, well, other than to make it Pixie 4 compliant. Like, I took a bunch of numbers here. I don't know where they are anymore, because I might have... Here, yeah, here it was. So Pixie V3, frame rate was 25 while a bunch of bots were on the screen, and now it's 2 when there are 3 bots on the screen. Okay, so I got rid of a bunch of DOM elements, and if we have no bots on the screen, so if I zoom in to somewhere all the way, oh my god, I can't even drag this. I think this made the frame rate worse actually, because now more bots can render on the screen. So yeah, with nothing drawing, so this is only tiles drawing, the frame rate hits 22. Have you tried rendering the arena without bots? Still low FPS? Yeah, I think it's really just the tiles are going to do it. So if I cut out all render entity calls, so if I just say, actually, let's just cut out everything other than tiles. So there, we're just going to render tiles. Why don't you just generate static boot images instead of compositing them every time? I could do that. And I think I probably will have to do that so that I don't download a bunch of sprite sheets. Originally, it was just a, hey, here's a cool idea we had. And as I added more sprite sheets, it turned into, hey, here's an idea that'll lag the system. So we just said randomly generated bot. So what we might do is, yeah, composite 6 or 7 randomly generated bots and then show one of those. All right, so let's take a look at this now. So yeah, even just rendering tiles, frame rate dropped to 3. That's unfortunate. And yeah, if I try dragging my finger around, I mean, you can see how slow this is. It's actually trying to move bots. They're still there. Maybe you can, with this function, enable one at a time. Maybe you have a better idea what's causing the issue. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that along with some other changes. So these changes that I made here, force native equals true and sprite max textures equals 1, these didn't really seem to have an impact. So we can get rid of these for now. Then I can refresh this again. This will log into the Atom 2 account, which won't have so many bots. Anyway, it's going to take forever to load. Is rendering an empty screen lagging on iPad? I could try that too. We can go get rid of this. Render tiles will just be gone. What does that say? Oh, you lost 10 bot coin. Oh, right, because I'm logging in as a different account. Alright. So yeah, frame rate's still 2. Dragging the arena around should work though. So there are a couple of other things we can try. One is not rendering anything, which is what MechaGem just suggested. So let's do that. We'll just refresh this and then it'll not render anything. And then if the frame rate isn't 60, then that means there's a huge problem. It would definitely mean that it's just text effects that's causing it. But I have a feeling it's more than that. Okay, yeah, frame rate is 60. Oops, sorry. Also, check it out. You can finally, if you look right there. Whoa, what? You guys see this? That's a reflection of my lamp, but if I actually press the iPad screen, because I think the way that the Gorilla Glass works on a lot of devices, there are 4 or 5 thin sheets of it. So when I press this, it's actually refracting light differently. And it's super weird. Neat, though. Anyway, 60 frames per second. Anything you're using get deprecated in the new version? Yeah, a couple of things, but I think the way that they handle deprecation is such that the things still work. They haven't totally removed them. And granted, it's really just font effects that are deprecated. So I am getting 60 frames per second on at least an empty thing. By the way, if you guys want to ever see that in action, of oh, you can see the flashbang in the iPad. You can always take your phone and have a light shine on it and point it at the wall and see kind of the shadows of your screen. You should see multiple, I'm pretty sure. Go into tile render function and see what's taking forever. No, so it's if I go into this, it's not like rendering a tile is some complex thing. I just pass this off to Pixie. I say, hey, take my sprite and render it. And that's it. And I'm only rendering the ones that are on screen to begin with. So there's nothing complex about this. It's how Pixie's handling things, and Pixie is actually pretty complex in itself. So figuring out the performance issues here, I think is going to be very tough. Now, I did change... What is this? Yeah, a lot of people are seeing the same sort of thing. How are you determining FPS? What's the iPad model? I'm not actually sure what this one is. I'm not sure how to find out either. It's probably in settings somewhere, right? Let's look this up. I mean, it's definitely an iPad, I think. I don't think this is an iPad Air. Could be, though. Model, here it is. Model doesn't tell me anything. I don't know. Settings, general, model. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So it says MD788LL. I don't see anything about MD. Oh, here we go. Yeah, whatever. Does it say on the back? There's a case on this, though. I don't want to remove the iPad completely just to figure out what the model number is. I'm probably going to end up ripping the case in the process. One idea, maybe you can use something like this to get basic remote console support. Try to find out what's taking so much time. What is this? Open source, extensible, platform agnostic tool for remotely debugging and testing your JavaScript. So I guess this acts as a proxy. This wouldn't make any sense though, right? How would they test WebGL calls? Unless they're instrumenting your code. Any speed. I guess part of this is I could just say I don't care about any of these things. I could test this on my phone. My phone, I at least know what my phone is. It's a Samsung Galaxy S5. The fingerprint reader is horrible. Okay. Let's try this out. So 192.168.112.3000. So I'll put this on my desk and I'll show you guys the camera for this. Still not the Pixel. No, it's still on back order. Why don't I just look behind it? I didn't want to remove the case from it. I mean, I could do that. I don't think it's that big a deal, right? I know this is an old-ish iPad. It's Android. You can get DevTools for that. Yeah. A lot of the Pixie improvements, though, were for iOS. Also, why is this? Oh, man. I kind of want to watch this demo, but I never watch videos on stream. Let's just watch it without audio. DOM Explorer. Huh. Wonder how they did this. I wonder. The only thing I can think of is that they instrument whatever JavaScript code you have. But it had to be some like crazy amount of instrumentation to not affect the performance just in their instrumentation, and still give you debugging controls. Huh. Hey Reality, case makes the iPad render slowly. Oh, let's just watch this video with the webcam. I'm sorry, I never actually end up streaming like this with my keyboard camera gigantic. I gotta get used to this for device testing. Like I said, I just feel like I'm out of it today. Also, this has still not done anything as far as rendering a website goes. Let's take a look at the console and see if it's even trying to serve this up. Yeah, all it shows is the iPad trying to load it, not my phone for some reason. Is my phone on Wi-Fi or no? So it's not on Wi-Fi. You know, this was a really good feature on Windows Phone. When you turned Wi-Fi off, it would ask you, do you want to turn it back on automatically in an hour or 4 hours or something? I liked that. Okay, so now it's loading. On Android, I find myself I'm not on Wi-Fi half the time. Maybe finding the biggest issue on Android will fix the iOS too. Could be a no longer supported practice or something. Yeah. Alright, so this should load at some point. It's a holiday, could have the day off. Not a holiday for me. Gotta keep chugging with Botland. Huh. Still isn't fully loading. I mean, okay, so it's clearly, you guys can see on my computer screen here, it's getting the bundle. That's like the biggest piece of code it's got to get. It's got to download a bunch of spreadsheets. I just don't know why it takes so long over Wi-Fi. Like transfer speed should be pretty much instantaneous. Then it's got to interpret the JavaScript here, probably run some V8 optimizations or something, and download some spreadsheets. So I guess this step just takes a very long time. Alright, well, let's come back to that. Alright, get the test shader to work. I don't even know if that matters. So look into how to get performance back to a reasonable rate on iPad. It's at about 2 FPS when just rendering tiles, but it's at 60 FPS without rendering anything. Well, it should make sense that it's at 60 FPS. If you need a link at some point, remote debugging. Okay, we might get to the point where we're doing this today. I'll write this down though. Thank you, Hideo. And then there was what, that other thing? Vorlon. Okay, so now this is finally showing 60 frames per second here. Let's turn tiles back on. So in this render code, I'll set it back to render tiles. So right now it's just a black screen that says 60 frames per second, which is not very helpful, right? So let's do this. Could be a routing issue on Wi-Fi. Pull out the internet connection. Not now. Try it again. If it's fast, then it's a routing issue. Well, thanks, Richie. I'm not sure. So I had just gotten this router, I think like 3 months ago or something. And I don't have this problem on my other devices. I think it's, I don't know, I think it's this phone. But yeah, maybe I will try that later. And hey, Blueberry King. Happy 2 to the 8 Botland Day. Yeah. God, this loads so slowly. I think it is processing bundle.js. It's taking it so long. So this should auto connect. It should. You guys can't even see what's going on probably. I think I need to change the brightness on the phone. But yeah, it's on the login screen. Let me just hit the connect button. Alright, there we go. Alright, so now we see an edit button, and hey, frame rate is 60 on Android. And when we zoom out to show the whole arena, it's 35. So I don't know if this is just an iOS problem or not. Showing tiles from the whole arena renders at 36 FPS. Yeah, so and if I zoom in, the frame rate drops a bit. Or sorry, it increases a bit. It's at 60 now. And as I zoom out, so panning actually feels pretty normal here. You probably can't see this entirely. But panning is pretty smooth. Zooming in and out works. When I zoom out all the way, the frame rate's at like 36. It's not bad. So let's add bots on top of this and find out what'll happen. Oops. So we'll just put all these render entity calls back in. What will not show up are life bars and the bot names. So there won't be that text and there won't be those set of rectangles that I'm rendering. Honestly, it shouldn't be a huge difference, but I'll kick this off again. You guys probably won't see it for another like 20 seconds or something. If that was a routing issue, wouldn't this never work? Well, if routing was slow, I think that's different from it not working at all. And hi, Index 0. Considering getting that keyboard just for coding, because if I code all day, my wrist starts to hurt. Yeah, if you do end up getting it, let me know if it helps you. So far, from what I've heard of other people who have any sort of repetitive stress injury problems, when they get an ergonomic keyboard, it helps them, even if it doesn't cure their problem. it doesn't exacerbate it. Couldn't find anything to help you, Adam, but just in case you ever need to troubleshoot something on iOS. What is this? Get details on providing logs, reproducible test cases, and other information. Oh, interesting. So they have anything for WebGL? Or just graphics in general? Because Safari is probably in here, right? No, it's not. What? iCloud, Mail, Maps, Messages, Music. Huh. Couldn't even get iOS working with only the Arena, if I remember correctly. Yeah, with the tiles, it was rendering at like 2 frames per second. With nothing rendering, it was at 60, which is what I'd expect. If we didn't hit 60 for that, that'd mean there's a huge problem. Okay, so now we're going to render everything. So let's hit Edit Defense and find out what happens here. I don't know if this is just taking a long time or what. Oh my god. Alright. I don't know if I broke something. I'm pretty sure that's all for native apps, and you need an iOS developer account to even get the profile to add your device. But aren't these just instructions on how to get logged? Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, let's try attacking then, maybe? No, it looks like, whoa, what? Unknown error. Tried setting up the Arena before PC was ready. Oh boy. Alright. I don't know. I'm going to try rendering entities again and seeing what the FPS is on Pixie V4. Okay, well this will probably take some time for this to work again. So on iOS, I mean I am testing this on an old iPad. When did iPad Air come out? What? 2013. God, that's not that old. So that means if I don't have an iPad Air, that it was before 2013. But I don't know how to check. Alright, I should just take this thing out of its case then. My wife's going to kill me if I ruin this case. Is there any easy way to do this without just destroying this? No, I think you just wedge it in here. Oh god. I don't want to do this. No, I don't see any way to like remove this easily. Alright, whatever. For science, right? No, not for science. I'm just gonna rip this thing. No, alright, I can't do it. Whatever, I tried. Let's go back to this. So, yeah, this has the CPU rendering and some bots here too. And I zoom all the way out, and frames per second is at like 33. So let's render the DOM now. So we'll go to in-game, and we'll turn this off, and render blueprint selector. We'll turn this off. And any other changes that I might have made here, yeah, just render defense buttons. We can just get rid of that. Actually, it doesn't matter whether we keep it in or not. So now when we go into the game, we'll have the DOM there again. Yep. And we have the test button here, and pressing the test button does work correctly. Oh, that reflect shield. We're just not showing life bars and everything. Well, let's try again. I'll load this up on Android again. I wonder how you are supposed to take this thing out of its case. Because this looks like it's stitched, so it's just two solid pieces. Yeah. So you have to pop it out of the front. But I don't know how you do that without ruining this. Yeah. So I have a couple of ways moving forward here. Let me just kind of talk about this instead of writing it down. One would be, don't worry about these iPad versions that I'm testing on and only try to support newer devices. I think that'd be frustrating because I don't think there's anything about Botland that makes it a visually intense game. And yet, I think this is probably just an issue with WebGL on the iPad 2. I don't know what I would do about that. Is there a way I can lower the screen brightness or something such that you guys could actually see what's going on here? No, it's still pretty much bright white. Alright, well, once this is done loading, we can at least look at the frame rate. If the frame rate is okay on Android, that might just be fine for now. I don't know how much we should worry about this. Oh yeah, this is going to be an issue. Is that there's no way to really see everything anyway. Alright, so it says frame rate 60. Let's zoom out all the way. Frame rate goes to 33. Oh, this is rendering bots. So now let's hit the test button and zoom out. Okay, so it's at about like 20. That's still not bad. Because when you're zoomed into a reasonable point. What's going on with these bots? Why are they moving stupidly? What is going on? Where do those bots go? God, no, everything just totally broke, I think. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, that part all looks fine. Then these bots are just stuck back here for some reason, and they're not even moving. That's gotta be a bug. Am I using auto detect renderer? No, I'm intentionally only ever using WebGL. So there's no way it's falling back to canvas. Hey, Donches. Pretty sure they changed something in V4. Wonder if they have an upgrade guide. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to look at this myself for a second here. Yeah, it looks like bots aren't moving correctly. They just get stuck. And, oh man, this is so messed up. Unless this is how it works on PC too, and that means that I actually have a code bug here. When I hit test, what happens? Do these gray bots just get stuck doing nothing? No. You get stuck on an Android phone. And I think that's just a rendering issue. That makes very little sense. Reason for not ever wanting to use Canvas? Yeah, the shaders that I'm using to colorize bots don't work on Canvas. I'm actually making use of some, well, WebGL shaders for this. So for example, the way I color bots is using all of this. I actually have a Canvas way of doing it, but I didn't want to have to support multiple methods for rendering everything. So one of the other things that I'm going to, one of the reasons I was even looking into this to begin with is because I got this PDF about weapon effects and how we want to process these. And I think doing these as shaders is the best idea so that I can achieve the effects I want. So for example, doing something like this effect in Canvas would be really, really tough. But this is a pretty good candidate for a fragment shader. But then I need to use WebGL. However, if the performance is really bad using shaders to begin with, then I guess I can't use WebGL. So I need to find a better way to do this. Had this issue in V3, need to move the camera. Yeah, weird. I wonder... Man, there are a lot of problems. Oh, man. Is there any way I can get around this? No. That's what I get when I visit play.bot.land. Not sure whether you're aware of this. Oh, yeah. So on a phone or something, definitely. I just haven't laid all this out correctly yet. Because, yeah, I'm seeing this on my Android phone, too. I would need to just change some CSS on the page. This shouldn't be a very tough fix. Because, yeah, I think when you just have the page be too small, that's what happens. Yeah, eventually I'll fix this. Try zooming and moving camera around on desktop, see if you can repro the problem with non-moving bots. I think it might be a frame rate issue. I think I need to purposely tank the frame rate on my computer to get that to happen here too. And then Hideo said if you move the camera around, it fixes it. That to me sounds like there's something broken with Pixie on iPad, on mobile devices. Yeah, having a repro on computer would be nice, but this is just another bug. So on my Android device, I tested my defense as Adam2, and some of the computer's gray bots just stopped updating their rendering coordinates. Theo said he sees this on V3 on play.bot.land on his iPad. Why don't you downgrade? So I'd upgraded to see if I could get better. One of the big things they changed in version 4 is, where can I show you guys this? Is their rendering performance. Where do they have their version log? Oh my god, right, in releases. So yeah, one of the major things they changed was iOS rendering performance, and I thought, hey, that sounds super important for me to have. Next. Version 4. Oh, interesting. They fixed their anti-aliasing filter also. Actually, let's try that out. That's one of the things that has been really frustrating about Botland on the computer right now, is that when you zoom out, everything looks horrible because it's not anti-alias. V4 is supposed to improve bad performance of V3, not working at the moment, but looks like more like an issue, so if you can get past that, performance should be better than V3. Yeah, and then that's the goal. Part of the issue is that upgrading wasn't the easiest, but it's one of those things that in hindsight it's easy. So I think it's changing like 3 lines of code, but figuring out those 3 lines of code took me forever. All right, one of the things we should try, just because we can right now, is the anti-aliasing on desktop. They've got in their docs somewhere, FXAA. This should be something that's applied in the renderer itself. Let me take a look. Where's WebGL renderer? Here it is. I believe it's an argument to the constructor, and you apparently can't see the constructor arguments here. This is for the manager. Oh god, I want a WebGL renderer. Here it is. Alright, options. Force FXAA is false. There's anti-alias. If not available natively, then FXAA is used. Yeah, so we can just set this when we make the new renderer, because it should be width, height, and then options. Yeah, so we can set this to true and see whether this looks any better. So let's set the zoom to, let's see, 1, 2, 3. So zoom all the way out and press it 3 times. So let's take a picture of that. And then let's refresh the page and see if it looks any better. Why? Wait a second. How did I log in as Adam? Apparently need to do this. Wait for it. There we go. Okay. Does this look any better than what we were just seeing? Let's zoom out to the same level for both of these. Is this even the same zoom level? No, one is zoomed out farther. Hang on a second. There, 3. That's the same zoom level now. So this was our original picture. Here's our new picture. Alright, I screwed something up. This can't be right. Oh, this is zoomed into 86%. That's why it was a GIMP thing. Alright, is there any discernible difference between the left side of the screen and the... Oh, you can't split these into tabs, can you? Can I? How do you do this? I can't, like, show this in its own window? Well, that's too bad. I guess let's just use Paint for this. Just put them side by side. Is there any big difference between this blob on the left versus the one on the right? No. I don't think I see any differences in how the bots are rendered. The other thing I could do here is, back in this, I could say force fxaa to true. And that would use this. I don't know what the X stands for, but it's something like fast anti-aliasing. Approximate. Why didn't they just call it FAAA? Sometimes. What version are you currently running of Pixie? Well, thanks to the hello message, this should be dead simple to get you. 4.3.2. Have they gone up in version to something else? They're on 4.3.2. Okay. Well. Did this change the anti-aliasing at all? Do I even care at this point? Also, how did names just not render anymore? Alright, is there any difference between the bots on the left side and the bots on the right side? Still no, I think. Is anti-alias true by default or false by default? They're both false. Huh. Could you do a quick try with 4.2.3? Yeah, sure. Let me try one more thing, actually, really quickly here. So one of the other issues that I was running into, we can get rid of these options. This was me just testing something that would hopefully make the game look better. Doesn't look like we'll be able to do that. But one of the other problems that we were running into is every once in a while you'd see lines like this around here. And I wonder if I set these options to round pixels true, if that would help solve this. Daniel, you should just go to bed. I'm not going to try to keep you here. I don't want someone being tired all day the next day because they're watching my stream. Huh. It does look like that fixed everything. Although, to be absolutely sure, we should probably just get rid of all of this extra stuff. Are there other games that use the Hearthstone star rank system? There's probably something that was inspired by that now, but I don't know for sure. Oh, I think that does fix those issues. Yeah, I don't see any tearing any longer. Although I don't know if tearing is really the right word. Mostly just a tiny 1 pixel line that was left over. But yeah, it looks like it's just gone. And if I turn this option off, then... Actually, you know what I think is incredibly strange about this is that I should be doing these calculations. I guess I'm not. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys can see this. It's actually relatively subtle. There's a 1 pixel vertical line right here. There's a 1 pixel vertical line here, here, here. They're on a lot of tiles. They're not super obvious. But if I set round pixels to true, I think it fixes that. It's actually really hard to tell. I think they're gone though. Okay, anyway, something to consider. We'll just write that down. And then I'll try out an old version of this. So consider using round pixels true to get rid of the gap problem that I'm seeing between arena tiles. Alright, so let's go downgrade versions of Pixie and see if this does anything different on my phone. So npm install save pixie.js at 4.2.3. I think they're only gone at a certain close zoom level. You think they're still there, zoomed out? Part of what's difficult about seeing this is that zoomed out, there are intentionally vertical lines that look like those blank pixels. Oh wait, I can't do this unless I'm actually running this. Hang on a second. I'll just write down, this may not actually fix the problem at certain zoom levels. So I'll have to take a closer look. Okay, so we have 4.2.3. We have downgraded Pixie, but only minor version. So frame rate's going to be fine for my computer, of course. One of the things I wanted to see is, are those lines still there? They look like they're gone. I think setting round pixels is all I needed to do. Because I definitely don't see them anymore. We could also check other tile sets so that instead of just using computer, we could test something like jungle and see what that looks like. Yeah, let's try it. Oh, no resource loader, what? What? No. Yeah, I think those lines are gone. That's a smudge on my monitor, right? Yes, it is. There's not even a smudge. It's like gritty. Okay. Yeah, I don't see them. But I think if I turn round pixels off, I will start to see them. We can try that. Yeah, you can see some vertical lines over here. So I think this does fix it. But Mr. Rios, thanks for pointing it out. Because, yeah, I might not have noticed it. Yeah, I think they're fine. Okay, so we need to test out a couple of things. Let's go back to the arena. Let's get all these other things rendering. And let's see what this looks like on an Android phone. And we'll test on an iPad, I guess. Excuse me. Current prod has black horizontal and white vertical lines. Yeah, that's the gap issue that I was talking about, that I think round pixels fixes, and I just didn't know about that option. Maybe it wasn't an option until just now. Alright, so let's render everything. Not excused. Alright, so here are all the bots. Now there are of course some issues. When bots are facing left, they don't render on the screen correctly. Oh god, it's really hard to drag here. Yeah. Okay, so let's log in as Adam2. So that this thing won't be filled to the brim with a bunch of these bots. Alright, good. Now I'm going to try loading this on my phone. And then I'll show you guys. So I'll just put that on my desk for now. I don't even know what this said. Account server can't be connected. Who cares? Hideo suggested downgrading from 432 to 423. So let's try again. So yeah, it's going to take some time to just load. I might as well try it on the iPad as well. Pipeline this stuff. Okay. So we'll refresh both of these. And I'll show you what we've got here. Hey, look. It's me in the iPad. Gotta love reflections. Alright, so this is showing a black screen right now. It's because it hasn't refreshed the page. And now they've both refreshed. So now after they load in the login images, they should log in. And then they'll automatically edit the defense. It's going to take some time. There, the iPad's going, at least. The Android phone's going to take a lot longer. Hey, Sick. How you doing? Okay, so no, even on this old version, iPad performance is still garbage. What is this mobile/tablet wizardry? It's just poor performance. That's what we're seeing here. Okay, so yeah, on Android actually, looks like performance isn't too bad. I really think I'm probably just not even going to worry about this. I'll just figure this out later. And for now, we'll just worry about this for the computer. Right, because like, what am I going to do about this? Something as basic as just rendering some sprites. Because that's really all that's going on right now. There's no shaders in this scene that you see. There are some sprites, there are some DOM elements, and that's about it. It's too bad. And yet the performance of that on version 3 was way better. What do I want to try as long as we're here? Let's try that filter that we had. Let's put this back on and see what this does to the frame rate of Android, which is the only reasonable device in this picture. Okay. So let's make sure this is actually working. So we hit the test button. Sorry. What am I doing? So this has that blinking shader that was just used as a test. I don't think the shader performance itself is going to get out of control here. When I test on the phone, the frame rate drops to actually 30 when totally zoomed out, so not too terribly bad. Okay, cool. Let's write that down. So 4.2.3 Pixie on Samsung Galaxy S5 on Chrome, zoomed out while testing the defense. FPS is about 30-ish. Oh yeah, no shaders. No blinky shader. Okay, so now let's just refresh the page and we'll try it with the blinky shader and we'll see what's going on. Will it work on the Switch though? Asking the real questions. And then I think that if the frame rate is at least 24 in those conditions with the shader, that will just put off performance testing for a while. Well, actually, not exactly this. I prescribed something I don't mean here. What I mean to say is, we'll still look into this a little bit, but if we don't come to a conclusion by the end of today, I think I'll just say too bad and we'll just use shaders for these things. There's got to be a better way to do this. There has to be. Yeah, we should spend some time today and look at this. So what I'm waiting for right now is for this phone to, again, have logged in and show the correct screen here. So I can't even see this unless I like put it right up to the camera. So it's just waiting to produce the login image right now. There it goes. And then it's going to log in after 500 milliseconds. Hey, cool. Not too bad. So let's zoom out. We have the blinky shaders going on. So performance is about 20 8 frames per second. Let's write that down. So frame rate with shaders and not testing defense is about 28. So now when we run the shader on an extra like 15 bots, now the frame rate's probably gonna tank. Yeah, it did. It's at about 20. Actually, it's not that bad. Well, let's say 25. So this isn't too terrible. And honestly, if you zoom in, which is what you'll probably be doing on your phone anyway, it goes to 60. So I think this is fine. I still don't understand why it's so bad on iOS though. Because that's one of the main things that Pixie 4 was supposed to do. You know what I should do? I should test out, let's do this. They have an example for, I gotta stop doing that, sorry guys. They have an example for their bunny mark test. Where is it? Display demos. Where is it? They had... No, come on. I don't know where it is. Okay, Pixie.js bunny mark. Which browsers are running on for iOS? Safari, or were you running the same browsers? I tried in Safari and Chrome. It was pretty bad in both of them. I think the frame rate difference was negligible. Oh, it's its own... What? Okay. Wow. They actually did a pretty good job with this. They did a really good job with this. So let's try version 4.3.0. Hang on just a second. Alright. I don't know why my wife is going to work on her day off, but she is. Alright, this is too much. We can't run this with 100,000 bunnies apparently. So, because even on my computer that lags it. So let's try with 10,000. Okay, so 10,000 is totally fine. And I guess we're still at 60 frames per second at 20,000, 30,000. No, now it's dropping. Okay, well, let's go with 10,000 on an iPad. Yeah, the encoder is going to screw up. Okay, so what's the URL for that? GitHub.com/PixieJS. Okay. GitHub.com/PixieJS/ So this was written by the creators of Pixie.js to be a benchmark for just spamming a whole bunch of graphics on the page. So let's show this on screen. So we were just running it with 10,000. So let's do that same thing over here. 10,000 version 4.3.2. So let's take a look. Oh yeah, frame rate's pretty bad. What is it? 16. So wife's iPad 10K bunnies on V 4.3.2 is, I'd say, actually 17 frames per second. Getting sleepy? Hi, Sean. Alright, let's do 10,000 on 4.2.3 just to see if there's any noticeable difference. Does that say 10,000 or 100,000? It's too hard to read that upside down. 10,000. Okay, 4.2.3. Interesting. Maybe that was set to 100,000. Just turn this around and read the screen. Yeah, it's 100,000. Okay. We will delete one of those zeros. It'd be nice if there was an easy way to test all of these different sorts of things. All right, does the frame rate increase at all? It's at 19, 18, 18, 19. Okay, but it's not too bad. I'll say 19 for this. And then let's try version 3 just to see if there was any significant improvement here. Because this is their most basic functionality. Why can't I? There we go. Okay, so where's version 3? Version 3.0.11. FPS is at 10. Probably, well, let's just say 10. Doesn't really matter. Just went through all the 10 plus pages of issues related to iOS on the Pixie GitHub. Couldn't get anything even close to what you have, or even someone having less than 10 FPS on iOS. Yeah, if you click it adds more bunnies, but I just want to get a baseline here. Yeah, so then maybe it's just that I'm using super old iPads. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I just won't support old devices. Alright. So at some point I got to figure out what I do want to support here. Which devices, what frame rate I expect to get. Let's go get the URL for that. Here it is. With 2 years old iPad on the prod version, I get around 25 frames per second. Oh yeah, let me try that on here. Although, how are you measuring frames per second? What company creates Botland? It's Xtonomous. How are you measuring? Okay, let me log in on the real version of Botland online. And then we'll see what the frame rate is. Now, we won't have an exact measure of frame rate. Did I just turn on my camera or no? Yeah, I did. Okay. So we won't have an exact measure of frame rate here. Let's go to Edit Defense. Let's just kind of pan around the arena. See what happens. DevTools. Oh, man. Okay. This is that stupid Pixie issue, isn't it? No, it's not. Oh, yeah. Frame rate is actually pretty smooth here. I don't even know what the frame rate is, but it can't be 2 if I'm moving this quickly. And did dragging work? No, dragging still didn't work. Okay, wait, what? That time it did. How did I do that? No, dragging just seems busted. So let's click test, go to test the defense, and then zoom out. Yeah, look, that weird thing is happening again where some bots are just like stuck over here, but they're not. What? I don't understand what's going on there. It looks like it might actually be a game issue, but... Oh, wait a second. Yeah, that might be a game issue. This may actually be a game issue. I don't think the bots are getting updated correctly. You know what it is? I think I know what it is. I bet they're hitting the code execution timeout when testing locally. Yeah, I bet that's what's happening. It's similar for FPS even with 2 years older iPad, so you can use an old Then you, so old iPad can explain the issue. You mean can't explain the issue? Yeah, okay, you do mean can't. Alright. Yeah, so version 3. So on play.bot.land right now, I get at least reasonable FPS, despite that I can't measure it. Thanks to Pixie V3. So yeah, I don't think this is worth worrying about too much. The problem is I plan on releasing alpha this month. I plan on releasing beta in like 3 months. I don't think 3 months is a very long time for Pixie to fix a bunch of these issues. So I wonder if I should start posting on the forums and get these issues solved sooner rather than later. Problem is I'm going to need some repro that they can run. I'll have to start thinking about this. But yeah, I'll write this down for right now. Consider posting on the Pixie forums about the issues I'm facing. Probably need to include a repro. Maybe we could spend a day doing that on stream sometime. I don't know when. But yeah, you guys can see the performance of this is not that bad. Did I even press the test button? It's so hard to press buttons upside down. Or it's just when your iPad is bad. What's going on? There we go. Okay, so you can see these bots are moving, definitely not at 2 frames per second. It's not like silky smooth or anything. This isn't so bad. You can see projectiles moving across the screen. So yeah, and this was using version 3. Unfortunately, I couldn't test shader performance on version 3 here. Could I easily? I don't know. Alright, what do I do? Maybe we should just dive into Pixie.js a little bit more. Try to figure out what we're supposed to be doing. I think the best thing to do now is to look through their examples to see if they're doing something drastically different from what I'm doing for rendering. Because what we do know is that in the newest version, which by the way I should upgrade to that newest version again, I feel. Let's do that. So we'll go back to 4.3.2, be on the bleeding edge of things where apparently the frame rate had dropped by 2 frames per second for this stuff. But still, that's rendering 10,000 sprites. You shouldn't really have that issue. I want to look at how they do things there. Your deployment tools developed enough to get multiple versions of Botland running in parallel? One idea could be get the v4 in a separate folder and I or someone else could get DevTools in there. Multiple versions of the client, it's easy enough to do that, yeah. I could just upload what I have now. But then everyone who goes to Botland is going to get v4. Maybe. Maybe I'll write this down as an idea at least. Going back to this, I want to take a look at how they do their source code over here. So bunny.js. So they make this a sprite. Yeah. So they just make this a sprite and they give it what texture? They pass in a texture. Okay, that makes sense. So it's basically just a sprite. Then in BunnyMark, they make a bunch of these. DOM elements, don't care about that stuff. Max count, amount, renderer, stage, stats. Texture. They'll use a bunch of different textures. Where do the textures come from? Where do they come from? Images, here we go. So there's a bunch of these. Rabbit v3, Rabbit 3 Neo. Okay. So I guess their point here is that they can even use different textures, and thanks to sprite batching, this probably just works totally fine. Add fewer bunnies for the canvas render. Amount equals 5. not not so much benchmark anymore. Hey, Wasp. Texture dot from image. Anything else that they're doing here? Where do they create the renderer? I want to look at that. Auto detect. And before they set that up, do they do anything? Maybe. We'll have to look at that some more. So background color, and they pass in a view DOM element. Alright, reasonable enough. They make a stage, which is just a container to put everything inside of. I wonder if I should do something like that. And that's it. Start update, add bunnies we don't care about, start adding, stop adding, don't care about that. So it's just request animation frame, which calls into update. And they call the render function on stage each time. So I'm calling render on individual sprites. I wonder, that's something I should at least investigate. Investigate whether there'd be a major performance difference when calling render on individual sprites or calling them on a single container that includes all of them. Granted, when I'm rendering these tiles, I'm rendering only the ones that are in view. And let's just take a look at their code now. So let's go get the newest version of Pixie. So Lepco Pixie 4. We'll get cloned their whole repo. And then we'll take a look at the code for container and see how they render things. So where's the clone URL? Here it is. No, but this is the wrong. No, this is wrong. This one. Pixie.js. Yeah. So we want to clone this, which might have been the same URL for all I know. But either way, let's get it. Who writes these messages? That's me writing those messages. I write them in the third person because I feel like it makes more sense for you guys to read them that way. Hey, law beginner. I feel slow today. I woke up at like 2 in the morning, had some nightmare, and went back to sleep, and then I woke up. Actually, I don't know what time it was, but anyway, I didn't sleep well, and whenever that happens, it usually leads to a slower stream than normal. So that's what I feel like is going on today. So let's look at where container is, container.js. There it is. And also, you know what? Let me turn my keyboard camera back on, but just not so large. Oh, I got rid of where my keyboard camera was supposed to stop. Let's just set it to that. Okay, so let's go into core display and then open up container.js. So when you call render on a container, it just calls into its display object parent render function, I bet. No, render doesn't even exist here. How is that possible? Event emitter. Oh, they changed their system. I think there's probably something called container renderer or something. I'm gonna have to look into that too. So there is no render function here. But if I search for, no, what? What's going on? Control R isn't working to find any, oh my god, it's my syntax highlighter. Pixie uses, okay, so I'm on Sublime Text 2, and the syntax highlighter for ES6 is broken on this, and they're not maintaining it anymore for ST2. So it just can't find any functions unless I put the curly brace on the same line as, alright, fine. So we need to search for render, and then maybe it exists. Oh, here it is, render WebGL. Well, isn't that nice? Okay, so all this is doing is iterating over all of the children and calling render on those too. So a containers render WebGL function. Oh, thanks for subbing, Sick. I just read the chat from earlier too. Yeah, well, Sick, welcome. Welcome, Viewbot. Forgot to resub after Christmas break. Also, it's really a welcome back. But we just can't do that because it only showed us 0 months there that you'd been subscribed for already. I think that's kind of a shame that Twitch does that. Like if you were subscribed to someone for an entire year and then you take a couple of months vacation and you go to subscribe again, why doesn't it show you that you've been subscribed for 13 months? I don't know why they do that. I guess, no, I do. It's to encourage you to not lose it by spending money every month. That way Twitch gets their money. All right, a containers render WebGL function just calls render WebGL on its children. So I don't think there should be any major difference between this. We could try to confirm it more by looking at Sprite's render function too. Sprite.js, render WebGL. Yeah, so this calls the Sprite renderer. So renderer plugins. Plugin name is going to be Sprite.render this. So the renderer itself, I don't know where these plugins come from. Probably in renderers somewhere. WebGL. I don't know at this point. No. Filters. Sprite mask. What is the Sprite mask filter? What is this? I'm surprised they didn't put more of a, like, I'm going to have to look through their shaders to figure out what they're doing here. Reaction matrix A for text. Mask chord. And then what do they do with this? Huh. I'd like to see an example of this. How is Twitch doing anyway? Do they even make money? Well, Amazon bought them for $1 billion back in, what, 2014? And I imagine Amazon knows what they're doing. So they've got to be making money. Hey, G240. Okay, so, well, that was worth investigating. I don't think this is worse. So let's take a look at the rest of their code. Is there anything else that they're doing that could possibly change this? GitHub token. What is this doing? What is this used for? Huh, interesting. They have an access token that's baked right into their code. I wonder if this is intentionally public. None of this matters. This is just the thing that chooses versions. Yeah, this doesn't matter. And then index. Yeah. Okay, so there's nothing conclusive about how they're rendering things. About how they're rendering things different from how I'm rendering things, at least. They just extend a sprite and then call render on it. Seems easy enough, right? Yeah. And then in Bunny Mark, they call render on their stage. Stage calls in all of the children. Stage must add child bunny. Yep. Well, so that's how their Bunny Mark works. So the entire Bunny Mark works like this. A container is created to be the stage. All bunnies are added to this. Bunnies just extend sprite and use several different textures. There are no different defaults set on the renderer or before creating the renderer. Now, there are some defaults set on the renderer. So what I said isn't entirely true, but they're not meaningful defaults. Yeah, background color, like this doesn't have any impact. In setting the view, that doesn't matter. Man. I need to shave my face. Wow. All right. So since there's nothing there, but we know that just upgrading Pixie's version changed things. Is there anything else I'm doing with my rendering that could be causing this to lag? Well, even rendering tiles caused it to lag, so we could start by looking here, I suppose. This is all my code, though. The only Pixie code we have is in render. Excuse me. And yeah, that's about it. Maybe they changed how they do graphics. Like, if I cut out everything but render tiles, though, and I guess render colored square would get hit for some of this stuff. But unless this is grinding everything to a halt, it doesn't make any sense. And even here, all we do is we take some graphics, we call begin fill, draw rect, and then we render the graphics. Can't be that bad. Sick, it'll probably get done tonight or tomorrow. I think this looks bad. Man. So the only other thing I could think of is that maybe I'm rendering... No, you know what? No, there is something different that I'm doing here. I'm rendering from a sprite sheet. The sprite sheets are all power of 2 sprite sheets. I wonder if the size of them matters. These are all 2048 by 2048. Maybe if I bound smaller textures, that would help. The problem is that some of these graphics are larger than will fit in a single sprite sheet. But I'm only rendering... Oh man, how would I test this? I don't know. We could try to make tiles just... Okay, yeah, we could try that. Let's try this. So we have shield.png. What if we made all of the sprites look like shield.png? Maybe it has to do with the size of the sprite sheet. Hey, Alex. There's a quote that reminds me of, Daniel. Where was it? I don't know the numbers on any of the quotes. Actually, let's just highlight all these. I'll find this really fast off screen. Oh, wait a second. I think it was this. No, that's not it. Hang on a second. Yeah, that's the quote that I'm thinking of. Okay, so let's close that. And we can close out of these things too. So we could try rendering a different sprite. What if I tried rendering every tile as shield.png? That way it doesn't have to bind a large texture. So as far as tile sprites go, there's something like setup tile array. Did you make your own Twitch bot for your channel? I made one Twitch bot for my channel, so Botlad is written by me, but Botland bot is Phantom bot. So my bot was made mostly to be able to control my lights. Hey, there's ours. Hey, Adam has a big head. So create tile. We just make a new tile with whatever parameters are passed in. Then I guess tiles don't know what sprite they have. There's probably some set sprite or something like that. Set pixie sprite. Here it is. Where does this get called? Here they all are. So set up rare tiles, set up tiles. So tile sprite equals this. So we could just say tile sprite equals new pixie.sprite and then figure out how to use shield dot something. There it is. Okay, then we get rid of this. We just use the same sprite over and over. And that should be it, right? Yeah? That'll hopefully be it. Oh, set up rare tiles. Get rid of that. Yeah, cool. Okay. So, something broke here. Again. Let's just watch this. I remember when having only the arena was still having FPS issues on iPad. Have you tried without the arena, like only bots, for example? No, I haven't. So what I'm trying right now is getting tiles to just render because I think, or well, with proper FPS, because I think this should be the easiest possible thing to do. And I think the issue might be sprite sheet size, and if this will at least help me test that. So yeah, the arena now looks totally wacky. We got to get rid of every other kind of render that's happening. So let's go back to this. We'll get rid of all of this stuff and the socket tile that we try rendering. Socket tile sprite, get socket sprite, part of the tile set. Get socket sprite, get CPU sprite. Where is this? Here we go. So get socket sprite is going to change into this const sprite, and then get CPU sprite is the same way. Done. So everything should be a shield graphic. And that's it. Let's try it. Yeah, so those shouldn't even show up. I don't know why they are. Render everything. Yeah, it should just be render. Oh, I forgot to save this. Alright, let's close out of everything else here. Cool, and then we'll start this up. And we have just a bunch of shields. Great. So all the sprites that are rendering are the shield sprite. Let's load this up on iPad and see if the frame rate gets any better. If it does, it either means that we're binding too many different textures or that the texture size that we're using is bad. We can test out both of those things individually. So let's just load this up. 192.168. Great. Okay, well that's loading. I'm going to test some of this stuff out. So if this improves the FPS, then it means that we were either binding too many textures or textures that are too large. Well, I don't know if you can see that, but it says FPS colon, well, 3 right now. It actually went up 50% from 2. Incredible. The FPS is at 3 when showing only shield graphics. I wonder. Maybe it has to do with how many sprite sheets we're loading in. I mean, I can just test random things at this point. I want to figure out what's going wrong here. So we load in all the sprite sheets from this. What if we just didn't do any of them? Return false. Done. So now we're going to load in very few sprite sheets. So in fact, the bots that render here should always be... Oh, that broke everything. Well, did it break it to the point where we can't play the game? Yes, it did. I think you should try rendering one tile very basically just for a sanity check. That's a good idea. First, let me cut this thing out. So, where do we have this? Let me show you my code. We have randomly generate login bot. Login bot. Here. So, store.dispatch nothing. Let's go to lobby reducer. Login bot image, null. Let's start this as just an empty string and then cut out all of the code for this. So that shouldn't break anything now, and it should cause the page to load faster because we don't have any sprites showing up. I have a feeling that still broke something. Can I read property texture of undefined and construct sprite sheets? That's unfortunate. Go through sprite sheet data. We shouldn't have sprite sheets. Can I just get rid of all of these things? I don't think this is going to work. Man, quit whatever it is that's going on here so this thing doesn't have it anymore. Construct sprite sheet. what does this even do? Yeah, let's just not call this function. Does it work? Still no. Now it's cache all spray IDs in the tile set. Cache all sprite IDs. I wonder how much code we can just cut out here. Does the screen load only the sprite or the screen on the screen or all of them? It only does the ones on the screen. Okay, fine, let's undo all of what I'm trying to do right now. And we'll just do what Hideo's suggestion was, which is to only render a single tile. So this should at least get to the point where we were just at. Let's try that. Yeah, good, where we just have a bunch of shields. So now let's get to the point where there's only one tile in the entire arena. How will we do this? Well, we could set the width and height smaller. Let's just set it to like 5 by 3. I mean, that's not one tile, but it's 15 instead of 247. It's actually more than 15 because we had this border around it all. We could probably just set that to 1 by 1. Let's try that. Yeah, okay, so here's 9 tiles. And even then, I feel like this is probably wrong because some of these look more opaque than other ones, which probably means that multiple things are showing up there. But I think that could be because this is actually a bot in disguise. Either way, this is way fewer sprites, so let's just try rendering this. I have a feeling this is going to improve the performance because when we zoomed in, it improved the performance, which means that as we render fewer things, it's getting faster. I'll wait for the iPad to load up again. Actually, I'll just show you guys it loading up. Okay, so when rendering about, what would you say? I mean, there are nine tiles showing up, but some of those are darker. So when rendering about probably 20 sprites, the FPS goes up to 19-ish. Yeah, and if I were to zoom in, then it goes up to 44. Zooming in makes it go up to 44. Wait a second. Why would zooming out further? Okay, this makes very little sense. Oh, we are actually rendering less when this happens. I managed to draw something on screen by cutting out all of your code and using basic example code. But at that point, I'm just running BunnyMark, right? And BunnyMark does work on this. What am I working on? I'm working on fixing some performance issues for rendering on iPad. Hey, Mr. Balrock. Wonder how many things are being rendered. Wonder how we'd even figure that out though. And why zooming out so far does this. What if there's some like weird MIP mapping problem or something? Does this happen even here? If I zoom out farther? I wonder if I just kept zooming out. I don't know what this would have to do with anything. Where's the minimum zoom? Here. What if we set this to something really, really tiny? Whoa, that tanks the FPS on this too. What? Why? What is zooming doing? Oh, that's weird. Also, you guys probably couldn't see that because I was... Anyway, the point is, as I zoomed out over here, this is still fine, 60 frames per second. I zoom out again, a couple more times at least, and now you can see it dropping from 60. Zoom out again, and it's at like 18. And it's rendering what appears to be 1 pixel right now. and I zoom out again and again, and then it gets to be 4. That is quite unusual. So let's try to figure out what's going on there. Apparently zooming tanks the performance even on my computer. Okay, Hideo, I think I see what you're saying. Let me set this back to how it used to be. Let's just close out of this for now. I think this is something worth investigating more. Is figuring out why would zooming do this? What impact does zoom even have? Let's take a look. Can I try to close out of some of these things too? Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of this stuff. Okay. So there's a bunch of zoom stuff in the camera, but this is only used for the sake of changing pan values. Where is it used outside of the camera? Yeah, because this stuff doesn't really matter. These are just multiplication. It doesn't matter if you multiply by a small number or a large number. It matters where you use the number. Yeah, so none of that stuff should matter. Oh, is this it? View width and view height. No, never mind. I misinterpreted that. No, I think that's fine. This right here. Object.width times equal this dot zoom. So we're setting the sizes of objects to really, really small sometimes. And is that it? I think that might be it. I think that's the only place we actually use zoom to do something. We could confirm it. Or it could be a DOM thing. All right, let's try this. So in camera, we just won't multiply by any of the zoom stuff. So we'll just render the object regardless of what zoom level is. So now we zoom out a lot. Huh, that still does tank the FPS. And yeah, it's not changing the sprites at all. This would mean that this is actually because of the DOM that's causing us to screw up. And yeah, I saw that too, 11 Kazoos. I imagine it's a bot. But it's still a funny idea. Huh. So we eventually get to the point where the frame rate drops. And yet nothing different is really happening here. So that means that it probably doesn't have to do with Pixie. It probably has to do with the DOM. And I am changing something based on this. You know what actually part of this might be? What if we just never did this? Hey, Pandio. Oh, it's still tanking it. What is doing this? Maybe it was both of these things, and I just thought it was only one. That'd be weird, though. I gotta figure out why zooming would tank the FPS so badly. Yeah, it's still happening. And what is the zoom right now, by the way? Debug main dot camera dot zoom 0.0078. Let's just start it at that. So now this should give us 5 FPS. What's going on? Yeah, it did give us 5 FPS. Okay, maybe we should set it a little bit higher so that it's not so laggy. Yeah, we'll set it to this. Okay, so then yeah, where's this happening? User profiler? Yeah, that's true. That would probably be way easier than what I'm about to do. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, now we wait. And thanks game's maxed. Sometimes I just ignore the obvious solutions here. So render is taking up almost all of the time. And if I zoom in, I mean, it's probably still render. So let's zoom in all the way. And now let's take a new profile. While this is working, I'm going to go grab a hoodie because I'm cold. I'll be right back. Okay, and over here, render is taking up 13% of the time. So let's see. Render FPS is actually taking some of that time too. But yeah, render tiles, fine. I think this part's okay. I guess we'll take a look at that first profile. Panda, he's evading a ban on another account. That's against the terms of service. I try to ban accounts when they do that. Could it be that you're rendering tiles or areas for tiles, even if there are none? It could be, I suppose. It shouldn't be, hopefully. Like, if I just cut out... Let me try something. So if I just cut out rendering tiles altogether, so basically nothing's rendering, and then I try running this, I wonder if that changes it at all. Okay, so cutting out rendering tiles. Okay, so it's definitely coming from render tiles. If I comment out render tiles, then there's no performance hit. So it has to be coming from there. Let's take a look at render tiles. And let's just put a breakpoint here. And find out what's going on. Hey, the code. Okay. So I believe no arena has been set up yet. Let's just close out of this for now. And now let's open it up again. Cool. So let's take a look. Camera view rect is set to an incredibly large boundary. Get tile coordinates from pix. What is this? -301, 462. So start x, start y. Sure. Width to draw, height to draw. So this is going to be how many of these we actually have to draw. 604 tiles and 925 tiles. So end x and end y. Did I never cap these? Oh god. Why did I do that? Should render preview entity. So then I guess part of it is we're just iterating over a very large area. Yeah. So we have 600 times 1100. Huh. Interesting. I wonder why I never did something about this. I put the condition here instead of fixing it up here. Why would I do that? Seems like bad coding to me. So we have start x. These are consts. Let's get rid of them as consts. And let's say start x equals math.max 0 start x. Start y is going to be the same way. Whoops. Oh my god. Control K, Control E. Huh, it's not finding that x for some reason. Why is that the case? Okay, there we go. And then same thing for end for all of these. Okay, so as the end though, this needs to be min of this dot width, and then this is going to be this dot height. So this should be good. So then we don't need to do this stuff. X is less than 0 or y is less than 0. X is greater than or equal to... Oh, whoops, this has to be -1, doesn't it? Well, we'll figure out very quickly if there's an off by 1 error. Alright, let's try this. Okay, so rendering tiles is now working. What is going on now? Huh. Strange. Yeah, what did I break here? I should probably just look at this again. So star x is 0, oh, and x is... Oh, whoops, yeah, that shouldn't have been -1. Okay, I said there would probably be an off by 1 error, and I was right. And then this is start x, start y. The +1. We'll need to take a look at that too. Okay, so we're rendering that one tile up there. I don't know why it's way up there. Probably because I cut this stuff out. Okay, so there's just one part that I have broken still. I need to figure out where that is. This is probably supposed to be -1. Render the edge tiles. Maybe this should just be +2. Let's just try that. I think this is a very silly way of testing things. Alright, yeah, that worked. Okay, cool. So now when we zoom out all the way, that does not impact performance any longer. Okay, cool. So that was a real bug. And I know this was suggested by a couple people. I'm going to give you a point, Mr. Balrog. I wasn't actually rendering tiles outside of that range, but I was checking that range. So what this boils down to is, check this out. So Python has a function called range, which I think has been changed on version 3. But if you see something like range 10, yeah, it has been changed on version 3. All right, let's run an old version of Python. Where Python. There, that one. All right, so what range used to do in Python is it would generate an array up to the range, the number that you pass into range. So if you say range 10, it gives you the numbers 0 to 9. Let's say I was using something like this to draw tiles, and I said like range 1,000. I'm actually generating an array of all of these numbers, even though I might not be using them all. That's pretty similar to what I was doing here. I was just iterating over a bunch of values that just didn't matter. Should have cut it out sooner. X-range has the old behavior. I thought it was the other way around. I thought X-range has the new behavior even on Python. Maybe they swapped them though. But yeah. Emotifama. All right, well, one of the things that we don't know right now is, was that the only problem? Because, well, let's just test this out. So clearly changing the shield graphic had no impact on anything. So let's get rid of all of that, I suppose. Can we just Control Z this a bunch of times? No, we can't. So let's just revert it. There. Okay, so now we should have more than just the shield graphics showing up. Yep. And then we go into computer level and we change this back to 19 by 13, I think. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So we can still zoom out super far. Probably shouldn't be able to do that. But yeah, let's take that out. Let's change these zoom values to back to whatever they used to be. What was this, 1 probably? Does that make that yellow dot go away? Yeah. And this minimum zoom, I think we just set it to an eighth. Yep, pretty good. Okay, let's try that. So by default, we're zoomed in. Our frame rate's showing. Let's try this on iPad now. So I expect this will get slightly more than 2 frames per second. But who knows? I know it's showing 2. It hasn't refreshed the page yet. No, it's still showing 2. We did fix a real bug. It's definitely the case that we fixed it. But that wasn't the bug that was affecting this. So zooming in is going to increase the frame rate, but just as a result of us drawing fewer things. Also, apparently, round pixels is not fixing that bug on iPad. Interesting. I don't think this fixes the bug on iPad either. I wonder where they use this. Let's just take a quick look at this. Find stir round pixels. Sprite renderer. If round pixels. Interesting. This is a way of doing math.floor on a number without calling math.floor. It's probably slightly more performant. So if I say 4.2 bitwise OR was 0, changes it to 4, yeah. Interesting. How did FPS go from 2 to 20? I just zoomed in, that's it. Hey, Seichin. Yeah, it's still 2 FPS. And that's true, Mr. Balrog. I agree with that. Okay, so all they're doing is rounding these numbers, which is what I expect. And that's for sprites, and I'm using a sprite, so I guess this doesn't fix it. Which means that that's a cause of another problem. Possibly oversampling in a sprite sheet, who knows. So what have we ruled out so far? So we know that I like writing out facts. So facts on version 3 with the same, really almost everything else, with almost the same non-PXE code. The frame rate was definitely higher than 3. I don't have an exact measure, but Hideo is saying something like 25. So that's one thing. Second thing is rendering just shield.png didn't address the issue. To me, this means that it isn't a problem with sprite sheet size or amount of textures being used. It could still be a problem with the sprite sheets being loaded into memory despite being unused. Carl Maniac. Hey, Kesha. Don't we all love writing these stupid things out? Alright, what else do we know? What else did I try? FPS is at 2 on the iPad when just rendering tiles. What else do we know for sure? So zooming in, oh yeah, that's another fact. zooming in on the iPad will increase performance almost definitely as a result of drawing fewer tiles. What was the frame rate when I was drawing just... I don't even remember what this was. Let's try this one more time. If I set the width and height to 1, it's going to render like 9 tiles or something. I'm pretty sure the frame rate wasn't 2. So, okay, let's refresh this on the iPad. Still think you should try to render 1 bunny. Yeah, it's another thing I can test out. Hideo. I should try to render a single bunny in Botland. Okay, so yeah, the FPS here is 50-ish. It's changing a lot. Let me show you guys. What does it look like it's hovering around? About 50, right? Because you can see the first number is changing from 4 to 5. I mean, it's pretty hard to tell anything beyond that. Yeah, I'd say 50. And zooming in doesn't change this to something better, does it? No, and zooming out doesn't change it. No, it's pretty much 50, no matter what. Hey, Tembroya. And hi, Oblivion. Are you loading all sprite sheets for each level rather than sticking to a single themed sprite sheet per level? I'm loading all of the sprite sheets right now, but those should stay in RAM. Oh, actually, well, maybe they're being used on VRAM. But yeah, that's another thing I can test out. So, and I could also test out not loading any other sprite sheets at all. I tried to do this, but that didn't work that well. Okay, so showing a 1x1 arena on the iPad puts the frame rate at about 50. Note this ends up showing 9 plus tiles though. So what I know is that drawing fewer tiles is better. I still don't know why the frame rate dropped from something like 25 for showing the whole arena to 2. I still don't have a reason for that. I wonder what else changed. Are you doing alpha masking? There is a lot of transparency stuff happening here. So you'll see on the bot images themselves, there is even alpha behind this. It's not very obvious. You'll have to kind of just trust me for right now on this. But if I were to render a bright pink background behind all of this, you would see this change to like a shade of pink pretty much. So there's not only transparency in the images, but then there's some alpha effects that I use. I don't think there's any way I can show you this is there. No, there isn't. Oh well. Seen this already? Having difficulties with transparency mask? Container.mask? I'm not using this, not .mask at least, but maybe it's the same general principle. It's almost impossible to use real-time masking on some devices due to poor performance. Yeah, things running quite well. I need to apply texture. Also, what? This works in Canvas? Shouldn't work. What? This is very snarky. If you want a browser, free 20 gigabytes of space, download Chrome source, compile it, profile it, everything's in your hands. I'm only half there, my bad if it's not related. Well, it's always interesting looking into these things. This says, unless you have a number of images with size 2048 by 2048, which is actually exactly what I'm doing. We have problems even with resolution equals 2 and 3 is overkill. Well, okay, let's get rid of that stuff then. It'd be nice. I could just regenerate all these sprite sheets at smaller sizes, except for those scorpion images. That's what caused this to change in the first place. And yet still, the old handling of this was totally fine. Yeah, right, exactly. The thing is, you still had these images in V3, right? That's what I was just saying. The old handling of this was fine. Still, if something changed and I get a performance improvement just from doing this, it's worth giving it a shot. So first, let's just get rid of them all. Just completely. All these sprite sheets are just gone there. Next, we need to get rid of the login bot and just in general probably construct sprite sheets. And this breaks everything. So we have to go into tile set now, and where this tries to cache sprite IDs. Oh wait, by doing this our tiles are going to stop existing. Oh darn it. Alright, hang on a second, let me think about this. We could use that shield graphic again. So we just wouldn't do this. Okay, so just don't do any of this. When we say get socket, we're going to return new pixie.sprite. Where is this? This thing. I'm just going to take this. And then get CPU sprite is the same way. And then there's a whole bunch of other nonsense that we're just going to get rid of. So set up tiles. Set pixie sprite. So go through each tile. So here's what we'll do. We'll just go through each tile and we'll say tile.set pixie sprite to this. And then we'll comment out pretty much everything else. Oh, we gotta do the same thing for edge tiles. Okay, cool. Let's try that out. Return new. Aha, good job. Did I do that anywhere else? Yep. Okay. Okay, let's try this. There's probably still going to be some bugs because there are other places where the sprite sheets are trying to be used, such as here. So we need to get rid of this. In fact, anywhere where we try to do something like this, we need to get rid of this. Okay, invalid tile sprite can't exist. Invalid tile sprite equals this. So there's spritesheetdictionary.getSprite. Where else does it happen? Artillery shells, so we just won't have artillery work. Same thing with this stuff. Missiles, yeah, we won't ever run the game. Well, run a game. What is this? Landmines, yeah, we won't do that. So then this we just need to get rid of. So we'll do it this way. New pixie.sprite. And then we just copy paste what we did in tile set. Done, done, and done. Cool. Anywhere else that this happens? No, I think that's it. Let's try it. Okay, it almost worked. We're just running into a problem here now. Compose bot. We gotta get rid of this. Let's just not have bots show up. Hit sprite component for bot. How will we do this? What if we just didn't have a sprite component at all? Is that gonna work? Overwrite get sprite. Yeah, that'd probably be a better idea than what I just did. It's the whole point of encapsulating functions. I'm just ignoring it completely. Alright, so let's refresh this. This is still happening. Oh, base64 image data. I know where that's happening. Yeah. So let's take best alloy suggestion and overwrite this here. Return exactly what we did here. Does anyone know where I can get some cheap replacements for hands? Man, whenever I shovel something for too long, I feel like it's my lower back that hurts. This is why I'm glad I don't live around snow. I always hurt my back shoveling snow. Okay, this shouldn't be done any longer. Why is this being done? Spreadsheet.compose bot. Where is this screwing up? Get colorized spray? Perhaps that's what's wrong. We'll get there. At some point, this won't complain to me about these things being missing. We'll find out exactly where it's going wrong. Here. So what's failing? Cannot read property compose bot of undefined. Oh, there is no spreadsheet dictionary. Oh, so we just have to get rid of this entirely. But that means it couldn't construct this. So let's just fine. Just return. Get base64 image data. Get base64 image data. Return empty quotes. Are we finally there? Can we test this out? Tile equals entity. Why is this broken in? Can I read entities on? Oh yeah, this is fine. Nice. Okay, so cool. So we got rendering without any bots whatsoever, and none of those are even loaded into memory. In fact, we're not even fetching them, so this should load really quickly. Yeah, it does. So let's try this on iPad now. I'm pretty sure I pressed refresh. Yeah, I did. All right. It didn't change. Our frame rate's still 50. Right, we should verify this. If we go to computer level and we set this back to what it used to be. So now we'll render an entire arena of just shield graphics. But still, I feel like that's going to tank the FPS on this thing. Okay, well, I seem to have screwed up a little bit here. I don't know if you can see this. But there's an entire column that I'm not rendering for some reason. Oh, I know why that's happening. I should not have done what I did there. Let's do this then. End X. This should be set to an equals sign. Less than or equals, as they call it in math. Not that you can see what I'm typing, because I was typing it underneath that giant picture. Hello, this is my first day streaming, and I'll be developing a game called Botland. And that's what I feel like right now. Doesn't show at all that this is 256 days in. All right. So let's get rid of that for a second. I think this same thing is still happening here, which is that I have screwed this up. Honestly, this is a pretty innocuous mistake as far as like this off by one error can just be fixed. I'm not really concerned. So let's just check FPS on the iPad. Why is refreshing not doing anything? All right, there. So that'll refresh. It'll take its sweet time, and then we'll see what the FPS is. And it's 3. So it doesn't have to do with what's loaded into memory. That's too bad. Honestly, even if it did have to do with that, I don't know how I'd get around this. Some of the graphics are just larger than than the size of a sprite sheet. Oh, hey, look, you saw my wife's background image. I didn't mean to show that. All right. Bunny time. You're rendering the inner arena offset by 1, -1, -1. Best allies, you might be right, but I'm going to look into that in a bit, because for the sake of this performance issue, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so I did check this now. Avoiding loading 2048 by 2048 sprite sheets doesn't do anything when rendering just the arena. So this means it isn't a problem with sprite sheet size or amount of different textures being used. It could still be a problem with, no, so it's not a problem with that anymore. And then the other way we can try to verify this is we'll check the network tab and make sure we're not getting sprite sheets somehow that shouldn't be loaded in. Oh, whoa, go back to this. Okay, so we're getting a bunch of JavaScript. We should be getting a few different images. Yep, laser.png, chip.png, explosion, wall. Wall. That's not a wall. Zapper, shield, tokens, don't care about that stuff. But that's it for images. So, yeah, we're not loading that rest of that data. Huh. We could try something really fast here. All right, let's do something. So this is done. Just for laughs, try putting everything in a container. So I loaded the wrong file. In setup Pixie, here's what we'll do. We'll make a new this dot tile container equals new pixie dot container. Then in this, I want to add all of the tile sprites to it, but only render them selected. I don't think it's going to do anything. I already looked through their code. All containers render does is call in the sprites render, which isn't even the right render function, I think. Is this worth a shot or no? No, I don't think this is worth doing. I already looked at the code and didn't see anything pointing to this as a solution. Wow, dude. Friends of yours? You only met one friend of mine, right? Oh, thanks for subbing, Void Dreamer. I think this is the second time you subscribed, actually. But like I said, which knocks you back down to 0 months before this. We thought she was dead. Wouter has missed you, Void Dreamer. Alright. So Hideo, would you be happy with me rendering a single tile instead of a bunny? Just dot render bunnies. Okay, let's render a new sprite. Thing is, we shouldn't create this every time, but I don't necessarily have to create it every single time. We just do it this way. Not even camera.render. Like, what is camera doing that we can't do? Where is render? Why is it not working? There. Object. And it just calls into camera.render object. Okay, let's just call that directly. We're going to try to cut out all of the cruft here. So camera.renderer.render. You know what, let's do it this way. So if this dot bunny sprites is undefined, then this dot bunny sprites equals an array. We'll say this, we'll say this. This dot bunny sprites dot push bunny sprite. I'm just gonna get this exact same thing that I had here. We're gonna do this. There. So now we'll have a bunch of bunny sprites, in this case 1, and then we'll just go through and render all of them. So for each, this dot bunny sprites, bunny sprite, we render it. Now it won't have a position, so I guess we have to set that up here. Bunny sprite dot position dot x equals just 5 for right now. It doesn't matter that much. Endurn just mashed on random keys. Welcome Bo y equals t. Good job, Endurn. Please let me time her out. You can't time Void Dreamer out. That's not allowed. Void Dreamer is immune to timeouts. He used to be a mod. Did I call something wrong? I didn't pass in a camera here, that's why. Oh man. Alright, so there's our bunny. It's a shield sprite that we rendered up there. Frame rate 60. Let's try this on iPad. If the frame rate's not 60, then there's some major problem here. Alright, so now we sit back and drink some water. And frame rate is, yeah, 60. I mean, every once in a while there's a blip where it goes to like 57, but yeah, frame rate 60. See? See that number? See that number 60? Do you see? So, fact, rendering nothing but shield.png exactly once will give 60 FPS. Are you using production code? You're using React, right? I'm using React, yeah. But the thing that's screwing up performance right now is WebGL code, which is not really related to React too much here. Anyway, here's the next thing that we try. We go into our numbunnies code and we just set that to something higher. So render bunnies, numbunnies equals 100. So now we wait for that to finish building. No, try 9 bunnies next? Okay, fine. That makes sense. Fact, bunnies solve the problem. The reason we're calling this bunny is because of the bunny mark thing in Pixie.js. So that's 9. It's actually really hard to tell that it's 9, so let's do this. Let's say 5 plus I and 5 plus I. So it'll be not super obvious that they're 9, but it'll be obvious that there's more than 1 at least. So we refresh, and yeah. So you can see up there, that's probably 9. We're just going to say that it's 9. That's okay with us. So now we reload it on the iPad. rendering shield PNG 9 times gives about 50 frames per second. Similar to rendering. This is similar to rendering what exactly? A small arena. So yeah, I can't even render. I'm doing basically nothing here. I mean, at this point, what's my conclusion that I draw from this? I think it's just that Pixie got worse or that I'm using it wrong. I guess I need to figure out if I'm doing something wrong here still. What is 9 bunnies on bunny mark? Well, it's almost definitely better than this. But I gotta go figure out what the bunny mark site is again. Where is the bunny mark site? Here. Okay, let's load this up. Pixie.js, GitHub. Okay, cool. So it's 60 FPS. And I could probably add a bunch more of these and it would probably still be fine. Yeah. I'm sure that's ruining the encoder on Twitch, but it's running at 60 FPS even with 1300. And it's at 58 with 2400. 2400 bunnies on the 4.3.2 is 58 FPS. So 2409, not that that 9 matters. Yeah, Index Zero, I was thinking about that. I just don't know because I looked at their code and the way that rendering a container works is it's just calling the render function on all of the children. So I don't think it should have any impact. I could try that though, so I might as well. Alright, we're rendering 9 shield things. Let's render them all in a container, I suppose. Now let's close out of all this other stuff too. So we'll say const bunny container, or this dot bunny container equals new pixie dot container. Then this dot bunny container dot push bunny sprite. And then instead of doing this, we just render the container. So this is exactly the same code as what we had. 9 bunnies, they're shields. 9 shield graphics are going to render, but they're going to be in a container, so it should look the same. I screwed something up. This is not push, this is add child. Now render without them overlapping. So I can't cut out the overlapping part. I'm going to need this effect in Botland. So to render without this, I think would be a bad idea. Because that's one of those things I just can't give up. Like I could try to do things without shaders or something like that, but I can't get rid of the alpha blending. I think that's crucial. Ever tried something like TypeRacer? Yeah, ooh, wow. That actually increased the FPS. What? Seriously? Huh. I'm gonna not finish my thought on TypeRacer. In general, DC Dreams, I don't advertise my words per minute or something like that. Okay, that's weird. So if I set this to 2400, let's try this out. I think I need to fix this so that it's not going off screen. Hang on a second. Oh God. All right. How many pixels would this be? Like 800 tall, maybe? So I'm drawing maybe 800 of them. So we should say, I mean, I could just make a sine wave or something like that. Or we could just do something like this. Let x coord equals 0, let y coord equals 0. Why am I saying x coord and y coord? Just do x and y. Antimatter tape. What's best Sublime to format code? I'm not totally sure what you're asking, Daniel. What's the best plugin for formatting code? Because even then it would depend on what kind of code you're writing. Like for JavaScript, I have a plugin it's not always the greatest. If I try formatting this function, it just put this on a new line because of my ruler, but I wouldn't actually want it to be this way. So sometimes I rely on it, sometimes I don't. Okay, anyway, now what we're going to do is we're going to say like x plus plus, y plus plus, if x is greater than 500. Oh wait, we need something like this. Okay, so let's do it this way. Okay, then x dir times equal -1. So let's just say if it's equal to. If y equals 400 or y equals 0, then y dir times equal -1. So this should be 2400 images that actually end up being on the screen, I hope. Yeah. So we're just drawing a lattice of shield graphics. It's kind of interesting. Looks like an MC Escher drawing. Oh, okay, all right, so let's load this on the iPad. It's pretty trippy looking. And if this renders at 60 frames per second, then I guess the answer is you just need to do everything in a container. And I need to figure out why this is different. Okay, so it's not 60 frames per second, but it's definitely not bad. It's at 40 frames per second. Yeah, 40, let's say 40. The reason I say I don't really know if it's 40 or not is because it keeps shifting from what looks like 36 to up to 42 maybe. So we'll just average it to be about 40. That's fine. Doesn't need to be precise here. Okay, so rendering shield.png 2400 times inside a container will give about 40 FPS. Let's play Guess That Wikipedia page. Is this color blindness? No. All right. I don't know then. What is it? I give up. Okay, so this is definitely problematic. And actually, what makes sense here is this is the one thing that I changed about how I'm using Pixie. So this kind of makes sense why V3 would have worked and V4 wouldn't have. I used to butcher their render function in order to cut out some of the batching that they did. List of flags by color. Wait, where is that though? List of flags by color combination? Oh, there you go. By color combination, not just by color. What a silly table of contents. All right. Good job, Kazoos. You beat everybody. You win that round. Would you say Pixie is the hyper of WebGL renderers? I don't know, J Bugsy. I've got to figure out whether I can just literally put everything into a container and it'll just work or not. I don't think so. But hey, maybe that'll improve the performance of the entire game. Maybe. Alright, so thanks to everyone for hanging in there for this amount of time. I know this has been a frustrating thing to watch. So the big conclusion that we came to, is that rendering everything inside a single container greatly boosts performance. Now, what if these things are off screen? So what if I set the X and Y to why am I even thinking about this? Let's just set this to 5,000. And let's set this to, actually doesn't matter because 5,000 is already off screen. Okay, so does this change the FPS to 60? Like, does it know enough not to render this? Because I was doing this check myself. I guess the bunnies were one of the answers. Hey, Casper. Yeah. So thank you, Hideo. I don't know if I gave you a point specifically for that. totally not frustrating to watch someone diagnose a problem. I don't know if that's sarcasm or not, Best Alloys. All right, so the frame rate when all of them are off screen is actually 60. So you know what? They probably improved a bunch of stuff in Pixie 4 that I had to work around in Pixie 3. I'd like to say that's the answer to this. So rendering shield.png 2400 times. Oh, right, you can't see this. Inside a container, but off screen will give 60 FPS, meaning I probably don't need to worry about where I'm rendering for almost anything anymore. And need more. You know what's strange though? Why is this the case? Like, what about their rendering? Do they just check for this? It's totally reasonable that they might check for this. So let's load up Core Sprites WebGL Sprite Renderer. Do they do any check to see if this is off screen? Render sprite. Well, there's here. Once it gets flushed, it's probably going to check it. So they go over each sprite. Here we go. Do they do any check to see if it's on screen? Brown pixels. Can upload same buffer. Renders bind. Textures group count. I guess it doesn't matter. Drawing is probably so fast that it doesn't matter whether you're doing it on screen or not. Bunny bots. It's a good suggestion. I still want to get my boat bots. Okay, so one of the other things I want to try, as long as we're here, is putting that filter back on. But this is for bot sprites. Let's try this. We could do it for the whole container. I think that's going to screw things up. Hey, Varens. Alright, let's just duplicate both of these things. And let's try bunny sprite.filters equals this. Just want to see. This will probably grind everything to a halt. Well, let's take a look. Maybe somehow it won't grind everything to a halt. Okay, no, that's definitely very slow. Even on this computer, it's rendering at 1/4 the speed that it was. So this is 2400 sprites, each one having a fragment shader. So every single pixel is basically going to get rendered twice, sort of. So if I were to just make this random, like if, hang on a second, let me move this. If math.random, actually let's just do it this way. If I is less than 100. So let's simulate having 100 of these with shaders and the rest not. And so the first 100 are going to be flashing here. I wonder how well this works on iPad. So let's load it up. Let's just keep spamming this refresh button. 100x Adam Green. The frame rate can't be better than 40. It can't be, because it was 40 when we were rendering it without the shader. Okay, so it's actually terrible now. It's 7. If that. It's 5. 4. So I don't know why it's counting down. Yeah, you can see it's kind of working, but at 4 frames per second. There's a bunch of stuff I'm trying to test right now to just see what kind of performance could we expect out of real botland here. So rendering this 2400 times inside a container, on screen, let's say on iPad. On screen, but every time the word B is said, they start shading themselves. But first 100 are rendering with a shader will give 4 FPS. What will give us reasonable performance there? Like, how many bots do we expect to have? I guess we should check the design doc for this. Frames per minute. Yeah, I'll advertise this game as a 60 frames per minute kind of game. People just think it's a typo. All right, let's take a look at this. So how many bots do you have? Yeah, 18. And the attacker has how many? Who knows? Because I never wrote it down. So level 10 gives the attacker 7 bots. So that's a total of 25 bots. So 25 things that'll probably have shaders on them. So let's just say 20. Let's say 30 here. No one should do what Kazoo's just said. Also, 2,400 sprites is a little bit ridiculous. Let's cut this down to how many we think there really will be. So there's this many tiles. Then there's a bunch of stuff on top of tiles. Let's say there's an extra 10%. So let's just say there's like 300. I think what's more realistic is a Botland stream, but every time I say bot, I code another bug. Alright, let's try this. So we're going to get the same thing you see over here on the computer, just on the iPad, and hopefully the FPS is reasonable. Higher than 24, I hope. Okay, it's like 20. So this is a theoretical upper bound on the frames per second that we can expect to get. So rendering this, what did I choose? 300 times? 300 times with the first 100 of rendering with the shader will give 13 FPS. Does tapping this do anything? We'll say 13 to 16, because for some reason tapping this apparently makes it go up. I don't know why. The beginning of a worm bot. Okay, so what do we have to test out next? Do we add everything to a container? Does this mean we should add everything to a staged container? Would zooming still work? Well, we can try this out too. Except for no, we can't. I'm pretty sure this is what's going to break everything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what's going to break everything. We could try this. This will make zoom take effect again, but on the entire container, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I mean, I know this looks bad. What? We can go back up to 2,400 sprites. Not like that has a big impact. And then we can get back to the point where we're drawing bots. We can get it to just draw the arena normally again. Now that we know kind of what's affecting this thing. Do a container with shader shields on... Wait, what, Tuga? Do a container with shader shields and one with no shader? I'm doing it with, right now, 2,300 with no shader. I don't think that's going to help me test something meaningful there. Hey, EJ. Put a shader in that's just Nicolas Cage smiling. No, thank you. Hey, Beckos. Okay, so if we want to test this, I think what I have to do now is add all the tiles the way they were before to a container. More like the end of the Botland mobile dream. No, this isn't that bad. It's not that grim. I hope it's not that grim. Alright, let's take a look. So we have set up tile array. This is not what I wanted to do. Where do I even do this? Set up tiles, this. Okay, so we go back into the tile set and we go unbreak everything. So this, and this, and probably everything else. This. Everything in here. So this will give us our tile set again. So there's our tile set. We want this to render correctly, so we go do this. This is going to tank performance on iPad until I put everything back into a container. Try and have the first 30 shields with a shader in one container and the rest in another. Oh, I see what you're saying, Tatuga. Oh, that would actually probably be... Actually, that'd be doable, I guess. Yeah, I think you're right, Hideo. I agree with that. Alright, let's try Tatuga's suggestion. It's just putting all of the shaded objects into their own container. Thing is, we need to know that they have that shader. I think this is going to do a lot of weird things, even if this ends up being better. Although I've broken enough now where I'm going to have to go fix everything else too, right? So let's go into sprite sheet dictionary. Actually, there's... It's gonna have to like blanket revert a bunch of these things. So what is this? Sprite component. We can put this stuff back in the game. So let's get that. New sprite component. Okay, good. Set this back to computer, it doesn't matter. Okay. So it actually goes into the overhead of a render call. I'm not sure. I want to look into this because I would have thought that this would be roughly the same. Apparently not. Alright, what else? So render bunnies we can keep. This stuff we can keep. That we can keep. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of weirdness there. Alright, so this is fine. What else do we have here? That, fine. This is not fine. Not fine. Fine, fine. This stuff all needs to be reverted. This is fine. Render defense buttons, we're going to need those again. Actually, no, you know what? That was a good change. We're going to keep that there. No, wait, no, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe I did something where that's a bad idea. Okay, fine. Let's go back to this then. Okay, and that is everything that should bring us back to a normal arena. Let's try running the game. Hey, Calgo. Okay, so we're back to this. Now what we're going to try is that same thing, but we're going to have the ones with shaders be in their own container. Shader container equals new pixie.container. So the ones that end up getting this will be added to here. Push bunny sprite. Let's just do it this way. If I is less than 30, then push it to the shader container. Otherwise, push it to the bunny container. This won't totally work though, I think, because we don't have any sort of depth here. So this would render in a slightly different way depending on which container goes first, especially if these are interleaved. So we could do it this way to try to get it to be the same as it was before, or I could render it this way too. Did you remove the setting which was disabling multi-texture batching, by the way? I never turned that back on. I'm not actually sure. So I had these commented out still. I could try this. Hey again, Vito. Okay, so let's see what's going on here right now. Whoops, I know what I did wrong. Let's add child. Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah. So this is what I was saying. if I put all those shader ones in their own container, even if it ends up rendering faster, you can see that this is now rendering on top of the one that it used to be beneath. How's everything going? How are you doing? I think things are going okay. This is still a lot of just investigation, but I feel like it's necessary. Put them both into one container so you're still only passing one to each render function. Yeah, I could try that too. Let's do this. So this is rendering at 10 frames per second right now. Let's try passing them both into a single container. Dot stage container equals new pixie dot container. And then we'll call add child on shader container and bunny container. And then we'll just pass stage container into here, get rid of that. Okay, so the frame rate was 10. If we're just using one container after this point, does this make a difference? All right, sorry. I should show you the iPad. Not like it's doing anything right now. But it'll eventually be important. All right, M frame rate is... it actually went up to 12, unless it goes back down. Nope, it went back down, so it's at 10. Okay, and then let me see if making a separate container for the shader thing is even important. So let's just add everything to bunny container. There. Excuse me. Okay, so frame rate is 10 regardless of how many containers I seem to use after that. Also, oh, I pressed refresh, didn't I? Okay. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, frame rate's still 10. Now, though, zooming in on this doesn't have any impact. Because it's not, well, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, actually. Hey, CPP coder. Try putting the shader container and bunny container into stage container the other way around, affects the index. Oh, no, I know about that. I could do that if I wanted them to show up differently. What I was more concerned about is, does adding these things to one container do anything different? Oops, sorry, this part. So I think what I want to test now is try this out with the real graphics that I have. So let's do this. Let's say render tiles. One of the things that I'm going to need to do here is set up, in setup pixie, we're going to have to say something like this dot stage equals new pixie dot container. And I want to see if we add everything to this, how does this work? So now we say for each, maybe a bug to report when on my phone in the edit defense screen I want to scroll the chips, I drag the chip instead of moving the menu. Interesting. Things to endure. Wait, oh? Oh, comma. What could this be enduring? Okay, so I think that I had gutted the render function. Does Pixie support instance rendering? I'm not sure what you mean by that 3D extended. Only when I start on the chip, so the blue bar is okay. Oh no, that's probably fine then. Well, it's a UI problem, not a, yeah. Okay, so. Okay, so I had gutted the render functions when I was using V3 to prevent, I think to improve performance here. I also did this to have an impact on zooming. I think I'll lose any benefit from not rendering off-screen sprites now. I wonder how best to do this. What if we... Alright, let's just try some things, broad strokes here. Let's try adding all of the tiles sprites once. Yeah. So tile set would modify... We should also get rid of edge sprites probably. Arena.tile. So we go through each tile and each tile is going to have a sprite. And we're going to say this dot stage dot add child tile dot, and there's a pixie sprite. Okay, cool. And then we probably do the same thing with edge tiles. And in this particular case, I think that's possible to not have a tile here. So if not until that exists tile, and just return. Okay, then when we want to render tiles, we just render the stage. Render tiles. So we need to make sure that we're adding everything to this container in the right way. Anyway, we get rid of all these camera.renders, I guess. And then we don't do anything here. God, there's going to be a lot of problems. Instance rendering is a way to render multiple instances of one object really fast. Might be overkill. Still worth a shot. Isn't this just like, what, display list? Should chips work when dragged onto a socket? Yeah, but only if you actually have chips. So the number of chips you have is shown up at the bottom left. There's a number. Man, there's a lot of stuff here. Hey, pure code. Alright, so all the camera.renders that we see right now have to go away. In fact, probably all of this could just go away, because all this was doing was rendering. So let's just get rid of this, I guess. No, in fact, we'd probably just change this to this dot camera.render. Let's try it. I'm not sure how best to do this. This dot stage. Let's try that. It says 2 chips, but I don't seem to be able to place them. That is strange and doing. Are there any errors in the console? Okay, so tiles are rendering now using a stage. It's 60 frames per second on the computer at least. Let's see if on the iPad this is finally improved. Because the previous frame rate I was getting was 2, I believe. So the only real thing that I've changed here is I put all the tiles into a container, and now I'm rendering the container. And the frame rate is, yeah, 60. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty smooth. Wow. Well, to be honest, it's pretty heartening. Can we zoom in? Yeah, we can. Oh my god. Alright. So we can't do anything else here though. I've like completely disabled all the other stuff. Okay, let's keep tackling this. So the next part is to get entities to render. Let's start with the simplest, just a CPU. So the way that this is going to work is actually very different from how this is working right now. This is where things are, I think, going to get pretty tough because I'm gonna have to change all of how I render things in order for this stuff to work. Also, let me take a look at this on Android really fast. Okay, so on Android, I'm waiting for it to refresh. This will actually take some time, so let's just set this down for now. Alright, yeah, as far as changing around my rendering, I guess I'll add things to the stage when they come into existence and remove them from the stage when they're deleted, and then just modify their positions instead of conditionally rendering them. But I wonder if I should add and remove them when they come in and out of view, or just leave that up to the render to handle. It's probably something WebGL should just handle itself. This is like a super optimization. Did you get a new phone? I got a temporary phone, this one that I'm using here. But I want to get a Pixel eventually. Actually, what am I doing? I shouldn't even pick this up. It's still got to load everything else. I can show you guys what's going on, but there's nothing interesting. It's on the login screen. It's waiting for all the images to have been loaded. Then it'll show 2 pictures. Then it'll go to the news screen. This part's really slow. I can speed this up by only loading in sprites that matter and only loading code that matters. There, it finally goes. Alright, so frame rate here is about 60, but let me zoom out. Yeah, so, whoops, sorry, I hit the microphone. So when it's showing the entire arena, it's still 60. That's pretty good so far. I say pretty good, despite that 60 is what I'm aiming for, because I haven't drawn anything else yet. So who knows how good it actually is. Alright, thanks Index Zero, and thanks for your help too. Yeah, so next up is getting entities to render this way. So let's try this. We have a function render entity here, and the only part this actually renders is the sprite. So what we can do is we can just add, I don't know how we're going to do this actually. I was going to say we could add all of this to the stage, or we could add it to individual containers that we then add to that stage container. I'm not sure what's best to do here, and we'll have to probably test a bunch of different things. So for right now, as far as getting this particular sprite, we could try this. CPU sprite component. I guess I just say this .stage.add child CPU sprite. Let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. So all we should have is the CPU rendering now. Yeah, there it is. Clicking it works. I mean, obviously, because it doesn't matter if you've got a sprite there or not. Clicking it's still going to work. But yeah, showing it in view, out of view. Man, okay. Well, and we have a life bar there. How do we have that? How do we have that? Oh, I see. I'm mixing render methods right now. Oh, whoops. Let's cut that out for a second. We should still have a CPU showing up, but the life bar won't be there now. So actually what I could do is I could just not change anything and see what FPS I'm getting. Yeah, so here's the CPU, no life bar. And let's just try something really fast here. Let's get this. Actually, I think all of these things. Tile grid, maybe? I'm not sure about all these. All right, let's try this. So this performance won't be as good because I'm no longer using a container for everything, but everything should still render now. Yeah. So this stuff is rendering. If I hit test, we should be able to see all the different kinds of things. Yeah, and offsets are going to be a little bit wrong. That's fine. That was always a problem. All right, well, it's rendering, so we should probably see what this looks like on an iPad. Again, I'm very hesitant to even try this. Does that look good enough? I don't know if you guys are watching the frame rate, but it's about 60, right? It at least feels smooth. All right, so let's see what it's like on iPad. This has got shaders on all of the bots, and I don't think it's going to be great. So let's hit the test button here. There's still some improvements that can be done, definitely. I can't actually press the test button. My stupid fat fingers won't let me. Oh, no, it was working. Okay. It's running at about 20 frames per second, depending on how many explosions there are. And zooming in on a particular part now actually will speed this up because of how I'm rendering everything. I can't tell if I press test or not. It's so difficult to know if I press this button. There we go. Okay, so if I zoom in here, for example, yeah, it's going to render less, so the frame rate will actually be better. So yeah, if I use a combination of containerizing things and then only showing certain parts of the screen, maybe it won't be as bad. Because I think things that have shaders on them should definitely only render when in view. Make the button color change. I should just make the button larger. I mean, there's no reason why I do things that way. Defense buttons. There's a test button here. Test defense. We'll just say font size 2EM. I can run CSGO on a Z8300 CPU tablet. Why is it so heavy? You're talking about Botland? It's not necessarily that Botland is a heavy game as far as rendering goes. It shouldn't be. It's just a bunch of 2D sprites and then some shaders. It's my use of Pixie that, see, check it out. Cool big test button. It's my use of Pixie that's not optimal. And we're going to do some research on this today still. I think even some of these, there's more to be done here. Oh, also, yeah, it's not native. That's the other thing. Oh, yeah, not too bad right now. Interesting that this has the same filters as what was underneath it. Didn't you say that you're using an entity-based system? So I don't think you need to worry about the FPS on other devices until you optimize. You make your code classical. What pure code? No, what I'm optimizing right now is really just the rendering part. Using an entity system doesn't really matter too much for that, I feel. It's just how am I calling into Pixie? Alright, so this is still super important for entities like bots. For anything that can have a shader attached. In fact, we may want to dynamically add/remove filters based on whether something is visible. That way it doesn't perform expensive calculations when off screen. Plus you're not deleting some objects like the bullets. No, I'm deleting those. The thing you're seeing at the very end of the... Hang on, let me show you. The thing you're seeing at the very end about bullets not getting removed, like these are all getting deleted, and then right at the end, these don't explode because the game ended before they had a chance to explode. So this is something that might look a little bit weird, but like entities are getting deleted. I guess in the end, if the only way to get 40 plus or something is by limiting zoom, you could totally do that, I think. Even if you'll get a day one issue, like I want to see the whole arena. I'd like to avoid that if possible, and I think it should be. Like, this that I was doing here is very heavy-handed. If I just cut out... I don't even cut out things. If I... Let me try something. Also, I gotta remove these things from the stage at some point. Or I wonder if deleting it is good enough to do that. Okay, well, I think I should do all this on a full stomach. So let's write down what I need to do after lunch. I guess I'll write this here. So containerization, put projectiles into the stage. Needs to be at the right index. Maybe they should be. Put projectiles into their own container, then render that container to the stage. Make sure to remove. I wonder what happens when you destroy a sprite. I should take a look into that. Make sure to remove the projectiles from the container when they blow up. Horforia, yeah, you're on there a bunch of times. Yeah, it's definitely a nice improvement. I'm just very surprised that this works the way that it does. One of the other things I'm gonna have to figure out is find out why any of this is faster than just rendering sprites directly. So let's take a quick look. I know I said I'd just go get lunch, but I'm very caught up on this stuff right now. Sprite.js. When we destroy this, does this destroy it from its parent as well? Super.destroy. So sprite extends container. What does container do in destroy? Where is container? core/display. Container. Oh, code. core/display. Destroy children, sure, but it doesn't tell its parent to destroy it. But there is another destroy, and that's in display object. There's display object. core/display. Aha! It does say this.parent.remove child. So if I destroy the sprite, that's all I need to do. Huh. Interesting. I shouldn't have to do this directly. Sprite inherits from container, and container inherits from display object. Display object's destroy method has these lines in it. Display object, this. Cool. Cool. I heard you can finish a 400-page programming book in a day. Is that true? You mean in general? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true for anybody, right? Even speed readers, sure, they might be able to read 400 pages, but I think reference materials are usually pretty information dense. So I don't think you'd retain any of that knowledge afterward. Video about the bug placing chips. All right, thanks. Thanks, Endorn. Did you... Is this that bug? The one that's on my screen right now at the top? Weird. Okay. Thanks, Indoor. I'm gonna... Maybe when I drag this, so I don't think I cannot place chips. Oh man, alright, so containerization, I just want to finish writing this thing. I gotta stop looking at all this. Alright, we're gonna put projectiles in the room container. We're gonna have to put bots and stuff in the room container. This is all just very, very prototypey code, so we're not gonna get to the point where we've checked in and moved on. I don't even think we'll get to that point tomorrow. It's gonna take another like 3 hours at the very least. And what our goal is to get above like 30 frames per second with some bots having shaders and there being projectiles on the screen, that sort of thing. And I think if all this works, I think I'll be pretty happy. I think I'll like Fixie.js again. So goal, get 30 plus FPS on iPad. Also, one of the other things is test on the old iPad too. I'm curious what it'll get. I don't really care if the very old iPad. I have an iPad 2. It crashed on Chrome. I was looking up fettuccine Alfredo recipes last night, and it couldn't even do that. So I don't really care if Botland doesn't work. As far as this goes, though, get 30 frames per second on newer iPad with, let's say, like 25 bots on screen. Some have shaders, multiple projectiles and explosions. and maybe a zoom of like 1.25, something along those lines. All right, not the pasta. Wait, what's the? Well, it's pretty frustrating because I couldn't remember the recipe, and then I look back and Chrome is just gone. I'm looking at my home screen. All right, it's lunchtime. I forgot to do this. BRB lunch warning. I think you should aim for 30 with your wife's iPad. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I have her iPad here. This is the newer one. It doesn't just randomly crash when you use Chrome. Could you add the FPS counter in the live version sometime soon so we can test with different types of devices and report back? If you have access to the console, you should be able to access this directly yourself. Let me see. I could try to add a shortcut or something in. But let's take a look. If you type debug main dot pixie wrapper dot toggle FPS. Yeah, so it's in the live version if you type this code, Endurant. I don't know if that helps you. Okay, nobody cares about BRB launch. That's totally fine with me. Just, I felt like I needed to warn you. Also should aim for performance in Safari. Yeah. So we'll do this stuff after lunch. So I'm gonna go take my break. When I come back, I'll be back for another, I don't know, 3 hours. So here are the people on the list. I'm gonna set this for 40 minutes. All right, thanks for watching, everybody, so far. Really, this is just a crazy amount of work that's been going into this. So hopefully see you guys after lunch. I'm back. I'm back. And I got iPads. And a phone. I gotta charge all these devices because I was trying to use them earlier today. Okay. I don't think I've stood up at all today. I mean, while working. Okay, cool. So let's see. Put projectiles into their own container. Hey, Senchus. Actually, no, let's try the performance right now on my iPad. Let me load up Safari. I think part of the issue. Yeah, Motor Fama, I think on a computer you won't have much of a problem running Botland. It's on like older devices that I'm trying to optimize for now. Hey, Soul Sorcerers. And hey, Hideo. Canned coconut water. Okay, I'll let that load up. Alright, let's save the facts. Performance optimization. Not getting the joke? What joke? I wasn't kidding when I said that the game should just run on a computer. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have pressed that. Oops. I think I've screwed up. Well, now we wait. Maybe this iPad will finally show something. Oh, cool. Okay. And now it should edit the defense. And then we'll see an FPS counter. Or we won't. So let's just press this button. Does it even work? Oh my god. Alright, fine. I guess I'm going to just restart this whole thing then. I'll just let it do this on its own time. There. No. No. A problem occurred with this web page, so it was reloaded. Yeah, I know. I'm the one who pressed reload. 192. There we go. Okay, we'll just leave that for right now. New cam screen? No, that's just the keyboard camera. I just resized it so that it's super large so you can see this. Okay, so putting all these things onto the stage I think should be fine, but I think they should be in their own container. So this dot projectiles container equals new pixie dot container. So every time we make a projectile, where do we make projectiles? Here. There should be a sprite component somewhere. We just get it? What? Oh, source entity. Oh, we make a new one down here. Yeah, got it. Projectile sprite. Okay, so then we do this. It evolved into desk cam. Yeah. Alright, you can actually see the iPad is just barely making it through these screens. I refreshed half an hour ago. Not quite half an hour ago, but feels like it. Alright, so now it should make it from here on to edit defense. What is the... Huh. Yeah, I don't know. What is the lag that's going on here? Ooh, that's not good. Okay, FPS 0, 1. Oh, there it goes. Look at that. FPS 22 down to 10, down to 4. Okay, looks like it stabilized at around 20. Every once in a while it jumps down to 4 though. Not sure why that is. But I clearly can't scroll at 20 frames per second. I wonder if zooming in here would help at all. I don't think very much. No. Okay, so this is not the greatest right here. I wonder if we got rid of those bots, if this would be better though. Unfortunately, the time it takes in order to test this stuff out is just so long. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna ever work very well on an old iPad. We just shouldn't test this. Refereed to. Okay, we'll do the projectile stuff. So I wonder if we even need to index these any longer. Probably not. So render projectiles is now done. And then when we render, so the stage that we add, this dot stage dot, yeah, we can't do things this way. We need tiles container, new pixie dot container, this dot stage dot add child, this dot tiles container, this dot stage dot add projectiles container. Is that a first generation iPad? No, it's a second generation iPad, I think. Okay, so we have both of these, but we're still adding to the stage everywhere. So this should be different. Good. And that should be it. Yeah, cool. Okay, so now we have projectiles and tiles. Let's take a look at how that looks. Okay, so we need to actually see projectiles, so come on. Okay, artillery did not seem to get the memo. Sprite component, here it is. So this dot projectile container dot add child projectile sprite. And this should have been done in at least one of the, yeah, there we go. Okay, so really anywhere that we're making a new sprite component, we just had to add it to the right container. Are tiles a subset of projectiles? They're a substring, but no, not a subset. Okay, that's working now. Now the only thing I'm not sure about is, are lasers working? But I don't know if anything even has lasers. This has missiles. Something here has lasers. This does. But I don't know if they'll ever fire it. I'm pretty sure it would work. Let's just change this so it's got lasers. Lasers level 2. Test. Go Mantis bot. Shoot lasers. Yeah. Green square graphics. Okay, not bad. So that's the projectiles. Now explosions need to be the same way. So let's go figure that out. Explosion dot texture. Here it is. That's not correct actually. What did I call explosion? Apparently not explosion. What did I call this? Sprite sheets. Misc slash explosion. It's back 20 minutes ago. I don't think so. My lunch lasted for 30 minutes. He isn't trying to get game inspiration from his lunch though. You just got PvP'd at cooking. Alright, here's where this stuff takes place. So we say make explosion assemblage, and this just comes back with a sprite for us. So I guess add entity is one thing we can do, but we can also say get component sprite component from the explosion entity, and then say this dot explosion container dot add child sprite component dot sprite. Cool. Now we don't actually have an explosion container, so instead of Pixie, we got to go make it. Cool and cool. All right, so now this should all work. What did I eat? I had some of the fettuccine alfredo I made last night, and then a chicken sandwich. I bought chicken yesterday, but I didn't make it all. So there's... Hang on a second, I lost my train of thought. Explosions. Are these working? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Anyway, my lunch was good. It always feels good to recharge. Whoa, what's going on there? Explosions are, oh yeah, they're showing up beneath that. Okay, so this stuff should be fine now. Same thing, the CPU sprite. We're eventually going to need life bars and everything showing up this way. It's going to be a little bit tougher too. So I don't think we need to do this stuff. Add life bars to the containers. Here's a mock-up of the layout of the game. Top part will be tickets. The middle part will be where you assemble the order. Wait, the middle part. So this is tickets. This is where you assemble the order. The blue is ingredient pockets, and the purple is grill / cutting board, etc. Yeah, EJ, I don't see the chicken wings either. I think you need to mock that up. 1/10. Anyway, okay, so something that's interesting though is you said this is a PvP cooking game. Where do you see the other players and what their progress is? So let's put client / arena. Let's get all these other ones. Wall sprites. Wall sprites don't even exist. Is that right? Sprite and is wall. I don't think is wall is anywhere. Is wall component. Yeah, okay, there is a thing in the code that has it. I don't think this is used anywhere though. Build wall? I seriously still have this code in the game? Yeah, but build wall is not called anywhere. Yep. That's it. It's not there anymore. Okay, I see EJ. Huh. Can we make the game just entirely about chicken wings? Alright, so chip sprites. Let's go get this stuff in here too. Chip. Okay, so this dot chip container equals no dot add child chip sprite. Okay. So chips don't have a life bar in the game, do they? I don't actually remember. Did I put them in? They do. They have a life bar and they have text. Okay, so add life bars and text components to the containers. So chip container. And what order did chips render in? So it was tiles, then chips. So chips come before everything else basically. Chip goes here. Okay, and then we add the chip sprite. So we're not gonna have text. I also don't even have a chip in this defense. So we're gonna need to go make a chip. Let us allow one chip. Good. It's named food in package.json right now. Okay, so sockets don't render. But if I remember the position correctly, yeah, I did remember it correctly. Wow, that's actually pretty impressive. I hope you guys are impressed. Yeah, so there's our chip. So now we save the defense. We need sockets to show up at some point. Make sure sockets show up. This is done for chips, CPU, bots, really any entity with this stuff. I wonder what order we've got to display this in. Also, yeah, we'll have to figure out how we're going to do that. For now, we'll just ignore life bars and text. Entirely. Yeah, but Horforia, remember, if you were the person with the golden kappa, wouldn't you go into every single stream on Twitch, even the ones with just 6 viewers? I would. In fact, I never even checked for the golden kappa. Okay, so we got chips. Now landmines. Do I even really care about landmines? I guess we do. Set up Pixie. We'll go do landmine container. Landmines come directly after chips. So we put this here. And then when we make a landmine assemblage, which I don't even know where this happens. Where does this go? Oh, here it is. Okay, found it. So this just goes here. Landmine sprite. Cool. What else? CPU, bots, and then a whole bunch of other miscellaneous things I'm going to have to work on at some point. So let's start this. So this dot stage, no. This dot CPU container. Oops. So what was the order of this? The CPU shows up after landmines. Wait, what else can we get out of here? Bots. Bots are going to be a little bit tougher, I think. Well, let's find out. Bot container. Bot containers show up beneath projectiles. And when we inject things for bots, we do this. Okay, so here is where we're going to add this thing. Add child sprite component dot sprite. Hopefully that's the only place I really need to do this. Where, so the rest of this stuff I'm going to ignore for now, I think. Preview entity, whatever else. Alright, so let's try it out. Projectiles are there, explosions are there, bots are showing up. We don't have a chip, actually. What happened to that? Where's my chip? Uh-oh. Chip container. That's strange. What did happen to my chip? Yeah, something's wrong here. Let's just put this back in for a second. This will draw it in what I'm going to call immediate mode. But it's not there. Did I not save this? Or did I just... Yeah, hit the save. Could not save. Oh, what? Why? Oh, yeah, that's why. Oh, I just never read the dialogue. Okay, you gotta restart that thing. Because that didn't... No, that thought we were... That thought we were trying to cheat. Okay, so now everything's working. So now what we should do is test the FPS on iPad, I think. Because this stuff is showing up. Wait, is this a problem with Interact.js, me updating this? I don't know. Okay, yeah, let's try this out. Alright, I got the iPad right here. Hang on, let me... Okay. I'll put this on my desk. We'll eventually show the iPad cam. Make sure sockets show up. So make sure all of the miscellaneous graphics show up. So this is things like sockets, your selection. Hey, take a look at this. Not too bad. So this is running at like 40 plus frames per second. Pretty good. We got some shaders on the bots. If we zoom out all the way, it goes to actually 60 frames per second still. Pretty good. So we hit the test button, which I made gigantic. The frame rate drops for a little bit because it's got to simulate using CPU. And now the frame rate is about 30-ish. Now, this is because all of these bots have a shader on them. They won't eventually unless they get hit by something. So yeah, this is going pretty well. Not bad. We still have to add in some more things. So life bars and text components. But then this isn't too bad. What's that doing over there? You see that? What's that? Why is that there? What's going on? No. Oh yeah, I don't know why that's happening. There's just random bots down there. What fixed the issues? Rendering everything in a container. What are those things? Okay, there's still a bunch. Oh, I know what's going on. I think. Alright, there's going to be a ton of rendering bugs though. J-Pugsy, you're going to have to rename yourself. Alright, yeah, there's still a bunch of issues here. Like this, for example, I don't know how visible this is to you guys, but there's some black outline around this. Yeah, you can probably see that. Anyway, I'm not totally sure what's causing that. Still, it's nice to actually have this thing be usable. Let's click attack and see what happens. Okay, so this is going to play against Adam, who has like 400 bots. This is probably going to lag the iPad. Wait, that's not Adam. Who is this? Who is this? Why can't I press the forfeit button? There we go. All right, attack. Aha. So this is playing against Adam. And you can see the frame rate is 3. And zooming in does not affect this. So this has more bots than we'll ever actually have rendering. At least be better. Only have. Yeah, zooming in doesn't do anything. So we're going to have to fix that too. Okay, well, let's just get out of this for now. So only see if it's possible to only render visible entities. Still. Rebranded battery killers. Oh, Hideo. Hideo's being savage for once now. Look at this. You wrecked EJ, he wrecked me. Okay, so I haven't done any of these things yet. I'm not probably going to do them yet either. In fact, that test shader that we have, I wonder if we could make this any more intense. Maybe. Let me try something. Pixie.js has an example where they add this crazy color thing. It's in filters somewhere. Yeah, this. Can we just add this same filter and see what this turns into? Yeah, we can. New color matrix filter. Okay, let's just see what the performance would be of this thing. Because right now we have filter equals new whatever. We are going to get rid of... Let's just do it this way. Okay. So when we refresh, we'll probably have like just bonkers colors on all these things. We don't. which means I probably did something wrong. Did I turn this off? No, I didn't. Huh. So maybe we have to specify a uniform for this. Let's take a look. Does filter ever get past anything else? Matrix equals filter dot matrix. And what, count just keeps going up? Alright, fine. Oh, this probably is what's hurting everything. Alright, let's try this. This will just totally break everything. Alright. How's it look? Like nothing. Yeah, so who knows what I'm doing wrong here. It doesn't really matter that much. I just wanted to see what happens if we tried this crazy filter on Botland. That's ridiculous. But I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. They render this to the whole container. Actually very interesting. I wonder if there's any other way for me to do this stuff. $60 bugs per second. Hey, Gladiator. Alright, let's put this back to how it used to be. Or we could try that. No, let's just leave it at that. Okay, so what else do I have to do here? Everything is mostly working. I think the whole thing about right now, it's definitely rendering way more than it has to. And I wonder if it's worth it to turn that off. Where are there forums? Someone's probably asked this before. Let's just search for call. Playing around with Pixie Tile Map insofar as the best performance rendered tiles. Fortunately, when I implemented Zoom support, I started dealing with something like 70,000 tiles for the screen. By the way, I also tried to close the blue information menu whenever you press a bot. I was not able to close the menu that way. This is in addition to not being able to add chips. Yeah, I ran into that too. I just never wrote it down. So let's go write it down. Cannot close the blueprint info panel that pops up via its X on mobile. Made a test with particle container, can render that many tiles. $83,000 tiles. Disable anti-aliasing of the render and enable MIP maps on the texture atlas. Trick is that in the shader we treat each pixel of the image as a lookup table for the spreadsheet. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? I don't know, Cool Cobalt. Something with cookies, probably. Cookie dough, maybe? Or black raspberry without cookies? I don't know. And what's up currently? I'm still working on performance improvements for rendering. Huh. Okay, so just turning off anti-aliasing helps with this. I already have it off though. Hey, Catalan Web. Oh, hey, don't forget to call make renderable equals false objects which bounds are off screen. That's what you're supposed to do for this? Let's read what this problem was anyway. Can you tell me what's wrong with me? Likely related? What is this issue? Granted, this was a year and a month ago. Oh, yeah. Melon and vanilla? Is that an ice cream flavor that's common? Melon ice cream. Huh. Okay, well, what did they say about the renderable part then? If you don't have to set alpha to 0, displacement filter makes displacement sprite dot renderable equals false, so that's your help. Imagine it as every filter redraws a rectangle. It affects. Don't forget to call make renderable equals false. Yeah. Even if you're yeah, good. Okay, exactly. Calling algorithm is not a part of Pixie. It depends on the game. You have to check every object, get bounds or whatever variables you have for it, camera.zoom and stuff, and calculate whether the object is seen or not. Renderable field is just for that cause. Oh, perfect. Yeah, perfect. So let's try this out then. Let's set every other bot to not be renderable. We're just going to test this. So instead of Pixie, we'll just say this dot renderable equals true. And then when we make a bot, inject bot image. So here, we'll say sprite component dot sprite dot renderable equals this dot renderable. And then this dot renderable equals not this dot renderable. I haven't ever used Swift. I used Objective-C. That was the extent of the Apple programming I did. All right, so we had 3 bots. Now we'll only have 2 show up. And when we hit test, we'll only see half of them show up. So this is actually really, really important. So you can still see that there are bots there that are firing at me that don't seem to exist. So clearly, I haven't done anything other than affect rendering. But by doing this, when they're off screen, I should be able to see a good performance improvement. And then I can just set them back to renderable. Not too bad. I just need to set renderable to false when an entity. Okay, cool. So we can write a little wrapper around this stuff so that this can happen automatically. I already kind of have that wrapper. It's over here. So we could just say something like this. This will have to be on the old object, right? Yeah. So is object visible? So I don't understand why this uses the old coordinates and doesn't take zoom into account. Seems strange. Yeah, it does seem strange, and yet this works. So return this. There. So now we have an isObjectVisible. So let's try this out. We are going to take out our renderable hack. And when we go to render the stage, we're going to make sure we only render it after we go through all the different bots first. Dot set bot renderables, or set entity renderables. I'll just say set bot renderable. That's the most important thing. We can probably do this for tiles as well if we really felt like it. I don't know how much it would speed up though. So you want to go through everything that has a bot sprite. We have a way of doing this here. I guess we need to pass in the camera for this too. Okay, so indexer names dot bot sprites. Just say entities. So for each bot entity that we have, we say if we just say entity, we get the sprite, and we say sprite component.sprite.renderable equals camera.isObjectVisible entity, no, sprite component.sprite. All right, there, that should be it. Yeah. Okay, let's try it out. And then we should keep track of how many of these are visible at any given time. So let's do console.log. Let's say it this way. Count equals 0. We'll say count plus equal this. There. I'm just going to make a quick console.log here. Num visible count. So every frame we can check to see whether this thing thinks it's visible or not. Now there is a clipping bug with the camera where it's going to think it's visible when it isn't, or vice versa, and whatever. We'll just work around that. So it says num visible 3. As I zoom in, that becomes 0. And as I show just some part of this bot, yeah, this for example. Yeah. So like here it says num visible 1. If I zoom in more and scroll up, it says num visible 0. But you can see it's cutting it off a little bit too soon. Like if I scroll even 1 pixel higher right now, it just cuts it off. It's like right at the midpoint of the eyeball. But that's just a little bug I've got to fix. Workday 3 encoded 4 to 9. Yeah, that's a long day. There might be a reason, Mr. Cheap. Swift is a relatively new language, right? At least it's relatively new in terms of popularity. Okay, so we want to get rid of this because I don't actually need these things here anymore. So now performance on iPad should be even better because when a bot is not visible, it won't try doing the shader calculations. We could also have this apply to every sprite in the game if we wanted, which we should probably do at some point. Yeah. The question is, which is faster? Rendering something that's not visible or checking to see if it's not visible and then making it not render? I loop control. Is that a dance game? Yeah. And Fire TF. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's actually log in as, no, actually let's not do that. I'm gonna suggest something different here. All right, I'll show you guys this on the iPad again. We'll just refresh the page. It's got to reload, so it'll probably take some time. Okay, so frame rate's pretty good. We're at like 50 to 60. I'm happy with that. Now we're going to hit the test button, and we should see the frame rate drop to 0 for a second because it's doing some really intense calculations for the CPU. But then the frame rate goes back to where it was. It's not until I scroll these bots into view that it drops. But as these bots die off or move out of the screen, the frame rate should go back up to normal. Okay, good. And that's what's happening. I don't know how visible that is to you guys. Hey again, Luculus. So that's one performance improvement that we can do that I think is really helpful. What else? We need to fix that thing too. So I want to add in the life bars and text again. And then if that works, I think we can start to clean this stuff up and try to get to an actual check-in that we can make. Use something like a quad tree for faster calculations for isbot rendering. Yeah, that's true. I could do something to figure out exactly kind of where I'm looking and pick these bots better. In my mind, that's not such an important part. At most, we'll have, I think, 25 bots. Bots are probably the only entities that are going to have shaders. Shaders are the most expensive thing to draw. In fact, if I got rid of the shaders altogether and I just got rid of this part here, so if I set this to false, good. Is this using HTML canvas or drawing, or is it images? It's WebGL, but it's based on images. Okay, so now bots don't flash any longer. So if we log in as Adam1, which we can't even do unless I go fix this. If we log in as Adam1 on the iPad, it should not have a difficult time rendering all of these bots. So my frame rate's 60 on my computer. Let's try again on the iPad. My only point here is I'm trying to prove that it's shaders that are what's making this take so long. So let's see. It hasn't reloaded yet. There it goes. Okay, so let's take a look. Yeah, frame rate's about 47, I think. I don't know if you guys can see this. So frame rate's about 47, drawing all these bots. And if we zoom in a lot, it will actually cut some of them out. But it's still about 47. It's once we start using shaders on all of those that then things get crazy. Gotta fix a million bugs here. The thing is, according to these weapon effects, I feel like we're going to want shaders for all the bots. And they'll probably almost always be present. So we might as well just treat a bot as always having a shader. Because we'll have actually a bunch of different effects. And you know what? I should try this out. I should try multiple shaders. Yeah, let's try that. Test out multiple shaders on a single bot. Now what we could do is not necessarily multiple shaders, but a single mega shader, which is what some people recommend doing, where let's say you have two different effects. Something where it's like on fire and something where it's, I don't know, glow blue. And let's say something can be on fire while it's glowing blue. Then you just make like mega shader dot frag. And here's where you just do some on fire code, and here's where you do the glow blue code in whatever order you decide you want. And you just have some if statements around them. So we can try out both ways. Test test as two shader files and test as a mega shader. Actually, we'll only ever do it this way. So I guess we could just try that. So let's aim for two different effects here, I suppose. No, we can't really do that though, can we? Hey, freaky. No, I should make another one of these. Just some like test shader 2.frag. Now we search for test shader everywhere. So we move this file over there. Same thing here. Here. And then we rerun this right here. Okay. Then when we're making a filter, we need to make another filter. Let's do it here. This just needs to be something else. I'm not sure what we want it to do yet, but we'll come up with that. So that's fine. Test shader 2. Sure, set all those things. All right, great. So now inside of test shader 2, what should we do to this sprite? How about we just set the red component? No, let's set the blue component to full, whatever it is. So base color equals, or base color dot b equals 1. And there. Let's just do that. That's it. Okay, so in order to test this, we have this dot filter showing up right here. Let's set this to this dot filter 2. So now instead of showing bots like this, I'm actually not totally sure what this will look like. Probably if we're setting the blue component to full, then instead of red it'll be pink, and instead of green it'll be cyan. So we should see cyan and pink bots. And that is definitely not cyan and pink. So maybe it's not loading the shader data. Let's go take a look. Or maybe I just screwed up what I'm doing here. Well, let's take a look first to see if this even made it into where we're supposed to make it. Dist, development, test shader 2, there it is. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong there. Oh wait, I know what's wrong. I'm not actually using the shader. There we go. Oh, I messed up. What did I mess up? Something about there's a uniform that's not being used. Oh yeah, that's the bug. Oh man. Okay, this is a Pixie problem, not a me problem. We've got to get rid of any of these that don't get used in the code, or we need to use them. So let's fake use them. So it's test uniform, right? Is that where this thing is crashing? Value of undefined. What is I? Test uniform, yeah. So we just need to say something about test uniform in here. Let's think of something nice to say. Float f equals test uniform. Good job. Okay, there. So it'll use the positivity and fix the bug. Problem solved. So there's our cyan and pink bots. That's not exactly what I wanted to have happen, but it kind of works. Oh, did I turn off follow sounds? I shouldn't have. How many bits to remove this hello banner? I'm going crazy. To remove what? Am I just not paying attention to something? Okay, so now we want to try both of these shaders at the same time. So we say this dot filter and then this dot filter too. So one of them is going to change the opacity and then the other one is going to change that blue component. I just want to see if these work the way I expect them to. No, of course not. How do you use two fragment shaders? Multiple fragment shaders. It's got to be possible, right? You can do this, e.g. by doing multiple function calls. Yeah, she might have function there. Color shader 1, color shader 2. I wonder if you can do this in Pixie. Maybe I'd have to add this to a container and then use a shader on the container and a shader on something else, or maybe, I don't know. Alright, see you, Daniel. Actually, try this story. Pixie.js, multiple fragment shaders. I don't really need this, I think. I can just use that mega shader idea. You group them by shader and draw each batch separately. You write everything in one fragment shader and combine them at the end. Depends on the effects you want to have. Second, you can write multiple shader programs, one for each effect, and write your results to a fragment buffer object. Render to texture. Each shader will get the results of it. Yeah, okay, fine. I understand how this would work then. Oh, this. Yeah, I eventually want to get rid of that, sure. That's not very important right now, though. I'll just write this down here somewhere. Get rid of Pixie's hello banner. So Water Kiwi, I have commands for everything. So just keep the questions coming. We'll see when we can finally get one that's realistic that I can't answer via command. Alright, so this would only work if we used a render texture. It's probably something I should write down somewhere. Pixie.js. Well, I have something here. Okay, so multiple fragment shaders. This is, but it either involves one of two techniques. One, using a render texture as an intermediate output for one shader, and then finally rendering to the screen with another shader. And two is combining all of your shaders into a mega shader that will, well, anyway, that's, I guess, kind of self-explanatory. So now we'll just link to, where is it, this? Okay. Is there a recursive command to list and use the command to list the command? There. Told you there's a command for everything. The answer is no. Okay, so this answers that question. So I guess this is not really possible. So then using as a mega shader is possible, but then it's not really very difficult to do, I suppose. So we get rid of filter 2 altogether, and in filter 1, test shader, we just set base color.b equals 1.0. And there, we've combined the opacity and the blue filter shader into one. So as long as we can accomplish every single botland effect in one shader, then I think we should be fine. Except for I screwed that up too. Let's go fix that. Does no actually do something? No. Yeah, so here's everything. So we set the blue component, we set the opacity. You know what we could do here? We could combine this in a better way. I could do this. I could say that. We're done. So now this will be the exact combination that I wanted. Yeah, nice. So now we just set the blue channel to full and we change the opacity on this. So it changed cyan and pink like I'd said. It's just very annoying to look at. That shader is killing my eyes. Yeah, I know. I gotta. Alright, and on an iPad, I'm guessing this is going to be not performant at all. So we would need to accomplish all of these effects in a single shader. Shouldn't be that bad, maybe. We just need to make sure we're doing them in the right order. Yeah, so the performance of this is pretty bad on iPad. And it's about what I'd expect. If we zoom in, the FPS should increase from 3. Now it's 9. Yeah, it's around like 15. If we zoom in further, it'll increase to something reasonable. So this is going to be a limitation that we have for iPad. Just try not to show shaders whenever we can avoid it. I think it's always going to be on every bot. Every bot's going to take some kind of effect, whether it's taking damage or it's dying or something. So I guess my conclusion that I'll send to the artist is use shaders very sparingly. So something like this will be doable. Expect bots, chips, and the CPU to have shaders on them. Expect everything else not to. Yeah. So we want to get rid of this probably. We could just get rid of this. It doesn't matter. It's not doing anything anyway. So now bots will still flash, but they won't be blue while they're flashing. They'll be whatever colors they were already. Yeah. There we go. It's still obnoxious to look at. Alright, so now we got to add these things back in. Test the performance again. We want 25 bots on screen. I don't know about that, but let's fix this then. It's probably going to take longer to... What if we hit upgrade here? What happens? We can't, because... Oh, fine. So we need to just manually delete these. This is too tedious. Let's just add them for account number 3. There. We'll log in as Adam3, who does not have a defense right now, as far as I know. Yep, and we'll just make a bunch of bots here. So let's go shopping first. Ooh, that's no good. All right, yeah, that broke everything. Fine. Fix the deprecated on font and getting base 64 data. I thought I had done this. There's no, yeah, it's right here. So why doesn't this work for everything? There's somewhere that I'm calling this that's not correct. Where might it be? Here it is. Done. Oh, so that's it. That should fix it. Now when we go back to the store, it should show us the items. Yeah, look at that. Look at that lazy loading. Good job, Adam. All right, let's buy some stuff now. So it doesn't really matter what we buy. I'll get this, and let's just get the whole jackhammer torso, and the whole jackhammer set, and then we will get this over here. Bloop. All right, so we got to put down 25 of these. 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No, we only have to put down 18, not 25. And the reason why is because the attacker is going to put down the other 7. So now we got to test this on iPad. And yeah, that's true, Hideo. They did add those things. So I just need to incorporate that. Now we need to log in as someone who is not Adam3. We need to log in as Adam2 again, I suppose. And then attack Adam3. Which means we should probably go into the database and get rid of... how do we do this? Let's just do it graphically. We've got to wipe out who this person's playing against. So we go to botland, tables, users. So Adam2 is now playing against nobody. Cool. Done. Hey, Orange Pigs. Game design is a very different beast from what I'm doing right now. I'm doing what I would consider game development. I know that might sound pedantic, but I really would separate the two. I think you can design a game and not know anything about coding. And so what I consider to be game design is something like, imagine if you were designing chess. You'd say how many pieces there are, how big the board is, how the pieces individually move, what are the win and lose conditions, maybe timing requirements. Those are all the things that fit into game design. And then what I would consider game development would be actually implementing chess. So I made this so that, let me just do this from my computer. I'll just log in as Adam2. That is actually correct. Okay, now we click attack, and we want to play against Adam3. Oh great, I broke everything. That's not good. Yeah, that's definitely not good. No defense copy found for user equals 2. Maybe we can just forfeit and not have that happen. Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. I'm starting to know. I think I know too much about a product I'll never use. You never know. All right, so this is going to go into defense mode. I want to actually go into attack mode. So we're playing against Adam3. Frame rate is currently about 20. But we want to be zoomed in a little bit more, I think. Let's try that out. So let's set the zoom to 1.25. Oops, my bad. 1.25. And yeah, that's it actually. Let me just refresh the page. Hey, Monadic Bind. Still trying for better FPS? Yeah. I did a decent job at improving it so far today. It's still not perfect. FPS started out at 2 today, and we've gotten it to the point where it can hit 60, just not when bots are on the screen. And that's all because of shaders. So let's try this again. Go to attack. So now I'm going to put down 7 bots. Putting down bots doesn't work apparently. What? But right now, actually, okay, so for some reason I can't put down bots, but you can see it's about 30 frames per second when I have everything rendering. So if I zoom in even a little bit, it goes above 30, and I think that's fine for right now. Thanks, Hey Gomez. Okay, well, what we could do to try to address this is just put down more bots for, oh wait, no, we can't. Hang on, let me turn this off. This part. Yeah. Okay, so we logged in as what, Adam 3, and we made this defense? So this is 18 bots, so we just need to place 7 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and when we test this on the computer, what do we get for frame rate here? Yeah, it's still fine on a computer. So we're really just trying to optimize for mobile here. And really, when you zoom in, it would get better anyway. Okay, now we log in again as Adam 2. We forfeit, and then we restart the match. Perfect. Okay, now we can refresh the iPad, and it'll be playing against this with 25 bots, and we can test what the frame rate is. Can't wait till I get back to normal development. I feel like this has been a detour the last few days. Explosions look like the fried egg I made this morning. Yeah, they're gonna change. I'll bring this up once the iPad thing is done, but yeah, you could probably see in the background of, I'll just show you this way. Yeah, explosions are gonna change. We'll have some different ones. We'll have more animation on them. The animation, I guess, would have to be sprite based though. We probably can't do it with a shader if it's gonna be laggy. Oh, I turned off auto login. Okay, so cancel out of here. Hit attack. So what is the frame rate for this? So it's at 20, about 20, I'd say. Where's the whole facts about? Rendering 25 bots with shaders gives about 14 to 20. Okay. So the only thing we need to do now is add in all of the life bars, the shield bars, and the text components. And then that'll be our baseline, I think. We should never go below that FPS. How could we make this any better, though? I suppose the only other things we could try are not rendering tiles, or marking them as not renderable. We should just do a performance test on that. Yeah, I'm just going to write this down. Test which is better. Rendering something, rendering a tile that's off screen, or checking to see if, or marking its renderable property as true/false. Thanks, Juke. Not that far from the 30 plus goal. I wonder if you can win the missing one somewhere. Yeah. I think the only other way would be culling sprites. Or I don't know. Let's write something here about culling. Pixie doesn't perform any culling for you. And I had exactly where they... Yeah, so this. How do I link to exactly this post? Share this post. Done. Okay. And let's copy paste that. Okay. Well, is there a way to do quotes in here better? I know Gmail has something like a quote style. Oh, we do, but it's not exactly what I wanted. All right, whatever. We'll just tap it in. That's fine. So, in order to call an object, just set its renderable property to false. And it doesn't reset that to true at any point. So I should probably write that down here. So we can close out of that. So we got to add these things back in. I really don't want to do this because I think it's going to be tedious. Inject. So we have a life bar component. We have a shield bar component. How will I do this? Because the way it used to work, the way it works, if you go to play.bot.land right now, the way the life bars show up is such that they're always behind the bot. And you know what? Let's make all these. Let's just trash these scripts. Update and update. Okay, so now they'll all just move on their own. Yeah, okay, that. You might have seen it, you might not have seen it, but I'm going to pause here so that you can see exactly what's going on. Right there. That life bar is showing up over this bot. So in order to achieve that same effect, if I even say that that's a desirable effect, I would need to put each bot into its own container. Yeah. In order for this to work the way that it used to, I would need to put each bot into its own container. Otherwise, I would have the same layer for each life bar or text component. Yeah. That means that when a bot dies, I need to delete its container. All right, well, we can try to hack this together. Let me think about this. So right now what we're doing is we're adding a container. This contains every single bot. We need to make a new container just for this bot, then add that container, and then associate it to this bot. So we need to make a bunch of different things. Okay, first, so we have a sprite component. I guess we also need like a Pixie container component. Pixie container. And then sprite component we'll save as just Pixie container component for right now. Pixie container component. This changes to Pixie container, and then we just pass in the container. Cool. We delete all of this stuff. This is gonna be frustrating. So we've got to make sure that this gets destroyed after everything else. Otherwise, we're gonna try to destroy this sprite twice. So we have an entity, we give it a sprite component, we give it a container component. We need to make sure that the container component gets destroyed last, or does not destroy its children. Yeah, actually either one of those. Let's take a look at the documentation and see if they have any way of letting us control this. So container has a destroy function, but can you make options? Oh, check it out. If set to true, all the children will have their destroy method called as well. Oh, perfect. Okay, so note, by not passing in any options, we won't destroy the children. That way, we don't depend on the container being destroyed last, since all of the sprite components will call destroy on themselves anyway. Yeah. Okay, so now we have a container component, and what we'd want to do is just add it in here. So sprite component, Pixie container component. We'll make one here. Pixie container component equals new, and we need a container, so bot container equals new Pixie container. We put this in here. We add that to the entity, and then we add the sprite to that container. Done. Okay, so that's everything. Now, when this gets destroyed, it'll destroy the container, but not the children. And there's one more part that I'm missing. Oh yeah. It's adding that this.bot container dot add child bot container. Okay, yeah, let's try this out. So then, actually, this shouldn't be too bad. When we start to add these things in, we just need to add them in the same order that we added them in before, which is what? Sprite, life bar, text, I think. Let's see. It was sprite, life bar, other sprites, fire. Yeah, it's going to break a whole bunch of stuff. Bots look alright when they have shields, when they're on fire, when they're zapping. Okay. So life bar, shield bar, text, and we only want some of these to be renderable in certain conditions. So we're going to need to run through, we're going to need to run through a bunch of things actually. Extend the set bot renderable to be for all entities. So now we just add all of these things. LifeBar component has graphics. That's what we need to return. Ugh. I don't like this. And again, I'm kind of just testing this. If this works, then great. So let's try it out. So we should have life bars and text above the bot. We should turn on auto login again. So we don't have life bars and text, which means I've broken something. Surprise, surprise. I wonder what though. Also, we only have one bot here. I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be another bot over here somewhere, right? Clicking doesn't do anything. Clicking this doesn't even do anything though. That's unusual. Do I have bots on this? Defense copy, where are you? Huh, I don't even see it. Here it is. Ooh, that's not how you select everything. So we have 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, and they're not all showing up. This is probably just an error somewhere. Can I read property parent of undefined? That's not good. Hey, pawn. If child.parent, child is undefined, where is this coming from? Text comp, oh, whoops. Whoops. There we go. That's why I should have looked at these errors. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Just refresh the page. Okay, well, they're up there. It's better than nothing, I guess. Where are the life bars, though? I don't see those at all. There's the AI player. Do you guys see life bars anywhere? No, I don't know where they are. I think it's because the positioning of these is based on everything else. Yeah, this is where I set their positioning. And their position needs to be updated every frame. But this is something Container should actually help us with. And yeah, I agree, Nice. But in order for TypeScript to have helped there, that would have meant that Pixie would have needed types on even their library. Well, actually, I was using something undefined from my own library, but still, I could have screwed that up by using something with the wrong type. Oh well. Yeah, I think those are the kinds of things where TypeScript would save me time. Thankfully, it was admitted as an error anyway. All right, so the position of these things used to be done, and now it's not. Let's try something out. So we have bot container. We have this thing too. If we were to set, so the container gets updated all the time. If we say lifebar component dot graphics dot, this is the worst. Graphics dot x and y. So we just have to say x and y of that stuff. So what if we said x equals 5 and y equals 5? But if we want this to be positioned relative to the parent, I'm not sure how we set that up exactly. I would assume just having a container would have done that, but I guess not. Oh wait, yes it would. We just need to, okay, I know how we do this then. All right, so here's how we fix this in a very frustrating way. Yeah, this is actually going to be really frustrating. So there's something called the chase target system. And the way that this works for bots is when they move, actually there's going to be a bunch of problems here. We're setting the position on a sprite, I believe. Scale, offset, yeah. So everywhere that we do the positioning here, what we really need to do is set the container's position. And this is just going to be very annoying to do everywhere. But a sprite is a container, so I guess we can just add children directly to that. Not a great idea, I feel. Right, I already verified this, didn't I? Sprite extends container. Yeah, well. Could just add children to the sprite then. Okay, so instead of this, we just start adding these to the sprite. And now everything is going to be positioned relative to the sprite. I don't think that worked. Yeah, I don't see any text. Hi, Nina. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. It's going to be tough. Huh. Funny. That's the first thing I did too, EJ. I saw the year though. That's what I'm more concerned about usually than look at the date. Birthday cactus. I didn't mean for that to happen. Okay, so setting the X and Y on this used to be done down here, and it was based on where the sprite is. I wonder if we can just set it. I wonder if we can just set it here. Have some of this work. Text component dot pixie text dot x equals 5 and y equals 5. Yeah, so I think at least the rest of today is going to be taken in just stabilizing everything I've done and investigated here. Like, this is still not working. I've got to figure out why. But then even once that's done, I think there's going to be some cleanup. No, maybe that's still part of this task. Okay, fine. I think there's a stabilization and cleanup of this That might take well into tomorrow, if not all of tomorrow. I'm still going to be streaming for another like hour and a half today. But after that is when we can finally get back to alpha preparation. Hey, Timon. What is this? Graphics? Yeah. Graphics are finally there in the game. So where is this text showing up? Because how did I used to do this? I used to get the text, and yeah, I would just said it's X and Y. And now it's not showing up at all. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I shouldn't need to do anything special here. What did I watch at GDQ? I saw the Ocarina of Time speedrun. I saw Ape Escape 2. I saw Super Metroid Undertale. Most of A Link to the Past. Are there any other ones I watched? Like here and there I'd have a run on, but I wasn't paying attention too much. Like Final Fantasy. Okay, so order that I add this in doesn't matter. Also, I don't know where the life bars are. Okay, let's take a quick look. They have an example here where they use a container. So it should just be that changing the container's position, so to something like 500 over here. So these bunnies are all over here. If I hit refresh, yeah, they're all over here. So it is definitely relative to the parent. Makes sense, yeah. So that shouldn't be bad. So here I have a text component. I add the text itself to a container, which in this case is a sprite. I wonder if sprite has an overridden render function. Possibly. Maybe that's why this is failing. Okay, let's take a look again. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. So I've got to call its parent render function. That's why you just don't use a sprite as a container. Hey, T-Block. Was insane the amount of money raised in the last 12 hours. Yeah, I took a picture. Let me see if I can find this. How do I just show half of this to you guys? It doesn't really matter if you see the whole thing. It's just this monitor has nothing interesting on it. Yeah, at exactly $1 less than 2.2 million. And how many people were watching? Oh, that doesn't show up on the screen. Yeah, that's too bad. I was also, so what I was doing on my other monitor here is I was looking at TGH Play's follow count, which is now way higher. And he made a Reddit post. He was at 8,500 when I took this. I think he's above 10,000 now. Yeah, the amount of money raised on the first day and the last day are more than all the other days. Actually, the last day is more than all the other days, right? The first day, though, I feel like there's a lot too, because that's when you finally get the incentives set up and you get to put your name up there, have some of the first donations be read. It's still a novelty. I was thinking next year, like, what if I spent some money, not next year, actually, probably this year, what if I spent some money to try to get on one of the name a file incentives and went for bot.land? Hey, PK, I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? The guy they rated had 1.7k followers. 5 minutes later, 6k. Yeah, and that's just ridiculous. Every once in a while, you'll be looking at someone's Twinge, and they just have this huge spike in follows. That has never happened to me. In all the time I've been streaming, it's just been a straight line. What is that money raising thing about? There was a gaming marathon called Awesome Games Done Quick. It's done every year, and then in the summer they do Summer Games Done Quick. And I'm not sure if they do this for Summer Games Done Quick, but they have a charity set up for AGDQ, and this one was Prevent Cancer Foundation, Over the course of the 7 days, they raise money. It all goes to the Prevent Cancer Foundation, and I think there's $17,000 of operating costs for AGDQ itself. It's actually pretty efficient for AGDQ. Okay, so I can't use a Sprite as a container. I would need to modify Chase target system so that it's setting positions on the container, not on the Sprite. The summer charity is Doctors Without Borders. Okay. Alright, well, I'm going to be working on my computer for a little while, so I can just set this back to a regular keyboard cam. Oh yeah, I knew that was a lot of people frowned on that. So in Chase Target System, the problem is that I get a Sprite component directly. I feel like what I should be doing here is getting something like there are a couple of different ways I can do this. So the problem is that some entities will want to be positioned based on their sprites, and some entities will want to be positioned based on a container. So solution number one is give every entity a container. Solution number two is check to see if there's a container, and if not, fall back to a sprite. Solution number three is make another component that can reference either of the above. I don't think there's a point for doing this. This is strictly worse than solution number one, given how Pixie works. Yeah, it wasn't an announcer, just someone with a microphone, and I don't even think he had a microphone. It looked like he took it from his friend in order to say anything. Hi, Andrew. Andrew, you have a very convenient last name for this website. Yeah, and so, Timon, I think the general consensus was that something should have been said that wasn't so harsh. I think something as simple as, hey, can you guys not say wow all the time, would have probably been fine, and it probably would have stopped the majority of people from saying it. Like, oh yeah, that's cool. Okay, so I think solution number one is probably the best solution here. Just take, no, I don't know, give everything a container. Wonder if there's an easier way to do this. Oh, I don't think, Timon, most people won't even hear about that apology. In fact, this is the first time I heard about it. And I was following the thread on Reddit where people were talking about all this. I still think it's totally fine to talk to an audience and be like, hey, can you guys stop that in a nice way? I think that's okay. That's what should have happened. But that didn't happen. That led to a lot of lost hype in the Super Metroid run, which, by the way, was a very good run. I thought that was very entertaining. I always love watching Zost, though. Okay, anyway, I'm really waffling on this because I feel like this is a big change, and I'm not in the right mindset to do this right now. So let me sit down. Let me pay attention to which solution is actually the best solution here. Well, Timon, you could see how something like that would probably be insensitive at an event raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. I don't know. I think the more viewers and the more customers a business or an event gets, the more you have to be conscious of what you're saying in the public eye. So if we do this, then I need to change how projectiles work. It may make certain things easier. I think wrapping everything in another component might not be such a bad idea, though. Then again, sprite component could just be that component that has all this information. Could be container. This may not be a bad idea, so that everything can be rendered just by rendering its container, instead of having to worry about everything else. For example, I could set up life bars a single time and never have to reposition it. Is there anything else? Anything else I should be considering here? What do I do when I eventually want to get a bot center X? Store this in the container component. Yeah, maybe I could do that. Oh yeah, Zelna's run was insane. That was just crazy. And what, TJ? My mic sounds normal. Did I miss someone saying it doesn't sound normal? Huh. Okay, this sounds hacky and it will be code that happens all over the place. I'm really leaning towards solution number 1 up here. It's the only other thing I'm thinking of. Can't think of an advantage of this over solution number 1. You should just always look for a container. It took several years for Riot to implement a loader in the loading screen to indicate to players that the game hasn't crashed. Yeah, I've heard people say that a lot, that sometimes it looks like things have just frozen. Also, hey Baltimore Ravens. Okay, so yeah, let's convert everything to a container, I think. This sounds like the best solution, so convert everything to a container. So let's go do this, right? So there's going to be a container for all of these, and then a sprite that's added to the container. And we won't be guaranteed to have a sprite component displaying for any of these things. This should probably be a separate commit. I don't think this should be done in the current commit. I think we just won't have life bars and text yet. I think everyone said something like, is this stream dead? Every once in a while. I mean, that happens to me too sometimes. If you're watching a game, it's so easy to tell if something's going on. But every once in a while, I'll be watching something like Hearthstone in mobile quality, and you can't really tell if something's moving because the quality is so bad. And if the person's not talking, then you have no idea if it froze. And frequently, if you're on mobile quality, it will freeze because that means your internet's not great. Okay. Yeah, I think we should probably try to clean up what I've done here so far. Adam, I believe you can do better than Riot. Well, I don't know about that. Riot's a huge company, right? All right, can we check this in then and then start working on something else to do with the same thing? Yeah, we're in Pixie v4 migration, so I'll continue with this. Okay, then let's cut out what I tried to do here. So we can't just use this. Now we're adding the sprite, but adding these things won't matter. No, these will be positioned stupidly because I never repositioned the container itself. Okay, yeah. So we'll just have floating text bars there. We'll just get rid of that. Hey, Tinway. All right, not bad. Oh yeah, and reflect and everything won't show up either. I still think this is worth checking in. A lot more fixing I have to do. Reflect, shield, all these things. Yeah, this is JavaScript. Okay, well, let's get ready to check in. You hate JavaScript. Alright, filter 2 we can get rid of. We never needed this anyway. Let's get rid of all of this. I wonder if having a no-op filter there matters whatsoever. Because I ran into a problem on Friday where I needed to worry about this thing and then I never ended up using it. All I did was create it, but I've never applied it to anything. So if I get rid of this entirely, it shouldn't matter. You're correct. Web programmer with JavaScript is not for you. That's totally fair. Yeah, we're missing selections here too. So I can put bots down, but I can't tell where they're going to be placed. There's no selection or anything. I think we'll fix this just slowly and surely. So this render, I think we got to get rid of this too. At least all of this stuff. So there won't be a pre-render any longer. We are now directly using this. So this shouldn't be used anywhere. Post render should never be called, right? Comment, commented out, and the function definition. Yeah, so we can just delete this whole thing. Oops, that was pre-render, not post-render. Okay. Yeah, delete, post-render, delete, and delete this. I don't think pre-render is used anywhere either, but we just need to verify that before we go willy-nilly deleting things. Yeah, so we can delete this too. Okay, cool. So render display object. I don't think this is used anywhere. Nope. So there's really very little reason to ever do things this way. We can get rid of this too. And EOJ, it's going okay. Really, I think these days come down to mindset more than anything else. Friday, I felt like I spent all day and I made marginal progress. But my mindset was pretty good and I was working for the whole time. And yeah, someone said this earlier, but sometimes you test something out and it doesn't end up being the right thing, but now at least you know that's not the right thing. And sometimes that can be, it can just get you down, I think, when you keep trying things and you don't get a lot of progress. And so today, I'm happy so far. It's going well. We actually did improve some things. No problems at all with JavaScript. Can't say I'm very experienced. What's so bad about it? Hey, Six. Lag it until it opens a blank window. And I'm an engineer? Yeah, I'm an engineer. Hey, did you? Okay, so we got rid of some of that stuff. Let's also try to get rid of anything else here that we can get rid of. This is all going to have to go away. Now we call this multiple times. We're creating a new one of these every single time, apparently. Yeah, I should delete this thing too. If you want 400, 18, so many receipts. Okay. I don't speak Spanish, no. And yeah, EOJ, it's been hard for me to have this attitude sometimes in the past, and that's why I've rage quit a few streams over the 256 Spotland streams that I've done so far. So, yeah. And by the way, I think ending early is not necessarily a rage quit, but I think there were some days where I was just like, all right, this is getting me down too much. I've got to go, guys. And that was it. And I think when we get back to the database bug, it's going to be a true testament to whether my attitude has actually changed, if I can get through it, even if I don't make progress, without just quitting the stream. So let's see, I used to have to make a new filter every time due to batch rendering, but now it appears I can reuse this .filter, so I'm not sure what happened, but here's a link. All right, we should probably read this link. This custom filter shows mutating uniforms. This is not a custom filter. Okay, well, actually, you know what? We could probably find the custom filter example. No, I don't think so. Okay, whatever. You need to ensure the objects aren't batched and that you can run code just before they're about to be rendered. Uh-oh. This actually isn't good. Wait a second. Yeah, uh-oh. This might mean that if we... yeah, uh-oh. This is potentially bad. Make sure we can use the same filter in multiple places with different uniforms. Yeah, this isn't good. This seems to indicate that we can't do it, thanks to batching. So what we need to do is set uniforms to be just totally random here, I guess, before drawing all of this stuff. That's not gonna help, is it? No, because we're using... Oh, man. Yeah, this is bad. Bad news bears. So what we need to do is try to make a shader that lets us specify colors and make sure we can specify different colors for every bot. Yeah, let's go do that. This is still the same, right? It works for me. Okay. So we have this test uniform here. Let's do something that makes this very obvious. Test shader. We need to get rid of test shader 2 and remove it from the gulp file as well. Test shader 2. Then I need to go restart this. Alright, so here goes. So in here, here's what we'll do. We'll say if test uniform is greater than or equal to 0.0 and test uniform is less than or equal to 0.2, then just get rid of these things. Then base color dot RGB equals vec3. So we'll set it to just red. We could just do it this way, actually. Test uniform is less than or equal to 0.4. We'll set this equal to something else. And then 681. All right. Well, we could just put an else at the bottom of all this. Okay, cool. So now we just need different colors. So let's do this, and then what color is this? Red and green. This is yellow, right? I think it's yellow. Anyway, then cyan and pink and green and blue. Blue I don't think will ever be seen. Okay, so now we pass this in. So now this is going to work just like all these bots are flashing. They're now going to cycle through all those colors. That's not intentional yet. I just want to make sure that I got these colors working. So yeah. Okay, great. Now what I'm going to do is try to get them to be different. And we'll find out if that works. So before rendering any of these, we go into set bot renderable. I don't see how this could possibly work though. We need to make a new filter for all of these. Because they were all given the same filter. And that, yeah, I don't think this can work. This isn't the end of the world. Really, all I need to do is make a new filter for each individual sprite that we have. So instead of setup Pixie doing it here, I don't have to do it somewhere else. And then I wonder where these filters get destroyed. Oh, and that's another thing I have to do. Make sure I'm destroying any of the containers in the arena that I create. Same with filters. And make sure I'm destroying the filter that I create in the sprite sheet dictionary. That never gets recreated though. That part's probably fine. So the question is, do we make one of these for each? Wait, why do I change the blend mode from add to normal? What if I have it set on add? Actually, it doesn't really matter right now. We'll just set it back to normal. Okay, so get rid of this stuff, I suppose, and get rid of this. Normal. So here is where we make a new filter. We want to make a new filter for each bot that we have and just assign it a random, let's say make filter. Test uniform value. So we'll set that here. All right, good. And then instead of this dot filter, I guess we'll just say const filter. So delete all of that stuff. All right. Now when we try to give a bot a filter, so this whole bunny sprite thing we can just get rid of. Render bunnies. Okay, when we try to assign a filter to a bot, which is right here, we'll just assign a new filter. And we'll give it a random value, math.random. Now nothing's going to destroy this filter. I don't think a sprite knows how to destroy it. We could take a look. No, it doesn't. Container might, but even then, who knows? Graphics, display. Container, does this have anything about filters? Yes, but do they ever get destroyed? Destroy children, there's no destroy filters. They're probably completely separate. Display object is the last place where this could possibly happen, and I don't think this deletes filters. get set. Yeah, they're not destroyed. Remove child. That's it. Or that's even only on the parent. Yep. So we got to delete them ourselves. Okay, well, either way, do we now have different colors on all of these? Let's see. Uh-oh. 0 is undefined. That means that I didn't create this. Oh, which means I just forgot to return it. Create filter. Alright, that should fix it. Close these other tabs. Okay, cool. So we got different colors. That's cyan, cyan, and red. You should be able to get 3 different colors. Yeah, there we go. And any bot that we create should have those too. So yeah, this changes it to colorful mode. So you might think, oh, that's a silly effect. But something like this on the outline could be used to denote teams if we eventually had them. I don't think we will ever have them. All right, yeah. And the only life bar we have is in HTML. We don't have any in WebGL any longer. So thankfully, this at least works in HTML. Yeah, you can see the life change. All right, but what we really want to do now is test this on iPad. Yeah, that probably means logging in as Adam. Adam 1? Ooh, no, it's Adam 3. Adam 1 is the account that I made that has 25 bots or something, right? Or more than 25. I think Adam 3 is the one that has 25. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so we'll just test the performance of this on iPad. Give me a sec. Fix the FPS issue? Yeah, I think so. Let's wait for this to load. Okay, yeah. The FPS seems to be about the same as it was before. It's at 16 right now, actually. Yeah, I wrote 14 to 20. Yeah. So I think that's fair. It ends up stopping at 14. The frame rate seems to drop after some time. I'm not totally sure why that is. But as we zoom in and we show fewer bots, it rises again. Now it's at a reasonable amount, but then we're super zoomed in. So I don't think making multiple filters is a bad idea. At least I hope not. If there was some way to make a single filter and use this, though, maybe that could be a performance improvement. Okay, so I don't know about using the same filter repeatedly, but I can at least use the same shader in multiple filters and specify variable. Now, is that what that link seemed to indicate? Because I was somewhere around here, I believe, and there was this link. Yeah. There's a space there. Just get rid of that. Don't update them on the fly. Sure. Yeah, I see. That compiles into a lot of shader programs. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so Prime, I haven't really gotten to that point yet. What I'm testing specifically is performance on the iPad, not necessarily layout or anything. I don't know how to do this for my computer. I mean, sure, there are some simulations I could do, but I wanted to see what it feels like on the actual device. Filters are breaking batches because they're using off-screen buffers. So this would work. If I really need to do this in the future, and I really should keep this particular, I should keep this information around, probably handy right next to this thing. Okay. So note, we make a filter every time we want to use one for now, just for simplicity's sake. I don't think it has a huge performance impact, but if we ever want to change this, we could override the render WebGL. Is that a capital L? Yeah. Function on a particular object so that it sets a filter's uniform. That way filters can be reused. Reference here. That doesn't really split up links that well. Okay, cool. So test uniform value for right now is a float, just a number I guess, and this returns a pixie.filter. Okay. So a lot of those values are not used. And now I still have the shader set to do that colorful stuff, which I don't want. It really doesn't matter. It's called test shader for a reason. It's not like it was any better when I was doing this. Yeah, and then there can be some time value or something that's passed in from the arena. Just something to have some variance passed in. I don't think I need to worry about that just yet. So I think we get rid of this whole BBB thing that I had here. This too, what is this here for? Oh, this is in the cosmetics combiner. Where's this top filter coming from? None of this should be changed. Let's just not worry about this right now. Yeah. That should be it though, as far as that goes. Yeah, this is all just hex data. Okay, well, let's get back to linting and checking in. And just never finishing this work item. I think today I made progress. I think on Friday I made progress. I think we're just not done with it yet, so it feels a little bit bad. Okay, so what was this old one doing? Just setting values differently. And we can use a single filter for this. And so this shouldn't be done every single time. In fact, I should just say this. If util.exists this.filter, return this.filter. No, that's a bad way of doing it. We'll keep it with what it used to be. So we'll make the new filter here. We'll apply everything we need to. Yeah. So note, I can reuse this particular filter because I'm setting its uniform. Ooh, I'm not setting its uniform though, am I? Am I? No, I'm not. That all needs to be done down here. Which means that's a terrible idea. I gotta put these things down here, otherwise this won't work. Okay, so note, I can reuse this particular filter. I write this. This creates a pixie filter that will color a particular image based on a mask in the specified colors. If the filter already existed, then it will just update its uniform. Hey, Ninetales. Note that the mask has to have some texture UVs as the image, the same texture UVs. The reason we're able to reuse a single filter instead of having to create a new one every time is because this is not used in... Actually, it doesn't really matter either way, does it? So get rid of that. I really need to test this too. I'm doing well, Ninetales. So we can reuse the same filter without problems as long as we're updating the uniforms as we do in this function right before using it. So this would not be okay if we were creating multiple and not using render texture. Okay, good. So I think I should just put all this over here. Great. So that's done. Now let's get rid of test shader altogether. We'll just have this do nothing. And the colors of all of our bots should be correct. I need to verify that. So let's refresh the page. Oh, what's going on? Test uniform. Oh yeah. I don't like this bug. You have to reference a variable or else it complains at you. Okay, so my bots are red and green, and then the opponent's bot should be white and blue. Uh-oh. Okay, that's not good. I've made a big mistake. Oh, no, that's not a big mistake. I set them all to red and green no matter what. So now this should... I don't know what colors mine should be, actually. Blue and yellow, apparently. And then theirs should be blue and white. Yeah, and as long as they don't mix colors, yeah, I think we're totally fine. Because what I was worried is that it would use the old values that were set in this filter, and then... But that's fine. And that's according to my understanding of this. Still, I had to verify, so I might as well share what I was worried about potentially happening. All right, I think we're good on that front. Let's do this again. Let's also clean this up. Okay, so we have one tiny problem, which we just fixed. Clear up this too. All right, so that's all the linting problems. The game runs. There's a lot of issues with things not being rendered, so it's not like I can upload this tomorrow. So, and by the way, the game is online right now. You guys can play. There have been incredibly few games played today. 4. Oh, wow. But we are tracking 32 players in the matchmaker. Interesting. Means that there are more valid defenses. You know, if I gave these things much weaker lasers, they might not actually win a match. Even though there's way too many of them. Whoa, whoa, what happened? All the bots disappeared. Oh, that's a big problem. Yeah, they didn't win. Goes to show you how weak those lasers are. Also, was zooming not smooth? Wait, so there they are. I hit test and they're there. I go into here and I hit update and they were all gone. What is happening? So all I do is I add any of these things and go back in and they're gone? No. I hit update and they're gone? What? All right, let's just look at errors for now. All right, we should probably fix this thing. Let's just fix this now. I can't copy paste this. All right, there we go. So new pixie.text. Wherever I'm setting up the style for these things, these all need to be fixed. So font family, Arial, font size, 14 pixels, font variant, font style, and font weight. I don't know what to use for those things. Font variant? I don't think I care about that. Font weight. Normal or bold. And what else? Font style. What is that? Okay, let's try that. So now we get rid of this. That was just for a chip. It's not like this is going to render anyway. Text doesn't have a C in it. Alright, bold, italic, font size, blah, blah, blah. I don't know why I'm using bold and italic, but let's just stick with it, I suppose. Then this changes to font size, pixels. We get rid of the font tag. Cool, we go look at the next one. Same deal. The only thing is this one is size 16. This is size 36. What else do we have here? Hey, cool. Okay, so we're good. That should fix the deprecation issues. It won't fix those blueprints breaking. I don't know what's causing that to happen. So bug, edit defense, edit blueprint, update, and all bots disappear on your side. So do we get deprecation warnings? Nope. On drag test, remove this prop from the element. What? What is this? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Just delete it. Okay, so we shouldn't have any errors now in the console. Good, we don't. Those bots are there until I hit update, then they all just go away. I think I know why it's happening, actually. Yeah, I think I know why. I think it's because when we call update, we're updating the blueprint, and that causes it to say, you should probably redraw the bot, and I probably just broke redrawing completely, so we'll have to fix that. This is almost definitely because updating the blueprint causes it to potentially redraw the bot. And I'm probably just not doing that correctly yet. Hideo, all I got, well, you're not talking alone for 10 minutes. I got these messages. Are there more for you that you sent and that I'm not seeing? Okay, yeah, so this is decent. There's still a bunch of stuff that needs to be fixed, especially around these containers. Give me a lot to fix. This is probably going to turn into Well, if I can get all this stuff done tomorrow, that'd be great. Then we can go back to alpha preparation, because we have all of this. You can't even see this. Doesn't matter. Anyway, we have all of this week, all of next week, to get ready for alpha. And whatever's not ready, like, too bad. I'm releasing alpha anyway. Twitch, when reloading, do not show your own messages in your history. What am I, chopped liver? And yeah, Ninetales' name shows up fine with a dark background. Alright, so we can check this in if it's working well enough. Let's go get rid of... Let's clean some things up. How about that? So this, we're not checking it. This probably has a whole lot of stuff. We can get rid of this. We can also get rid of this. Yeah, you know what I kind of want to do? Yeah, okay, here's what I'm going to try. Actually, you know what, let's just look this up. If I want to outline something in a fragment shader, what I was thinking of doing is I could check each pixel against the surrounding pixels to see if they're completely blank, and if so, turn that into a different color. I wonder if there's a better way to do that though. From all the neighbor fragments, get the one with the greatest and lowest colors. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do this right now. Alright, whatever, don't care. Let's go back to test shader. We'll set this back to just whatever it used to be, which is basically nothing going on in it. This is only here to prevent an error about uniform not existing if I don't reference it. It isn't needed if I'm naturally referencing test uniform, and if I'm not, then it shouldn't exist here anyway. There. So I wonder what happens if we do this now. Will this reverse everything? It'll actually be really hard to tell because some of these are reversed on their own. So we have to get rid of that. Is owned by attacker or math.random. Get rid of this. It's gonna be a lot of work still to do here. Okay. Yep, so that just doesn't render anything now. Alright, well, it was worth a shot. So let's put everything back to how it used to be. Now everything should render again. Yep. Okay, I don't know what I did. Uh-oh. What did I just break? Let's try that. I have a feeling I just saved a file too fast or something. No, I have no answer for this anymore. Filter. Filter doesn't even exist. It's because of this? No, what is going on here? I mean, the filter must not exist, or the sprite doesn't exist. One of those. Filters is null. No, that's totally fine. It's this that doesn't exist then. Filter is not defined. Oh, whoops. I know what I did. I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. Yeah. Okay, my bad. So then this should have always been something about a filter. Make filter, and then we pass in a uniform value. Oh, now I know why I deleted it. Okay, math.random. I misinterpreted that. So I do want to check to see if this thing still works. So let's try that out. It should just reverse the bots. Hey, it did in a very, very weird way. What is going on? I think it's sampling from a different part of the sprite sheet, and that's what I'm screwing up right now. It's like, bots should not be moving like that. Okay, well, we don't need to do it. I was just wondering if it was possible. It's obviously possible, but some things shouldn't be messed with. So there we go. These bots look fine. Hi, Meandering Leaf. Okay. So let's get back to what we were actually doing here. We got this test uniform. I don't think we really need any of this here. We could change it for everything at once if we wanted to, but we don't really need to do any of this. And this dot filter isn't going to exist anyway. In fact, we should make sure that it doesn't exist. No, it doesn't. All right, what else? All this stuff. This all needs to be destroyed. Yeah. Now, these containers are all added one layer deep, so we could just say destroy the stage and destroy its children. I wonder if that gets passed recursively. Time to go find out. Just close out of these things. Okay, so destroy comes from container. Container is the one that has an option where if destroy children... Wait, what? Oh, it can just be a Boolean? Interesting. So anyway, you set this to true, and it'll call destroy with the option. So yeah, every container will destroy its children too. We don't want that, because we'll have destroyed all of the grandchildren, just not all of the children. Man. It's container side. So we just had to destroy all of these. Or you know what we could do is just say something like const all containers equals, no, this dot all containers. Why am I typing any of this out? I know how to use Sublime. I don't know what I'm doing right now. There. I don't know what I just was thinking right there. So when we go to destroy this, is it not called destroy? Is there another word that I used? What would it be if not destroy? Dispose. Dispose. Yeah. It's actually not a great idea. I'd like to do this slightly differently. So it would be a container. Anyway, we'll do this. If this dot all containers I, if that exists, then this dot all containers I dot destroy dot all containers I equals none. So all containers, add all containers to this array so that they get destroyed. Yeah, and then instead of doing things this way, well, actually we do have to do things this way. We should just put them in the, no, we can't do that. That's too bad. Well, Meandering Leaf container is the name used by Pixie.js, which is the library that I'm using for rendering. So it makes sense to use their terminology. This determines the draw order in each layer. So now we're disposing those. We still need to look through this code at least one more time and make sure that I haven't done anything stupid here. Well, we should also just run it. Let's try that. How's about? Hey, you know what that dialogue meant? That dialogue meant that it's 4 p.m. because I am GMT minus 8, and when we're at UTC midnight, which is my 4 p.m., that's when you get dialogues. Because every day you get money if you successfully defended, and you lose money if you did not successfully defend. So we cancel out of this and go back into edit. And by the way, I don't know if these are real follows or not, but thank you guys if they are. And what is this crazy lights thing? Yeah, when you follow, you get a link to control my lights. It looks like spam. You don't have to click it. If you want to, or if anyone else does and changes them, you'll see that it's real. I see Meandering Leaf. Yeah, I used to use Phaser, and then I removed it. I wonder, is Phaser using Pixie 4 yet? Because there are a lot of things from here that I'm probably going to want eventually. No, actually not a lot of things, I guess. There's sound. Anyway, what are they using? 2.6.2. I would like to find your GitHub link. Here it is. Alright, so what version of Pixie do they have? Package.json. Pixie is not included here. So what's included is vendor code. Let's switch game engines. I don't plan on doing that. I just wanted to see Pixie updates. Anti-groups are trading. Huh. Okay. So I was able to cancel out of this and go back in, right? You will be attacking Atom 2. Fortunately, it's really hard to use this without any of the indicators that I put in. So let's do this. If can cloak, then fire lasers, then just do the rest for me. I don't really care. There. Create, and I'll put a few of these down. And commence. Goodbye, bot. What is this thing doing? Oh, it's reflecting, but you can't tell that it's reflecting. Are my bots going to kill themselves by trying to kill this thing? No, there we go. Oh, they're cloaked, but it's not obvious that they're cloaked. Oh my god. I gotta do everything. Yeah, well, that's actually the last step, is to actually make shaders for some of these things. Alright, we'll have to write that down. Make shaders for some of the things that I've used. Make shaders for cloaking. Do people ever just make Twitch accounts to play with your lights? Maybe, but I think in general they just buy another token if they want. So every 10 minutes that you're in chat, you get a point. And you can check your points by typing !point points. And you can spend 25 points to buy a light token. Or if you're a subscriber, you can do this. Actually, this is going to screw up whatever you guys did. So I won't show you. But yeah, I'm glad you like it so prime. Alright, these things are all fine. Fix the deprecation issue. Fix deprecated text properties. Fix deprecated toBase64 function. Oh yeah, so prime. I don't think I've seen any other stream do that either. That took me like 3 days to code. There's some amount of days, non-trivial amount of time to code. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Adds all the tiles here. All right, I guess it's okay. This should still work again. It probably just won't ever render, but that's all right. In fact, I'm not sure how. Oh, I see. I don't care what you guys do, I'm gonna ruin it. Flashbang red. A dead monster in Ghost Walrus. Oh, and Perry. Ruining everyone else's fun. Except for mine. Alright, so this stuff isn't even called anymore, and it's got a bug in it anyway. Yeah, this we can go change to set bot renderable. Set bots renderable property. Then let's get rid of these things with count. Cool. And probably, no, that's it, yeah. And let's leave all the rest of those commented. So I think this is fine. We should test this out as I'm making these changes so that we know what we've broken, if I've broken anything. I said what we've broken, if I've broken anything. All right, let's give all of these, let's give them all landmines. Landmines and thrusters and a script that says lay mine and move randomly. This is actually going to do very little in terms of killing enemies. Oh, right. Bots don't show up after I clear that out. So landmines are just getting laid by ghost bots. Yeah. Looks like the AI wins. The lights flashed red, though I didn't see it. I wonder if that worked correctly, because I saw you type it at least. Flashbang red. Oh, that worked for me. Flashbang pink. Yeah, cool. Well, it's working for me, so who cares? Alright, so let's keep the zoom what it was at. Is object visible is something that I'm not really totally using, but returns true if, actually, this is some pixie, actually pixie.display object, that's what it's doing. And then boolean true if it's visible. So we do the same thing up here, but then we go on to use those variables. However, the immediate rendering was never done anymore, really. So I'm not sure what I want to do here. But it is practically the same code. All right, let's leave that in. What else do we have? Get rid of this, get rid of this, and get rid of this. Cool. Pixie wrapper, we don't need that in there. I don't know if these things actually did anything, so let's just get rid of that. Round pixels, probably get rid of that too. I don't know. And then, not even just comment this out, but probably get rid of this entirely. Global.aaa equals renderer. Yeah, let's keep the round pixels thing in for right now. I'm gonna sell them on eBay. Can you imagine if you search Botland on eBay? Someone's selling Botland points. I don't think anyone would have any idea what that meant. Get rid of on drag test too. Fix bug around an unnecessary React prop on drag test. Probably, I don't know, actually. Looking at Sublime as well, I'm a full-time dev, which let me do a stream. Can't decide if it's worth it when I'm compiling and running in VS. Do you know if there are any extensions to run Sublime alongside VS? The hotkeys seem efficient. Honestly, I think if you're using Visual Studio, so back when I used Visual Studio as my main editor, I was using C Sharp. I only dropped into Sublime to do things that I felt would be a lot faster in Sublime. So let's say I had this function and this was in Visual Studio. I'd copy it to Sublime and I'd be like, okay, you know what? Render needed to change to something else. I want all these render functions to be capital R's on them. So cool. I'd make that change and then I'd go back and I'd copy paste it back into Visual Studio. So I think if you're using Visual Studio for C++, C Sharp, something along those lines, Sublime might not actually help you too much because chances are you're getting a lot more out of the IDE part of Visual Studio than the text editing part. Should I buy Sublime or use Atom? I suggest to new people that you just try out Atom.io. If it works for you, then great. And if you feel the need to get Sublime afterward, then yeah, sure, you can always get it. You can always try Sublime for free, by the way. How much are bits worth? Bits are worth a penny, 1 penny to the streamer, but you guys usually buy them for more than a penny. Hey, Godeek. Everyone's favorite lurker. I expanded the size of the test button. This, oh, crazy filter stuff. None of that matters. One of the things I'm wondering about here is there an extra new line on 180? No, there isn't. Can't really ever tell easily in those things. So that doesn't matter, that doesn't matter, that doesn't. Yeah, so that's going to be entirely removed. That's the Pixie container. And we don't care about that. Should I even add this Pixie container component? I feel like maybe I should. And I'm not using, no, I am using utility. It's not exactly necessary. I should probably refactor util.exist out of the entire code base. Consider getting rid of util.exist since it's, what, 5, 10, 11 characters and is only 368. But also because Lodash is used almost everywhere, and I should try to get rid of my util library if possible. MVS isn't free unless you're a student, correct? What is MVS? Oh, Microsoft Visual Studio? Oh, I wasn't talking about that. I don't know if that's free or not. I was talking about Sublime. Sublime is Nagware, so it's free to use, but then every 20 saves, you'll get a dialogue suggesting that you buy it. Visual Studio, I don't know. I don't know if it's free or not. Visual Studio Code is free, and Atom is free. I'm pretty sure you have to buy this, except for the Express editions or something. But you can just look that up. Yeah, Notepad++. I think if something's working for you, just continue to use it. If you think you can do better at something else, or there's a tool that you want, or that's not supported anymore on whatever system you're using, then yeah, consider upgrading. I gave Atom a shot on stream. When I say Atom, I'm talking about this, which I just happen to pronounce very similarly to my name. But I gave this a shot, and I hadn't fully customized it yet, so I didn't get things like projects. I'm sure that sort of thing is doable in Atom. Someone's probably made a plugin for it. But there's another thing I gave a shot on stream. You guys probably remember this stream, most of you. But Hyperterminal. Remember this? So I gave this a shot too, and I did not like this. So I'm going to stick to Conemu. But I like the theory behind Hyperterminal. And in Horforia, there are usually artificial limits on how many ads you can watch like that. I tend to get something like, I don't know, 60 bits per day that I can spend in other streams. What Godeek said is correct. Visual Studio Community Edition is free until you hit a fairly high revenue cap. Okay, cool. I was talking about IDEs. I mean, I think what I was talking about there was that I think by using Visual Studio, you're getting a whole lot out of the IDE part usually, especially for the C-related languages. I don't know about for JavaScript how well it works. But I wasn't talking about cost necessarily, not for Visual Studio. I don't use Visual Studio for this, so I never really had to pay attention to that. Okay, so we made a bunch of changes. So I think the biggest thing is really tested performance. Greatly improved performance. So how should I say this? The biggest change that I made here was to containerize most sprites that I render. Previously, when I was using Pixie v3, I had overridden Pixie's render calls so as to remove batching for some reason. This is all very hazy to me. JS and Visual Studio is pretty terrible. Yeah, I like it when that sort of thing happens in software, where they have a free edition or a community edition and it turns out to be almost everything you need. I use a program called Sibelius for sheet music, and I bought Sibelius first, which I think is like $100, as opposed to Sibelius, which is $700. And there's only one or two times I found myself wanting something more, but I'm not enough of a composer to care. So I just saved $600. Oh, I see. Okay, Ginger. Yeah. All right. This led to terrible performance on devices with V4. However, by switching, I've broken a lot of functionality in Botland, e.g. indicators like cloaking, reflect, placement, what do you call them? What would you call these things? Guides? Placement guides, yeah, that's what I would say. These things let you know where you're placing a bot, so placement guides. Indicators, life bars, text components, and a bunch of other stuff, really. I did fix some things along the way. That's these things. Oh, wow, Horforia. Yeah, I think I did that once a while ago. I think this is all based on region and probably whatever demographics you've shared with Twitch. Because now I can only seem to watch 2 or 3 ads at a time. I'm trying to build up more money to just throw at some streamer. I should have done this on an alt account and thrown them at myself. That's probably against the terms of service. I wouldn't do that anyway. All right. Can I say on devices? Yeah. Okay, so before we check this in, let's just make absolutely certain that I'm not adding more bugs than I think I'm adding, because I know for sure that I'm adding bugs, but I think that I'm only adding in like 7 or 8, not 17 or 18. So this looks fine. Oh, this is checked in. Okay, that's fine. So let's just put down some bots. Hit commence. Oh, I can only place 2 bots to their 25. Yeah, that's reasonable. What happened to my shader? It stopped doing anything. Wonderful. Okay, then let's change it back to this. Let's change it back to the colorful shader. That way at least we can tell that it's being used. Otherwise it won't be obvious. Yeah, there we go. So there, now it's obvious that there's a shader being used. You can put down colorful bots. Oh, thanks, Orange Ray. 13531. And hey, Blur. Yeah, Blur, I've never managed to catch your stream. I think you must stream at a time where I'm either sleeping or also streaming. But I've never even seen you in my follower list. Following list. Anyway, whatever. I haven't ever seen you online. But how'd your stream go? I think if I'm running just 3 Twitch accounts, I can make minimum wage. Yeah, I was talking to, I think, someone in Discord. Maybe I was talking to EJ about this. But I said if I actually asked people to watch ads and then give me bit money, I could make a decent amount of money from that. But I am opposed to doing that. So I will just mention doing it and then sound like I'm snaking my way around this, but I'm not trying to. All right, so we're going to try this one last time on iPad and hope that everything works. So let's expand camera cam here. So this is not the test. It's still refreshing, so we're just going to give it some time. Okay, so we log in, press edit, and yeah, it's working at about the performance that I expect. Okay, so it's not great. It's about 20 frames per second. If I zoom in more, it'll go up, and then it's actually pretty usable. I can't add bots to the arena right now for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, so a lot of stuff's broken. Oh, 400 people watching. Nice, Bloor. That's crazy. Well, I might try to watch the VOD, but from what you told me, you stream in Italian, right? So I'll write this down, but I don't think I'll be able to understand anything. But yeah, good job. Haven't paid anything other than time for bits. Yeah, and when I watch those ads on Twitch, I'm usually doing something else while I'm watching. All right, this is pretty good. So one of the key takeaways is that whenever I'm rendering something with a shader, sorry, I forgot to make this thing more reasonable. Whenever I'm rendering something with a shader, it's going to have poor performance on a mobile device. So I've got to try to limit that as much as possible. Probably keep the shaders minimal too. Found that if I'm getting the bits for a more active channel, I'm allowed to watch more ads. Yeah, something like that seems to happen to me too. It's interesting to try to figure out how their algorithm works. So Tuesday is going to be upload Botland again. No point deploying a new version. Just in case people want to play. I don't know. Do people even want Botland online? Should I even bother putting Botland online until these performance issues have been fixed? Yes, no, I don't care. So upload Botland and then try to... Well, the next thing to fix is this containerization stuff. Actually, I'm not sure if that's the next thing to fix. I think it is. Tackle containerization and then get rid of all of this cruft and eventually merge back. Try to get to the point by the end of today where we can merge the Pixie v4 migration branch back into master. Ginger. You got cut off at 20 bits. I think that's pretty funny. Alright. I think today was pretty intense. My uptime is only 7 hours and 40 minutes. And I think I'm going to rob you guys of the last 20 minutes. To be fair, I only took a 30-minute lunch. So had I just taken a 50-minute lunch, the stream would have been over now anyway. Alright. Who do we host? Let's host Siege Games. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you everyone for watching. Thanks to the people who resubbed for the 100 bits Orange Ray gave me. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. It should be, roughly the same length stream as today. It's just pretty intense today, that's all. That's why I had to tune out 20 minutes early. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.